Chapter 1 The other party has a daughter. In the 63rd year of Konoha, a strong wind swept across the land, blowing away the green leaves and dropping them on the heads of many people. A soul from afar quietly arrived here and took over the body of a yellow-haired boy. The wide streets are filled with irregular 1 to 3 story houses of various styles, and between the houses are narrow and crowded alleys, just like a maze, making it difficult for outsiders to find their way around. In one of the old alleys there was a row of small commodity stores that had been open for more than 30 years. The thin, yellow-haired Naruto Uzumaki was lying peacefully on the ground, without any movement. The discomfort in his body made him unable to move. The noisy noises around him were like maggots crawling in his ears, making him feel nauseous and uncomfortable. Is the little fox demon dead? It's better to die. Just consider it as revenge for the death of the 4th Hokage. SHH, keep your voice down. The 3rd generation master has ordered that he should not be harmed. I can't even talk about this, what's the logic? Alas, it's a pity for the grocery store owner. He will probably be punished for the fox demon's death. Little ghost, don't play dead, I just pushed you. Just pushed it. That's all? Naruto Uzumaki endured the strong discomfort in his body, staggered to his feet, and stared at the person standing right in front of him. Pushing his grocery store owner. Seeing Naruto stand up, the grocery store owner was obviously relieved, and was glad that he would not be punished by the 3rd Hokage. Humph, since you're not dead yet, why don't you get out of here? It's really bad luck to block my business here. Is it bad luck? Naruto stared at the grocery store owner with a cold gaze. When he met Naruto's gaze, for some unknown reason, the grocery store owner suddenly felt that even the air had become unusually cold. Ding! The life selector has been loaded successfully. Passive selection trigger. Ichiro Yamamoto, the grocery store owner, pushes you down. What choice will you make? Option 1, stay friendly. Make the other party kneel down and apologize, then forgive him. Completion reward, eliminate negative physical status. Choice 3, act recklessly, the other party has a daughter. The daughter pays the father's debt. Completion reward, perfect upgrade version of seduction. Choice 4, ruthless, kill him. Completion reward, raise Nan. Naruto was stunned when he saw the 4 options suddenly pop up in front of him. Life choices? Naruto soon understood that this was the time traveler's golden finger, but this choice seemed unreliable. Why was he so bad-tempered? The perfect version of the seduction technique is very fragrant. Cannot be used by yourself, just exclude it. The possibility of being cruel and ruthless can also be ruled out. This is Konoha village, and the Konoha high-level officials are watching him all the time. How could he possibly do that? Even if he could really do it, it is not worth putting himself in danger for a raise Nan. The only options are 1 and 2. Compared to clearing the so-called negative status, Naruto wants the 3-body technique more. But now he could clearly feel that this body was in a weak state, and it was uncertain whether he could defeat the opponent. Hey, little brat! I told you to leave, didn't you hear me? Ichiro Yamamoto was frightened by Naruto's stare. He swallowed his saliva and shouted to drive Naruto away. Naruto smiled. He was a little hesitant about whether to follow the choice of this life selector, but now, it's your own fault. You have to try to know whether you can win or not. Even before he traveled through time, he didn't know what tolerance meant. I'll give you 10 counts to kneel down and apologize. What did you say, little brat? Hearing Naruto's words, Ichiro Yamamoto subconsciously wanted to curse, but when he met Naruto's increasingly cold eyes, he felt as if his throat was stuck by a thorn and he couldn't speak. 10. Naruto clenched his fists and began the countdown. 9. Seeing that Ichiro Yamamoto didn't move, Naruto took a step forward. 8. When the people around saw this scene, they all showed an expression of as expected. I told you, the fox demon will definitely not live in peace with us. I don't know why we still keep him in the village. The third-generation master is too kind. He should have killed this guy directly, but he is still protecting him. Stay away from him, be careful that he doesn't implicate us later. Poor Yamamoto, facing a monster like him all alone. What my teacher said was right. You may not be able to hear one person whispering, but if a group of people are talking, it will be a torrent that reaches your ears. It's so noisy. Naruto muttered impatiently in his mind, but ignored them and continued to count to the next number while watching Ichiro Yamamoto, who was pushing him. 3. Wait, isn't it 10? Ichiro Yamamoto couldn't help but open his mouth wide, his eyes as big as Tongling. Oh, I couldn't wait any longer, so I did it a little faster. Naruto said coldly as he continued to shout out the next number, 1. After counting to 10, Naruto's aura suddenly changed. He assumed a fighting stance, clenched his right fist, and sent a fist towards Yamamoto Ichiro's face. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Looking at the impending fist, Ichiro Yamamoto's legs went limp and he fell to his knees begging for forgiveness. Maybe others would laugh at him, a middle-aged man was actually scared to his knees by a short and smelly kid. But only Naruto himself knew what it felt like to face him just now. The unreasonable fear that rose in his heart was as if he was about to die. Is this the power of the fox demon? Remember this in the future. If no one has provoked you, it's best not to provoke others. I'll let you go this time. Naruto retracted his fist and looked around. You guys too, better not mess with me. After saying that, he left the place without looking back and returned to the apartment where he originally lived. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. The host will be rewarded soon. Since this reward is special, please be prepared. Special rewards? How special can it be? Naruto was curious, so he opened the bedroom door and lay on the bed, waiting silently. Begin to eliminate negative physical conditions. Hunger was eliminated successfully. Success in eliminating malnutrition. Eliminating chakra disorder is in progress. 1%, 25%, 50%, 75%, 100%. Suddenly, Naruto felt his whole body unblocked, just like a prisoner whose shackles were opened, and he felt incomparable comfort. He was just about to stretch his body when the mechanical voice sounded again. Okay. The reward hasn't ended yet. Eliminating the ugly appearance is in progress. 1%. Instantly, sleepiness came over him, and Naruto gradually fell into a dream. There's something wrong with the Jinchuriki. I'll go report it first. A ninja wearing a dog-faced mask crouched on a tree trunk outside the window, then stood up and quickly ran off in a certain direction. Chapter 2 Big Fox is not impossible. Page 2. Hokage's office. As the sun was high in the sky, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in a red robe, stood in front of the window, quietly looking at the prosperous streets of Konoha. Sarutobi, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is showing abnormality. Danzo, who was wrapped in bandages and walking on crutches, broke into the Hokage's office and said, today he wanted to attack a civilian and forced him to kneel down and apologize. The Sandame turned and glared at him, then said calmly, yeah, I know. It's good that you know. Since the Jinchuriki now shows the intention of harming the villagers, why not hand him over to me directly? I will train him into a weapon to defend Konoha. Danzo said in a deep voice. The Sandame narrowed his eyes and took a puff of the pipe in his hand. I will take care of Naruto's affairs myself, you'd better not interfere without permission. After he finished speaking, Danzo's face looked a little unhappy. He snorted coldly and turned away. You will regret this. Do you regret it? There are already so many things I regret. After he left, the Sandame exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Naruto, will you make me regret this? Tick. Tick. Naruto looked around. The environment was dark and damp. There was 10 centimeters of water under his feet. In the distance, he could faintly hear the roar of wild beasts. The road ahead was not very clear, so Naruto walked slowly, feeling the wall. Soon the light gradually became brighter until he reached the end, where there was a huge cage in front of him. He couldn't help but open his mouth and eyes widened in horror. Inside the cage was a giant fox held in a strange manner. As someone who has watched the Naruto anime, Naruto would not have too many emotional fluctuations about the big fox Nine Tails in a cage. What really shocked him was why the Nine Tails was tied up in such an extremely outrageous way. Please give a brief description. Can be described with one letter. M shape. Both forearms were tied behind the head, and the long fox mouth was bound by an iron chain and could not open, and could only make slight roars. The nine-tailed fox's eyes were filled with overwhelming hatred. It wanted to break free from the chains that bound its body, and kept using chakra to attack. But unfortunately, it had no effect at all. Even its chakra couldn't escape the range of the chain. Passive selection trigger. The nine-tailed fox looks at you with hatred. It doesn't know who caused the thing that bound it. Now it just wants to madly pour out its hatred and tear you into pieces. The choice you will make is: Choice 1, stay friendly, tell it that today's seal is just a small warning. If it dares to make trouble again, it will be punished more severely next time. Completion reward, 3% of the Nine Tails control. Option 1, treat it rationally, convince it to sign a contract with you and agree to become your slave. Completion reward, Devil Contract X. Choice 3, act recklessly, the big fox is not a bad choice, it just happens that it has been completely restrained now. He. Completion reward, 5% control of the nine-tailed fox. Choice 4, ruthless, no need to say anything, tear him into pieces. Completion reward, 50% of Nine Tails chakra. When Naruto heard the sound of the selector, he knew that the Nine Tails would become what it is now, probably as a reaction to clearing the chakra disorder. It is the source of the disorder, so the best solution is to address it from the root. But why do you have to tie up the nine-tailed fox in this position? Although it is very effective, it is a bit abnormal, isn't it? And what the hell is reckless? Do you have to be so crazy? I'm not a tough person. Can you please not do this cross-species thing? Cruel and ruthless, this was also something that was completely impossible. After observing, Naruto boldly walked into the cage and tried it. Not to mention tearing the nine-tailed fox into pieces, he couldn't even pull its hair. As for the route of treating it rationally, Naruto thought it was a good idea, but he could try to persuade rationally, but the Nine Tails was tied up like this and couldn't even speak, so how could he agree rationally? Then the last option is only friendly. The nine-tailed fox stared at Naruto with its violent eyes. It didn't understand what this tiny human insect was doing, nor did it understand why it suddenly became like this. He was clearly just using his own chakra to interfere with the bug, forcing it to use his own chakra and slowly let his mind be influenced by him. But today, countless iron chains appeared out of nowhere and locked it up tightly. Whose sealing technique is this? It's so terrifying. Kyuubi. The bug, which was not even as tall as a fingernail, called out to it. Would you like to consider signing a contract with me and becoming my slave? I will give you freedom. Naruto still wanted to try option 2. He mainly wanted to see what the devil's contract was. Suddenly, Kyuubi felt the chain wrapped around his mouth loosen slightly, and he could speak no more. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and the water flow in the entire space was driven back out of the cage. However, it was useless. It still couldn't break free. Ah, you really don't want to cooperate. It seems that I think too much. Naruto scratched the back of his head and looked at the Nine Tails with a smile. Today's seal is just a small warning to you. If you dare to make trouble again next time, I don't mind giving you a more severe punishment and tearing you into pieces. Ha ha ha, you lowly bug, you want to tear me to pieces? If you can do it, just give it a try. Naruto's words made the Nine Tails feel ridiculous. As a tailed beast, it knew the situation of the Jinchuriki clearly. Could he tear itself into pieces? However, the next moment Kyuubi could no longer laugh. Naruto raised his hand slightly, and the fingers of its right front paw twitched inexplicably, completely out of its control. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. The reward has been issued successfully. The host has obtained 3% of the control over the nine-tailed fox. The host is still 97% away from being able to fully control the nine-tailed fox. Well, this reward seems pretty good. When Naruto opened his eyes again, the room was already dark. It's already dark. The last task took so long. What the hell is this about eliminating my ugly appearance? Please don't make me look weird. He got out of bed, rushed into the bathroom and turned on the light. Naruto stood blankly in front of the bathroom mirror and reached out to touch his cheek. Amazing! The person in the mirror is no longer the short, ugly, and shabby loser. His face is still the same face. At first glance, there is no change, but upon closer inspection, it feels like a different person. His skin became fair and smooth, his facial features became angular, his eyebrows were sharp, his blue eyes were bright, his nose was high, his lips were slightly thin, and the 6 beard marks on his face had disappeared. Even his height has increased a lot, about 6 centimeters taller than before. If I have to describe it, it would be a high-end version of young Minato. Chapter 3 I heard your sister is very beautiful. The next day, the sun rose 3 poles. On the day of the Ninja Academy graduation exam, Naruto woke up early and the first thing he did after washing was to go to the street to buy some fitting clothes. As he had grown a lot taller, his previous clothes were too tight. Like a spirited young man. The process of buying clothes was much simpler than Naruto had imagined, and the store owner was surprisingly willing to sell him the clothes. To be honest, although Naruto didn't have much money in his wallet, it was still enough to support his life. It's just that the villagers of Konoha village have never liked him, so even if he had money, he couldn't buy anything. This time, the female owner was not only decisive in selling the product, but was also very enthusiastic. Little brother, black summer shorts go better with a white t-shirt. The female shopkeeper's eyes never left Naruto's face, and she said in a gentle voice that Naruto had never heard before, if you buy together, I can give you a 50% discount. 50% discount? That's just giving one away for free. Naruto looked at the life-size mirror in the store and touched his cheek. He was afraid that she didn't even recognize who I was. The benefits of being a handsome guy were great. Then let's pack it together, thank you. After politely saying thank you, Naruto calmly accepted the items that he got in exchange for his face, went into the fitting room, changed into new clothes, and prepared to leave. As soon as I walked to the door, I heard the female owner say eagerly, "Little brother, remember to come here often to play." Passive selection trigger. The enthusiastic female owner of the clothing store did not recognize you as the annoying kid. She likes you, a sunny and handsome boy, so she invites you. What choice will you make? Choice 1, stay friendly, impatiently tell her that she is a common woman, really give up, and decisively reject her. Completion reward, purity effect lasts for 300 days. Option 2, treat it rationally, agree to her invitation, and discuss life with her alone in the dead of night. Completion reward, 3 body technique. Choice 3, act recklessly, agree to her invitation, and go a step further, formulate a sophisticated plan to make her submit physically and mentally after 7 days. Completion reward, perfect advanced version of 3 body techniques. Choice 4, ruthless, no need to say anything, just kill him on the spot. Completion reward, corpse servant. The following 3 options are as weird as ever, even more perverted than the others. But what about the first one, which was originally a little more normal? God damn, pure and simple, what kind of reward is this? 300 days left. Do I really have to explore life? Naruto thought about it, and then put this dangerous idea behind him. Strange women are very dangerous. Well, let's give it a try. Page 3. With no choice, Naruto quickened his pace and ran forward, and soon he was far away. It was 8 o'clock in the morning and most residents had just woken up, so Naruto was the first customer of this clothing store. So after he left, the female owner followed him out to take a look. Oh, little Shota is so good, even when he runs he is so cute. After running for a while, Naruto stood at the gate of Konoha Ninja School, gasping for breath. Ding! The host takes the initiative to leave the target, which is considered as giving up the choice. Life should not be avoided, please face your future. Fart. What my future will be like should be decided by me. Naruto smiled brightly, the experiment was successful, if he didn't want to make a choice, then just leave, that was the real choice. Yawning, Naruto walked into the school lazily. He once again felt the immediate change brought about by his improved appearance, and also witnessed how precocious the girls in this world were. As soon as they walked into the school gate, a group of little potatoes stared at Naruto's face without any shame. Until they passed by each other, their eyes followed Naruto's back. Entering the teaching building, groups of little girls were chatting and laughing, stealing glances at Naruto, and some even clamored to meet him. However, Naruto never stopped, which dispelled their thoughts. Humming a little tune and singing a song, he walked happily to his classroom. So annoying. In the classroom, a sudden noisy sound woke up Nara Shikamaru who was sleeping. He slowly looked towards the source of the sound, and then widened his eyes as if he saw something horrible. At the door of the classroom, several girls from the same class were surrounding a yellow-haired boy who looked both familiar and unfamiliar. And Shikamaru couldn't believe this was reality. He opened his mouth slightly, rubbed his eyes hard, and then looked again. Rub it again and see again. Really? Hey, Koji! Shikamaru raised his hand to push Akimichi Koji beside him and said, "Hurry and look over there." "What are you looking at?" Koji stopped taking the potato chips, looked in the direction of Shikamaru's finger, and muttered, "Isn't that Naruto? What's so good about that?" "Okay. Is that Naruto?" The potato chips of Shikamaru slipped from his hands, and his fat eyes, which had been narrowed into a slit, suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. "Oh my god, I fell into a magic spell in broad daylight, Mom and Dad, please save me." Unlike Shikamaru who has become as dull as a stone statue, Naruto now feels annoyed to death. The little girl's non-stop chattering next to my ear was really unbearable. "Naruto, are you really Naruto? You've changed so much, is this a genetic mutation?" Basically, now all the students' eyes are fixed on Naruto who has changed so much, the inconspicuous Byakugan girl Hinata in the middle, the shocked and stunned Sakura in the front row, and Ino who is asking for advice on how to whiten skin right in front of them. There was also Inyazuka Kaiba, who was holding his dog and watching with a look of disbelief. "Naruto, did you secretly learn some powerful transformation technique? But that's not right. How could a loser like you learn a powerful technique?" At this moment, Naruto didn't have the time to answer their questions. He was looking carefully at the 4 options in front of him, thinking about which one to choose. Actively choose to trigger. As graduation approaches, you should greet your classmates enthusiastically and actively. What choice will you make? Target 1, Hyuga Hinata. "Good morning Hinata-chan, are you interested in marrying me?" Completion reward, Shadow Clone Technique. Target 2, Harano Sakura. "Good morning, Sakura, and your broad forehead. I will give you a chance today. If you sincerely ask me, I can reluctantly accept you as my slave." Completion reward, Substitution Technique. Target 3, Yamanaka Ino-chan, if you dance a striptease for me alone, I can teach you how to look good in private tonight. Completion Reward, perfect version of seduction technique. Choice 4, Inyazuka Kaiba, I heard your sister is pretty, you'd better introduce her to me, or I'll kill your Akamaru and eat his dog meat. Completion Reward, telekinesis. Chapter 4 I Want It All. The first reward is the shadow clone technique, and the fourth reward is the instant body technique. The former can summon physical clones to fight with you, and the latter is a basic instant body technique that uses chakra attached to the legs to achieve high-speed movement. Although the level of both ninjutsu is not high, they are extremely practical. If you have to choose, these two techniques are the best options. The reward for the second option, the substitution technique, is also good and can save your life at critical moments. The seduction technique that can only be obtained by the third option of Ino seems to be better than nothing, but a perfect version is shown at the end. What should I do? I want it so badly. Which one should I choose? Just when Naruto was thinking seriously, Inyazuka Kaiba suddenly grabbed Naruto's shoulder and shook him. Tell me quickly, did you use a special transformation technique? Snapped. Naruto slapped Inyazuka Kaiba's hand away and said, You're very noisy, don't you know that? Inyazuka Kaiba was immediately unhappy. Hey, Naruto, why are you so arrogant? Do you want to fight? Naruto smiled slightly when he heard this. Tisk. You provoked me first, so don't blame me for offending you. Hey. Ya's tone was as if he had heard a big joke, and he laughed non-stop, holding his stomach. Did you suffer from amnesia? You forgot that you are the last one in the class, and you still say that you offended me. If you're scared, you can beg for mercy. As Naruto spoke, he tried to mobilize the Nine Tails chakra in his body. He had gained 3% control yesterday, and accordingly, he could now freely use 3% of the Nine Tails chakra. I've helped you think of a good way for me to forgive you. Naruto said, Yay, I heard that your sister is very beautiful. You'd better introduce her to me, otherwise I will kill your Akamaru and eat her dog meat. You're the last one, I think you're really crazy, are you looking for death? As the son of the Inyazuka clan leader, Inyazuka Kaiba cherishes his ninja dog Akamaru the most besides his family. And now Naruto, the last one in the group, actually dares to offend both his sister and Akamaru at the same time. Not only him, but the classmates around him also thought that Naruto was crazy. After all, we have been together for so long, we know each other well and are clear about what kind of people each is. Although Inyazuka Kaiba is a bit careless, his strength is indeed among the top few in this session. The only one who can surpass him is Uchiha Sasuke, who is ranked first. Naruto has always been the last place contestant. He hasn't even learned the most basic three-body technique. How can he fight against Kaiba? But hasn't Naruto always been such an annoying guy who only cares about food and not about beatings? Oh, so boring. I originally thought it was interesting that Naruto became more handsome. It seems that he used the transformation technique just as Kaiba said. Ino relaxed her hands and returned to her seat. The rest of the students followed suit, voluntarily leaving space for the enraged Kaiba to teach Naruto a lesson. Naruto, you are crazy. Koji said in confusion, why would he provoke Kaiba for no reason? Who knows? Shikamaru yawned lazily. It would be good if Kaiba could teach Naruto a lesson. Naruto's words are so stinking and he has always been unpopular. Like most people, Sakura, who had been pursued by the original Naruto, also thought that Naruto was going to be beaten next. Naruto-kun. Hinata, the Byakugan girl, grabbed her pants with both hands and looked at Naruto worriedly. At the same time, the black-haired boy Uchiha Sasuke, who was sitting in the protagonist seat by the window in the fourth row, said softly, boring. Ya and him can still hold out for a while, but Naruto can usually be defeated with just one move. It's a one-sided crushing, nothing to watch. Everyone's eyes turned to Kaiba and Naruto, watching this as a one-sided beating for fun. Only Kaiba's ninja dog Akamaru looked at Naruto and seemed to sense something, shaking all over. Kaiba didn't notice anything strange about Akamaru at this time. For him, there was no need to bring Akamaru with him to teach a lesson to a loser like Naruto. He bent down and assumed the fighting stance of the Inuzuka clan. "Loser, if you apologize to me and Akamaru now, I won't hit you so hard later." Naruto still had that indifferent expression on his face. He glanced at the excited classmates around him, and then looked at Ino, Sakura, and Hinata in turn. He had an idea that he needed to experiment with. "You are the last one. How dare you ignore me at this time?" At this time, Ya could no longer bear it, and jumped up and rushed towards Naruto like a tiger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Goal 4. The reward, Blink, was successfully issued. Is there anything strange about ignoring you? As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto mobilized the chakra in his legs and suddenly jumped up, concentrating part of the Nine Tails chakra at his knees. In an instant, he flashed in front of Kaiba and pushed hard into his abdomen. With a loud bang, the tooth flew backwards, knocking over the teacher's desk and hitting the wall. Silence. For a moment, the classroom was silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. How is it possible? He actually defeated you with just one strike. Yeah, that's something even Sasuke can't do. There were sounds of exclamation everywhere, and even Sasuke himself was stunned. He had not intended to watch this farce, but it ended so quickly that he couldn't even turn his head around. I got up so fast. I actually saw Naruto kill Kaiba in a second. Shikamaru muttered, "I need to sleep for a while to wake up." Sitting next to him, Koji put the potato chips aside, followed Shikamaru's posture and lay down to sleep. "I'm tired too, let me sleep for a while." What they didn't know was that Naruto was a member of the Uzumaki clan who was very physically strong, and after eliminating the negative conditions in his body, his strength had reached the peak for his age group. In addition, the effect of the Nine Tails chakra made his strength about 3 times that of normal. Even without using the instant body flickering technique he had just acquired, it was only a matter of time for him to defeat Kaiba. But Naruto himself did not expect that Fang, who would become one of the 12 strongest warriors of Konoha in the future, would be so vulnerable. Lame. At this time, Kaiba had fallen into a coma. Akamaru looked at Naruto, then at Kaiba. He wanted to help Kaiba get revenge, but the extremely evil chakra just now really frightened him. After barking twice, Akamaru ran to Kaiba's side to accompany him, staring at Naruto and not daring to move. "I have to say, this is a good dog." Naruto had no intention of attacking Akamaru, he just wanted to complete the mission objective. Page 4. Now that I have acquired the teleportation technique, I should start experimenting. Attaching chakra to his legs again, Naruto quickly came in front of Sakura. Naruto. Seeing Naruto, who had just easily defeated Kaiba, coming in front of her, Sakura suddenly felt her heart beating faster. Chapter 5 New Prank? It has never been a secret that Naruto likes Sakura. Everyone who knows both Naruto and Sakura knows it very well. So now when Naruto comes to Sakura to seek praise after defeating Kaiba, no one thinks it's anything strange. As for Sakura, she has always hated Naruto ever since he started liking her, because Naruto is not good looking and is the last in the class, yet he sticks to her like a dogskin plaster. The type of person she likes is the opposite sex like Sasuke, who is handsome, strong, and has personality. Naruto now seems to have become the same type as Sasuke. Somehow, Sakura is now looking forward to Naruto's daily flattery of her. If Naruto confesses to me later, would you consider him for a moment? But I've always liked Sasuke. Oh, so annoying. Be nicer to Naruto for now, and think about it later. Facing the unhappy look from her biggest rival Ino who was sitting next to her, Sakura automatically interpreted it as jealousy of her. After all, Naruto came to her immediately after defeating Kaiba with one blow. Jingyezu, she has no such suitor. Thinking of this, Sakura couldn't help but sit up straight with pride, and greeted Naruto with a smile. Most people like to compare with others, and girls' comparison is mostly related to beauty and suitors. Today, Naruto really made her proud. Ino was so angry that her teeth were itching, and her delicate and cute face was full of unhappiness. Hinata, who was behind, looked at Naruto and felt a little disappointed, thinking that Naruto was so nice to Sakura. Naruto, good morning. Good morning, Sakura. And your broad forehead. Sakura and Naruto spoke at the same time, and then her smile froze. However, Naruto was not looking at her at all. He read the words on the selection bar in front of him that only he could see awkwardly. He felt that this selector must be illiterate and his sentences were not very fluent. After carefully confirming it, Naruto continued to read, I will give you a chance today. If you sincerely ask me, I can reluctantly accept you as my slave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Goal 2. The reward, substitution technique, has been successfully issued. The idea works. The knowledge about the use and application of substitution techniques suddenly flooded into his mind, as if it had been used thousands of times in actual combat. As long as Naruto wanted, he could release it immediately. This made Naruto secretly say that it was great. This selector worked just as he expected. He could choose not to make a selection, or he could choose all of them. In that case, he wants all 4 rewards. Naruto. Sakura clenched her fists, almost furious. She was as angry as she was expecting it just now. Pfft! Ino suddenly laughed out loud, mocking Sakura wantonly, broad forehead, did you hear that? Naruto can reluctantly take you as a slave, don't you agree? After that, Ino moved her eyes to Naruto's face and said happily, Naruto-kun, take Sakura in quickly. I support you. The next second, Naruto flashed in front of her and looked straight at Ino, Ino-chan. Aren't you very interested in my changes? If you dance a striptease for me alone, I can teach you how to become beautiful in private tonight. To be honest, Ino is very good at dressing up. Her long golden hair is tied into a flowing long ponytail at the back, and she has a single side bangs in front, which perfectly reflects the girl's youthful vitality. Her earlobes, which are as crystal as jade in the sun, are adorned with a pair of gold earrings, which is playful and unconventional. However, at this moment, her pretty face was twitching with anger and her temples were throbbing due to Naruto's words. Naruto. With a bang, Ino slammed her fist on the table. There was no trace of Naruto in front of her. She turned her head and looked around the classroom. Naruto had already run in front of Hinata. You bastard, do you want to die? At this moment, all the students in the class dropped their jaws. Not only did Naruto get his teeth knocked out, he also provoked 2 female Tyrannosaurus Rex in the class at once. Now he ran in front of Hinata. What on earth does he want to do? None of them could guess what Naruto was thinking, including Shikamaru, who always thought he was quite smart. Looking at Naruto at this moment, he suddenly felt that he didn't seem to understand Naruto. Shikamaru, Kaiba is still lying on the ground. Should we help him to his seat? Koji pulled Shikamaru's sleeve. Wait a minute, let me see what Naruto is going to do. Shikamaru stared at Naruto's direction, thinking that he would not even bully Hinata. Akamaru, woof woof woof. Hinata, who was standing in front of Naruto, also thought so. Naruto had just spoken and angered Sakura and Ino, and now he came to find her, which meant he was definitely going to humiliate her severely. Little Hinata was shy and afraid. She lowered her head and dared not look Naruto in the eye. Her 2 little hands were entangled together, and her 10 small toes kept shaking through her shoes like crystal jade shoots, as if she was trying to dig out a big project. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Goal 3. The reward, perfect version of seduction, has been issued successfully. When the cold reminder sound came, Naruto's smile became even brighter, and he shouted with a bright smile, "Good morning, Hinata-chan." "Morning." "Good morning, Naruto-kun." Hinata wanted to look at Naruto but didn't dare to, for fear that Naruto would immediately blurt out something humiliating. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, be brave, Naruto-kun is just joking, it's okay." Hinata silently comforted herself in her heart, then she raised her head tremblingly, saw Naruto's chin from his chest, and then Naruto's thin lips opened slightly. "Are you interested in marrying me?" Upon hearing this, a big question mark first appeared on Hinata's little face, which then turned red in an instant. Her brain immediately shut down, and she fell backwards uncontrollably. "Hinata, what's wrong with you?" Naruto didn't have time to wait for the reward from the selector to be distributed, and hurried to pull Hinata, who was about to fall to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Goal 1. The reward, Shadow Clone Technique, has been successfully distributed. Hokage Building, Hokage Office. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen used the telescope technique through the crystal ball to observe Naruto's condition. When he saw the changes in Naruto's appearance and strength, he was shocked at first, and then he almost spit out the hot tea he had just drunk. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing several times, the third generation finally returned to normal. "Naruto, you little brat, are you trying to attract people's attention with some new prank? Just ask him directly." After saying that, the third generation took off his divine robe, changed into casual clothes, and walked slowly towards the outside of the Hokage building. Chapter 6: The Girl Who Wants to Block the Road. "Naruto, you just stand here and do your punishment. Don't move until I call you. Do you hear me?" Iruka scolded the boy in front of him who had changed so much overnight, feeling mixed emotions. Today is the day of the graduation exam, and Iruka started to be busy early in the morning. As soon as he arrived at the ninja school, he heard from his colleagues some problems that gave him a headache. Naruto knocked Inuzuka Kaiba unconscious. Naruto humiliated Sakura and Ino. Naruto bullied Hinata until she fainted. Each thing was more outrageous than the last, so outrageous that when Iruka got the exact answer from Naruto, he hardly believed it. Sighing, Iruka softened his tone, "Naruto, if you want to become Hokage, you can't hurt your companions. Do you understand?" As someone who had also experienced hardships, Iruka always subconsciously gave Naruto more preference, so even if Naruto suddenly did so many wrong things, he still gritted his teeth and just made Naruto stand in the corner as punishment. "I understand, Mr. Iruka, you should go to the examination room quickly, the others can't wait any longer." Naruto waved his hand and urged Iruka to leave. "You guy, you can't wait to drive me away, right?" Naruto's words felt like he was chasing him away, and Iruka was so angry that he wanted to teach him a lesson with a stern face, but then he thought again, the exam was about to begin, so he should not affect Naruto's mentality. "Do your best, Naruto. I'll treat you to ramen after the exam." "Okay, bye Iruka-sensei." When Iruka's back disappeared, the options in front of Naruto gradually dimmed until they disappeared. Ding! The target leaves the host's sight range, and the host is unwilling to pursue, which is considered giving up the choice. Would not actively pursuing be considered giving up? Naruto felt like he was one step closer to studying the selector thoroughly. After a short coma, Hinata woke up, but her heart was still pounding, and Naruto's words kept echoing in her mind. "Get married." Hinata stammered, her face flushed all the way to her ears. She couldn't help but recall the scene when Naruto stood in front of her and said it in person. "Naruto-kun. Will he be angry if he doesn't get an answer? If only I had been more motivated and not fainted just now. Naruto-kun." As she was thinking, Hinata's head began to feel hot and she felt dizzy again. Just when she was about to crash again, someone suddenly patted her on the shoulder. Hinata. Hi. Hinata suddenly came back to her senses, saw who was coming, and asked quickly, Ino-chan, what's wrong? Ino said angrily, today, Naruto was such a scoundrel. He not only humiliated me, but also bullied you, Hinata. After the exam, let's go find trouble with him together. Page 5. Al? Going to cause trouble for Naruto-kun? How can this be? Hinata shook her head like a rattle, no, I'm not going. Hinata, don't worry. Ino thought Hinata was just scared. After all, Hinata's shyness and timidity were obvious to everyone. She was so angry that she wanted to find someone to block Naruto together. That guy actually dared to say such shameful words in public as asking her to do a striptease. It was unforgivable. He must be taught a lesson as to why the flowers are so red. Now Kaiba hasn't woken up yet, and he doesn't want to look for Sakura's wide forehead. Shikamaru and Koji have a good relationship with Naruto, so the only one he can look for is Hinata, the common victim. Listen to me, no one can become strong suddenly. Naruto has always been the last one in the standings. He was able to defeat Kaiba only because Kaiba was too careless and did not regard him as a real enemy. That's why he lost. As long as we are well prepared, we can defeat him. Ino patiently worked with Hinata to find the loopholes in the previous battle between Naruto and Kaiba. Hinata lowered her head, not knowing how to tell Ino that she didn't feel like she was being bullied. Next, Hyuga Hinata. A call came from the examination room, and Hinata seemed to have seen a savior, so she quickly stood up and left Ino. Ino-chan, I have to go take my exams first. I won't be there to block Naruto-kun. Looking at Hinata going away, Ino felt helpless. In fact, the guess she just told Hinata was half true and half false. She was not sure whether she could defeat Naruto, otherwise she would not have called anyone to join her. Forget it, if no one is going, I'll go by myself. I don't believe that a last place person can suddenly become so strong. Naruto, just wait for me. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. As the one who was punished to stand, Naruto was the last one to take the test. The question he drew was the clone jutsu, and the shadow clone technique he had just learned came in handy, and he naturally got full marks. Naruto, you've finally grown up. You'll be a ninja who can stand on your own in the future. Iruka put the forehead protector on Naruto himself and said with a smile, after becoming a genin, you must work hard, otherwise you will not be able to become a Hokage. Listening to Iruka's chatter, Naruto tilted his head and looked at the fiery clouds outside the window. Iruka didn't know that he was no longer the original Naruto. Now he had no interest in the position of Hokage. It's better not to tell Iruka about this, just keep it to yourself for now. Telling him would do nothing except make him think too much and bring trouble to himself. Who knows if that old man from the third generation is looking at this side through that glass ball now. There are also troubles with the Root and Anbu who are always following him. His every move is under their sight. He can be naughty and mischievous, but if what he says goes against their ideals, Naruto guessed that he would suffer the consequences. Let's go Naruto, I promised you I'll treat you to ramen. It is good. What's wrong with you today, kid? You're so unmotivated. That's because you're too childish, Iruka-sensei, that's why you're always full of energy. You little brat, you're teaching me a lesson. When Naruto and Iruka walked out of the ninja school, it was already dusk, the most beautiful time of the day on a sunny day. As the sun sets, the blonde girl is still waiting on the road leading to Naruto's house, but Naruto, who should have come a long time ago, still never shows up. As day and night change, the night breeze blows gently. Ache. Ino sneezed violently. The wind was very cold tonight, and she was wearing light clothes, so she couldn't withstand the cold. The thin, straight, Snow-white legs were exposed and trembling in the cold night wind. "Damn you, why don't you come? Where have you been? You're lucky today. I'll let you go for now." After muttering angrily, Ino hugged her already cold arms and quickly ran towards her home. Chapter 7, Collecting 3,000 Jade Maidens. The west wind was howling inside the Konoha training ground, and the leaves of the lush trees were scattered all over the sky. A leaf with clear texture was hit by a stone as it slowly fell, and flew towards the target. The young man with golden hair swung the stones, and each one hit the red heart of the target in front of him without a single mistake. Chakra is really useful. If I had relied purely on physical strength, I would have been exhausted long ago. Naruto raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. He had been training here for more than an hour, trying out the ninjutsu he had acquired today as well as the physical strength of this body. Overall it was pretty good. The instant body flickering technique, the substitute technique, and the shadow clone are all very practical, and there is no sense of unfamiliarity when using them. The rewards given by the selector are like enlightenment, and you don't have to practice slowly after obtaining them. Now all that was left was a perfect version of the seduction technique, and Naruto planned to try it after returning home, but now he would practice his shooting accuracy first. He picked up a free stone from the ground, aimed at the bullseye, and heard the crunching sound of fallen leaves. Naruto turned around and threw the stone, which landed steadily in the palm of the visitor. The visitor was the supreme leader of Konoha village, the Sandaime Hokage. The Sandai casually dropped the stone in his hand and walked slowly towards Naruto with a kind smile on his face. "Naruto, how can you attack people casually?" Naruto pretended to be surprised and said, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Sandaime, when I heard the noise I thought there was some ferocious big yellow dog coming over." "What is this description?" The third Hokage's face turned dark, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Naruto's face, which was almost the same as the fourth Hokage's, he looked a little confused. "It's not a transformation technique, how could a real face change so much?" The third generation took a deep breath and asked Naruto, "Naruto, can you tell me if you have had any special experience recently?" Hearing this, Naruto's eyelids twitched. When he saw the changes in himself, Naruto guessed that this would definitely happen, but he didn't expect that it would be the third Hokage who would come to ask in person. "I don't quite understand what Grandpa Sandaime is talking about." Naruto scratched his head and said innocently. This bad old man was very bad, and he showed great concern for Naruto. When Naruto was looked down upon by the villagers because of his status as a Jinchuriki, he became the only one who took the initiative to care for Naruto. No matter what mistakes Naruto made, he was as tolerant as possible. He never blamed Naruto even when he graffitied on the Hokage rock. He also tried to comfort Iruka and made Iruka truly treat Naruto well. He looks like the kindest old grandfather in the world who is the best to Naruto. But if he really wanted Naruto to avoid being discriminated against by the villagers, he actually just needed to tell the villagers that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Why bother going through so much trouble to influence Naruto on his own? But the third Hokage didn't do that. He never clarified it for Naruto. If he said that it was to protect the information of the Jinchuriki, that would be even more ridiculous. If they really wanted to protect the information about Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki, then why did they allow the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to spread so widely in Konoha? Judging from the fact that the news that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage had never been revealed, if Konoha really wanted to hide the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then how could the common people know it? Therefore, Naruto guessed that the third generation just wanted a Naruto who would be influenced by him and unconditionally support him and his ideals after growing up. The third generation wanted to shape the Naruto that he wanted to see. What a pity, Mr. Third Generation, your dream has been shattered. The Naruto that you shaped into has disappeared. Naruto, don't you notice that you have changed a lot now? Sandai's smile was still kind. You've grown so much taller. I heard that you beat your classmates today. You're amazing. Naruto chuckled and was thinking about what words to use to make the third Hokage believe him when the voice of the selector rang in his mind, and then words that only he could see popped up in front of him. Passive selection trigger. The Sandaime Hokage is trying to get you to talk. He can't figure out why you've changed so much and wants to know if there's anything unexpected that he can't control. What choice will you make? Choice 1. Stay friendly, insult him, old bastard, you don't deserve to know my business, get out of here, or I'll kill your whole family. Completion reward, 20% control of the nine-tailed fox. Option 2. Treat it rationally, challenge him, defeat him, and then humiliate him. Completion reward, raise Nan. Choice 3. Act recklessly, he is the supreme leader of Konoha. Control him to give orders to Konoha and collect 3,000 beauties for you to enjoy. Completion reward, Rin-Egan. Choice 4. Ruthless, chop, slice, and chop him into pieces. Completion reward, would release. After a quick scan, Naruto's pupils shrank slightly and he was shocked. What kind of death options are triggered this time? The selector depends on whether the person is good or not, especially the third option of collecting 3,000 beautiful girls. It is simply like living in a dream. Even if the third generation has a brain seizure and really listens to my orders, will others agree? It is estimated that by then the third generation himself will be imprisoned as a lunatic. Although none of the previous choices were normal, they were still options after all. This time it was purely courting death. Just when Naruto was about to give up, he suddenly discovered that the reward for option 2 was the Raise Nan. The appearance of Raise Nan among the 4 options of rewards seems extremely unreasonable. Although Raise Nan is also considered a powerful ninjutsu, it is a world of difference compared to the other 3 rewards that appeared this time. Naruto guessed that the reward for the mission might be related to the difficulty of the choice. The third and fourth options were completely impossible to do, so they were rewarded with the bug-like Rin-Egan and would release respectively. Although the first option is very risky and you may be imprisoned or handed over to Danzo to be transformed into an obedient weapon, this option can be achieved as long as you ask, so the reward is relatively lower. In comparison, the Raise Nan that appears in the second option is just like a free gift and is dispensable. However, it was this bonus-like reward that made Naruto discover the highlight. It seemed that all 4 options were not possible, but in fact, option 2 was feasible. Who said that you can't defeat the Hokage before becoming an official genin? Raise Nan? I'll take it. Grandpa Sandaime, before you ask me any questions, you'd better defeat me first, otherwise I won't tell you anything. Naruto smiled brightly and struck a hand seal. The third generation was a little surprised and didn't quite understand Naruto's train of thought. Before he could react, he heard Naruto yell from the other side. Seduction technique, a perfect upgrade. Chapter 8, Miss Shanzhong is harmed. Her long golden hair fluttered in the wind, a few drops of water slid from her forehead across her beautiful face, her moist and translucent skin was blushing, the moonlight was hazy, and her looming appearance was beyond words. With a whoosh sound, blood gushed out of Sandai's nose, and he fell straight to the ground as if he had lost his soul. Seduction technique, unlock. Naruto's voice was full of mockery. He walked slowly to the side of the Sandaime and said, "You old pervert, a piece of trash like you is unworthy of being a Hokage. You should just abdicate and let others take over." Page 6. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Goal 2. The reward, Raise Nan, was successfully issued. After a while, the Sandaime sat on the grass and wiped the blood from his nose with a handkerchief. "Naruto, you little bastard, you are still studying such a dirty ninjutsu as the seduction technique. You old pervert, you're still being stubborn. You didn't last more than 2 seconds under the seduction technique just now. Shut up and stop talking." The third Hokage spoke fiercely, but he was much more relaxed in his heart. What Naruto did just now was still the Naruto he was familiar with. He used strange ninjutsu to defeat him and wanted to pull him down from the position of Hokage. The only difference was that Naruto's seduction technique had become more advanced than before, and this time he even managed to confuse his mind, although it was only for a brief moment. It was possible to confuse the mind of a cage-level ninja, which even many advanced illusions could not do. However, given that the nature of this move was too special, the third generation was unable to comment on it for a while. Enough of the fuss, now it's time to get down to business. The Sandai put away his handkerchief and looked at Naruto seriously. Tell me, what happened to you these few days? The dark woods were filled with the sounds of insects and birds, and a bright moon was reflected in the center of the lake. Naruto lowered his eyes and looked sad. I saw the Yondaime-sama. Naruto's tone was flat, but his emotions were all written on his face. He silently stretched out his hand, chakra flowed in his palm, and a blue sphere gradually formed. Spiral pills. The Sandai looked incredulous and shocked. He didn't expect Naruto to say such a bizarre thing as meeting the fourth Hokage. However, the raised nan in Naruto's palm forced the Sandai to believe that what Naruto said was true. Maybe something was left in Naruto's body through the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. Naruto, what did the fourth Hokage say to you in your dream? Asked the third Hokage. He hasn't spoken to me, Naruto said. Hearing this, the third generation secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had watched Naruto grow up, and he knew that although Naruto was naughty, he was not a good liar and his emotions were usually written on his face. Minato, as the inheritor of the will of fire and a fellow Hokage, you must be able to understand me. Naruto said dejectedly, he just taught me the three-body technique and the raise nan and then disappeared. He hasn't appeared since yesterday morning. Third generation grandfather, do you think that fourth generation uncle doesn't come here because he hates me? Is it because I didn't learn ninjutsu fast enough? But I really tried my best. The third Hokage looked at Naruto who was looking at the starry sky and picked up a leaf from the ground. Naruto, the fourth Hokage didn't teach you ninjutsu to make you discouraged. He hoped that you could inherit his will of fire and protect Konoha for him. Naruto looked up at the starry sky. It was really tiring to deceive the old man Sandai. He was like a cult leader who would start brainwashing him as soon as he got the chance. You've made Naruto suffer for so many years, and you still want Naruto's help to protect Konoha. Naruto wants to ask you about your two arms? Not participating in the destruction of Konoha is considered a handsome and kind person. Seeing that Naruto didn't say anything, the third generation thought he was sad and reached out and patted his shoulder. Cheer up, Naruto. Haven't you always wanted to be the Hokage and gain everyone's recognition? Then work hard to become the fourth generation who will teach you ninjutsu. Damn, can this old guy just shut up? The next day. After Naruto put on his clothes and tied the forehead protector on his arm, he went out, yawning all the way. He was pulled by the old man of the third generation for more than 2 hours last night, and returned home very late, and was severely sleep-deprived. When they were almost reaching the ninja school, Naruto met. No, it should be said that he was stopped by Ino on the street. When Naruto went around to the left, she blocked him to the left. When Naruto went around to the right, she blocked him to the right. Uzumaki Naruto, where did you go yesterday? I waited for you until the evening but there was no sign of you. Ino was really angry. Not only did she almost catch a cold yesterday because she blocked Naruto's way, but she was also scolded by her parents for coming home late without reporting it. She angrily shouted, "You damn bastard! Naruto! Another two-armed one?" Naruto didn't understand why Ino made him sound like a scumbag who had betrayed her. He didn't know what was wrong with her. That's the lady from the Yamanaka family, right? How did she get involved with that brat? You mean that cute little boy? I think they are a perfect match. What's the match? That's a nine-tailed demon. Oh, really? I didn't recognize you. The change is quite big, but it's really him. I saw him come out of that house with my own eyes. From what Miss Yamanaka said, she waited for that brat until evening yesterday. Could it be that the young lady of the Yamanaka family has been harmed? Amid the gossip all around and Naruto's surprised look, Ino finally realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained that it had nothing to do with Naruto, but it seemed to have little effect. Others had already formed a preconceived notion, and it was difficult for her to explain herself for the time being. Naruto yawned at the sight and continued walking forward. Ino cared about what others said, but he didn't. Just say whatever you want, just treat it as a dog barking. However, before Naruto could take 2 steps, Ino ran over and blocked his way. You can't leave. Ino opened her arms and refused to give way. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said unhappily, if you have a mental illness, go to Konoha hospital to find a doctor, don't get in my way. You bastard! Ino wrinkled her small nose, her pretty face full of anger. Not only did you humiliate me by saying those words yesterday, but today you called me sick. I have to beat you up. Yesterday? Naruto suddenly realized that Ino came to him because of what he said to her yesterday in order to get the reward. Just when Naruto was about to apologize to Ino and let the matter go, Ino suddenly put her hands together and faced Naruto. This gesture was the seal of the Yamanaka family's secret technique, the heart turn technique. Passive selection trigger. Because of your humiliation yesterday, Yamanaka Ino is resentful of you and wants to teach you a lesson, so she attacked you. What choice will you make? Choice 1, stay friendly, dodge the attack, humiliate her with words again. And tell her that she'd better wait for you at night. Completion reward, 36 ways to tie up. Choice 2, treat it rationally, beat her up, let her know why the flowers are so red. Completion reward, 1% of the 9-tailed fox's control. Choice 3, act recklessly, if she dares to hurt you, you must punish her severely. After defeating her, you can complete the reward, heart-turning technique, on the street. Choice 4, ruthless, no need to say anything, just kill it. Completion reward, 10% control of the 9-tailed fox. Tisk, is it necessary to choose such a simple question? Naruto avoided Ino's hand seal and quickly moved behind her before she could cast it. Chapter 9, The 9-tailed Fox's Fury of Impotence. Too slow. If this is all you are capable of, then don't try to provoke me. A weak person should know his place as a weak person. King He's voice exploded in her ears, Ino's pupils shrank slightly, her face was stunned, and a fear surged in her heart. She turned sideways at the fastest speed and faced Naruto's sarcastic and contemptuous expression, and her fingers couldn't help but curl up. I originally thought that even if Naruto was really strong, I would be able to fight him, but I didn't expect Naruto to be this fast. Then why has he been the last one for so long? Before Ino could retreat to a safe area to think about this problem, she saw Naruto quickly raised his hand. She hurriedly shouted, "Wait! There's nothing to wait for. Just go to my house tonight and wait for me to apologize." The secret of Konoha Taijutsu. A casual knife. The white back of her neck was hit, and a tingling feeling surged up, and then Ino's consciousness gradually disappeared. Her clear eyes closed, her golden hair fluttered in the wind, and she fell straight to the ground. At this critical moment, Naruto quickly took half a step back. Thump! Looking at the beautiful girl lying quietly on the ground, Naruto waved his sleeves. He almost hit his foot without paying attention. He thought he should be more careful next time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. The reward, 36 bundling methods, has been successfully distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. The reward, 1% of 9-tail control, has been successfully issued. As 36 extremely perverted bondage positions flooded into his mind, Naruto felt relieved and continued walking towards the ninja school. Who would complain about having too much reward? Of course, I took all I could, just in case it might come in handy someday. As for Ino, who was knocked unconscious on the road, Naruto didn't bother to care about her. The many Anbu who followed him every day were not raised by him, so they would naturally go and wake up the only daughter of the Yamanaka family. As Naruto expected, shortly after Naruto left, a masked, purple-haired Anbu jumped from the tree to Ino, picked her up, and gently placed her on a chair by the roadside. "I'm just dizzy. I'll wake up naturally after resting for a while." "It's really rude. You can be so cruel even to a girl. Wasn't their conversation just now quite intimate? They even mentioned being together last night. Is that the kind of relationship they have?" "Oh, really? He even beats his girlfriend. He is not a good person. Poor Miss Yamanaka, alas." Listening to the gossip of passers-by, the purple-haired Anbu didn't understand why these passers-by were so capable of making blind guesses, but this was not something she could do, so let others think whatever they wanted, it had nothing to do with her. After going to school to get the registration book, he found a photo studio to take a normal photo and took it to the Hokage building to give it to the third generation. During this time, he met the third generation's great-grandson Konohamaru, who challenged the third generation. What a coincidence! Konohamaru wouldn't come if Naruto didn't come, and Konohamaru arrived just as Naruto came. Who knows if Konohamaru was just released into the Hokage building? Regardless of whether it was the third generation's plan or it was just a coincidence, Naruto was too lazy to establish any friendship with the kid. He didn't even bother looking at the grandfather and grandson and went straight home. There were still a few days of vacation before the genin classes were divided, and Naruto, in addition to practicing the various new bondage techniques he had learned, had been wandering the streets looking for options. Unfortunately, the selector seemed to be sulking and never came out, which made Naruto feel a little depressed. Page 7. April is a day's season, the sunny weather is peaceful and beautiful. On the last day of the holiday, I felt somehow very tired. After wandering around the streets all day, I returned to my small apartment and lay down on the sofa and closed my eyes. Life selector rules are being upgraded 1% 13%. Tick. Tick. When Naruto opened his eyes again, he was already in front of a large iron cage. "Long time no see." Naruto greeted loudly to the Nine-Tails, who was still tied up in the M style. Roar. The nine-tailed fox wanted to roar loudly, but due to the restraint on its mouth, it could only make a low roar, which had no deterrent effect at all. Having lived for thousands of years, even when it was controlled by Uchiha Madara, the Nine-Tails had never felt so miserable. It couldn't even move its body and was forced to maintain this strange posture. It was too painful. "Little devil, quickly untie the seal from me, or I will tear you apart when you get out." "Ha ha ha, you can't even break the seal and yet you're going to tear me apart. You're quite funny." With two seals in place, Naruto made fun of the Nine-Tails unscrupulously. Boundless rage flashed in the nine-tailed fox's eyes. It wanted to immediately break free from the shackles on its body and strangle the little devil who dared to mock it. However, despite its repeated attempts, no matter how much chakra it released, it could not break the chains. These past few days, Nine-Tailed Fox felt like he was going crazy. It would be fine if he could just sleep in the cage like before. Although the cage was quite small for him, at least he had space to move around. But now what is going on with this terrible chain? It no longer wants to stay in this position. "You despicable bugs, what on earth are the chains that bind me? Untie them for me." "Yes, the despicable bug locked you up. You are worse than a bug even though you have a huge amount of chakra." Hearing Naruto's ridicule, the Nine-Tails became even more angry, with hatred in his eyes. "I will tear you to pieces." But it was just impotent rage. Naruto was too lazy to pay attention to it and planned to leave. However, at this moment, the selector that Naruto had been waiting for several days finally appeared again. It turned out that it had disappeared for a few days because it was quietly upgraded. Ding! Life Selector upgrade completed. Improved the reward system and friendly options, added the currency and various props of this world as rewards, and can check the functions of the reward props in advance to help the host make more accurate choices about his life. Passive selection trigger. The nine-tailed fox hates you because it is too painful to be bound, and has made harsh words to you. What choice will you make? Choice 1, stay friendly, agree to untie its shackles and successfully influence it with love and kindness. Completion reward, 46% control of the nine-tail. Option 1, treat it rationally, convince it to sign a contract with you and agree to become your slave. Completion reward, Devil Contract X. Choice 3, act recklessly, the fiery red fox is also very beautiful, so harden it. Completion reward, 100,000 taels of cash. Choice 4, ruthless, no need to say more, kill it completely. Completion reward, 50% of the nine tails chakra. The Devil's Contract appears for the second time. Naruto was really curious about what this thing was. So he used the new function to check it out in advance. Chapter 10 How to do it. Demonic Contract, pull the soul of the creature defeated within a week into an independent space to talk with it. If the other party agrees to sign the contract and become a servant, the other party will gain the special ability of the demon curse, but will also pay the price of handing over the ownership of the soul to the master and will not be able to escape by any means. Note, it is usually stored in a different space and needs to be summoned by the recipient. Regardless of whether the other party signs it or not, it will dissipate once used. Control souls and collect servants? Compared to the other rewards, this thing is somewhat novel for Naruto and is a relatively good choice. With a thought, Naruto closed the text page and looked up to meet the M-shaped nine-tails eyes. Chulama, do you want to gain true freedom? What tricks are you trying to play, you worm? Quickly loosen the chains for me, or else. As Joey was talking, he suddenly froze, his eyelids twitched violently, and asked, how do you know my name? This is not a rare thing. Let alone your name, I basically know everything about this world. Naruto's face showed no emotion, as calm as water. I'll ask you again, do you want to gain true freedom? Answer me. Who do you think you're talking to, kid? It seems that you still don't understand your current situation. Naruto raised his hand, and immediately the nine-tails' right front paw moved as well. Under the nine-tailed fox's horrified gaze, its right front paw clenched into a fist completely out of its control. Do you feel it? Now part of your body is completely under my control. As long as the chain remains, one day your body will be completely under my control. Your consciousness will disappear from the world, and all of your chakra will be devoured by me. Naruto smiled and said, now I am giving you a chance. You have no choice, Kurama. Either wait to be devoured by me, or listen to me and I will give you freedom. Naruto was not lying. If the Devil's Contract had not aroused Naruto's interest, he would have really planned to slowly brush up his options at first, to gain 100% control over the nine tails, and then the nine tails would be completely GG. If someone had threatened the nine tails like this half a month ago, the nine tails would have sneered at the other person. For thousands of years, some people have sealed it, some have controlled it with the Sharingan, but no one has been able to really kill it. But now the nine-tailed fox really felt that it had lost control of a small part of its body. This was not the control of the Sharingan-sai technique, but that part of the body actually no longer obeyed the commands of its consciousness. This is a very scary thing. For the first time, Kyuubi felt that he might actually die. How do you want to give me freedom? Kyuubi finally came to his senses. When I become the strongest, I will give you true freedom while ensuring that I remain immortal. You can roam the mountains, rivers, and oceans as you wish. Naruto replied. Can you become the strongest? The nine tails was not satisfied with Naruto's answer. This statement seemed like a joke. Naruto's smile turned serious. Of course I can, and I must. If he traveled to another world, maybe he could be a salted fish without dreams, but that's not the case here. Here Naruto must become strong. He doesn't want to die in the infinite Tsukuyomi opened by Uchiha Madara. What do you need me to do? The nine-tailed fox lowered its eyes. According to Naruto, it had no choice now. It could only choose to trust Naruto and bet on Naruto's determination and ability. I want you to promise to sign a contract with me when the opportunity arises and to be my slave until I let you go, Naruto said. After hesitating for a long time, Kyuubi nodded and said, okay. It's nothing more than a psychic contract. Human lifespan is no more than 100 years, so we can endure it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. The reward, Devil's Contract X, has been successfully issued. After hearing the information, Naruto was immediately relieved. He bet was right. It turned out that reviewing the questions was very important. He noticed that option 2 required the nine-tailed fox's consent, but it did not necessarily require a signature. He used the iron chain that bound the nine-tailed fox to bully others and successfully got the nine-tailed fox to agree. Otherwise, there would be no contract. Little sir, can you help me untie the chains now, said Kyuubi. Naruto was also confused when he heard this. This chain was used to tie up the nine tails automatically when the negative state was being cleared, and he didn't know how to untie it. Just as he was thinking this, the chains on the nine-tailed fox loosened automatically and it disappeared. In an instant, nine-tailed fox felt comfortable all over, and felt that this extremely dark cage had become much better. It could lie lazily on the ground and sleep again, instead of maintaining that extremely strange posture. Cool. Take your time to rest. I'm leaving now. The next day, when the sky was just turning light in the east, Naruto made breakfast and ate it, then stood in front of the mirror to take care of his appearance. He changed into a pure white shirt and black trousers, and an ascetic young boy appeared in the mirror. The only drawback is that the Konoha forehead protector is too ugly. It looks ugly no matter where it is worn. In the end, I had no choice but to tie it on my left arm. Thanks to his much more handsome appearance, few people recognize him as the lowbrow guy he used to be these days. Not only can they buy what they want, but sometimes they even give him discounts. Sure enough, handsome guys are easily liked by others. Being strong is only temporary, but being handsome is a lifelong matter. After getting ready, Naruto went out and attracted a lot of attention when he was rushing to the ninja school, but Naruto didn't care. Handsome guys always have to get used to other people's attention. For example, Uchiha Sasuke, the king of force who is about to become Naruto's teammate, has long been accustomed to the enthusiastic gazes of girls and turns a blind eye to them. Just as Naruto was looking for Sasuke's seat, two figures suddenly appeared from behind him. Naruto, what did you do to Ino? Shikamaru had dead eyes and was extremely lazy. Koji, who had been eating potato chips crazily, also asked, Yes, Ino has been sad for a long time because of you. I didn't do anything to her. Naruto said frankly, she blocked me a few days ago, and I knocked her out. How can you just hit your girlfriend like that? Shikamaru said in a serious tone. Naruto. Shikamaru also nodded and said, Yes. Although I also think women are troublesome, but hitting her is too much, and Ino is a childhood friend of me and Koji, Naruto. What the hell? Naruto raised his eyebrows and asked blankly, What's wrong with you? When did I have a girlfriend? Seeing that Naruto dared to do something but not to take responsibility, Koji frowned and said, You are still pretending. Now everyone knows that you asked Ino to be bullied at night, and she happily went on a date with you the next day, but you still beat her. Chapter 11 Strange Request. Ino and Sakura pushed each other into the classroom at the same time. They didn't get along well with each other, and even who entered the classroom first was one of their daily rivalries. But after entering the classroom, this atmosphere of hostility suddenly changed. "Inobo, I win again today." Ino didn't open her mouth to mock, so Sakura spoke first, but she didn't wait for the next sentence. "The enemy knows her best." Ino's sudden strangeness made her feel something was wrong, so she glanced at Ino out of the corner of her eye, only to see that she was looking at Shikamaru, Koji, and Naruto in front of her. To be precise, she was probably just looking at Naruto. "Laugh." Sakura sneered, "No way, Inobo, could the rumors these days be true? I can't believe you're secretly interested in Naruto." During the few days of vacation, the news spread like wildfire among their peers. It was said that on the day when Ino and Naruto were to hand in their ninja registration books, they were beaten in the street by Naruto because of their relationship problems. Many villagers around were witnesses. Page 8. Some people say that Ino asked Naruto why he abandoned her, and was slapped unconscious by Naruto. Some people say that it was because Naruto cheated on her, so Ino went to argue with him and ended up being beaten up. Some even said that Ino begged not to break up, but was kicked in the abdomen by Naruto, causing a large pool of blood to flow. There are all kinds of outrageous rumors. Sakura didn't believe that things could be so magical at first, but now it seems that there may be some truth in the rumors. Although it is impossible to be so exaggerated, something must have happened between Ino and Naruto that day, otherwise there wouldn't be so many rumors. "Ugly broad forehead, if you spread rumors again I will tear your mouth apart." Ino glared at him. She was just unhappy that she was knocked unconscious after trying to stop Naruto. How come so many rumors came out of nowhere? These people were really mean. It only takes a little time to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. Even Shikamaru and Koji in front were discussing this matter. Ino became even more angry. These two bastards grew up together, can't they tell the difference between the facts? Ino was just about to go over and clarify the facts, but Naruto's reaction was even more intense. "Don't slander me, you two. What you heard are all rumors. I have nothing to do with Ino. As for me, I have no interest in love-brained little girls." Listening to Naruto's rather helpless voice, Ino felt an inexplicable surge of bitterness. When had she ever been despised like this before? Only Naruto, the guy who first teased her, then knocked her out, and now still despises her. "Don't talk like anyone wants anything to do with you." It was Ino's delicate rebuke that made Naruto and the other two realize that Ino and Sakura were standing behind them. Ino looked at Naruto with red eyes. Shikamaru and Koji were switching back and forth between Naruto and Ino. Ino's appearance made them doubt the truthfulness of what Naruto had just said. Naruto was speechless for a while. Well, all the explanations just now were in vain. Sighing, Naruto found a random seat and sat down. Koji and Shikamaru surrounded Naruto on his left and right, with gossip ignited in their eyes. Sakura gave Naruto a thumbs up. Ino glared at him and quickly walked to the corner of the back row, sitting far away from Naruto, but her eyes were always focused on him, as if she wanted to kill him with her eyes. "Asshole! Asshole! Asshole!" Behind Naruto, Hinata Hyuga, who was still wrapped in a thick cotton sweater in April, silently listened to the conversation between the three boys in the front row, gently poking each other with her two index fingers, her eyes sometimes happy, sometimes gloomy. Naruto-kun said he has nothing to do with Ino. Naruto-kun said she has no interest in little girls. Although she had a lot of ideas, Hinata was shy and never intended to express her thoughts. She just listened to them silently, lowered her head and said nothing. Naruto didn't notice what Hinata and Ino were thinking. He didn't have time to observe them. Just as Naruto had said to Shikamaru and Koji before, he had no interest in little girls at all. Anyone who dared to show interest has already 404D. Boom! Suddenly a fist landed on the table in front of Naruto. Looking up from the fist, he saw Ya with an angry look on his face. Naruto! Come and fight me again. I was careless last time. I will definitely defeat you this time, he said, gritting his teeth. Being defeated by Naruto in one move a few days ago has become a shame for him. Because of this, he has not dared to go out to play these days and has been hiding at home to practice. When he sees Naruto again today, he plans to get back at him. No fight. Naruto refused directly. Why don't you fight? Are you scared? You're too weak. Naruto glanced at him coldly. This big loser couldn't even make a choice now, so he was in no mood to make trouble with him. What did you say? Ya's face turned red as liver color, and he felt very angry. It was really frustrating to be ridiculed by the person who used to be the last in the class. You have to fight me today. Hey, Kaiba, stop messing around. This is a ninja briefing, Shikamaru advised. It's none of your business. Ya threw his hands stubbornly and glared at Naruto. Naruto must fight me today. Naruto-kun. Hinata stared at the two people arguing in the front seat with great attention, and secretly became worried about Naruto. You're annoying. Naruto's eyes turned cold. Ya was frightened by his stare and swallowed unconsciously, but she was still very stubborn. Why, you are not too scared to fight? Kaiba was betting that Naruto was just bluffing. The ninja briefing was on the last day of the ninja school. If he didn't beat Naruto today, he would be labeled as the last one to be defeated for some time to come. He was unwilling to endure such humiliation. At this time, because of Kaiba's noise, the whole class's eyes were on them. Everyone wanted to watch the fun, and most of them hoped that Naruto would accept the challenge to see if Naruto could still beat Kaiba, who was giving his all. Naruto accepts the challenge. Isn't it true that you don't dare? Naruto, are you scared by Yae? The crowd kept on making a noise. Although Naruto won the last time, the people here were not even official genin, so in their eyes the last battle was fake. They thought that Kaiba's posture at that time did not look like he was going to fight seriously, so Naruto might have defeated Kaiba just by catching him by surprise. It's wrong for adults to fight, stop shouting. Hinata was worried and scared, but she still stood up bravely and tried to dissuade the people around her from making a fuss. But her voice was so small that it was completely drowned out by the booing. Naruto had sharp ears and heard Hinata's voice. He looked back and happened to meet Hinata's eyes. He smiled at Hinata and said, "Don't worry." Faced with the sudden smile, Hinata's heart skipped a beat, her snow-white cheeks turned visibly red, and then she quickly lay down on the table and covered her head like a frightened deer. Naruto-kun. He smiles so beautifully. Ino, who was sitting in the corner of the last row, felt inexplicably unhappy when she saw this scene. Naruto, this disgusting bastard, despised her so much, but he was smiling at Hinata. Kaiba felt that he was being disrespected. Naruto was the guy he was challenging, but he ignored him and went to talk to a girl. Naruto, if you're scared just say so, Kaiba said angrily. Well, since you want to be beaten so much, I will grant your wish. Naruto turned around and twisted his neck. This is the first time I have heard such a strange request. Naruto was too lazy to fight with Kaiba. There was no point in bullying a weakling. But he couldn't blame him for the weakling's aggressiveness. Just as Naruto was about to stand up to fight, a cold voice came from not far away. Kana, Naruto is right, you are too weak. The one who should fight Naruto now is me. Uchiha Sasuke stood up from the protagonist seat by the window and stared at Naruto, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Passive selection trigger. Chapter 12. Why don't you avoid it? Is that him? The survivor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke. It seems that he didn't get the first place among the rookies this year. First place goes to the young man he is challenging, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Uzumaki Naruto. In the Hokage building, in the Hokage's office, a group of Jonin were standing beside the Sandaime Hokage, staring at the crystal ball that had been used with the telescope technique by the Sandaime. The jonin who will lead the new generation of Konoha are observing the boys and girls who are about to become their disciples. It's quite surprising that Uzumaki Naruto could surpass Uchiha Sasuke and become the number one. Hitaki Kakashi murmured. So now Uchiha Sasuke wants to challenge Uzumaki Naruto to regain the first place. The third Hokage's son Asuma Sarutobi said, I am quite optimistic about him. What do you think, Kakashi? Although he was asking Kakashi, he was actually glancing at the face of the female jonin next to him. She has an exquisite hairstyle, with long wavy hair draped over her shoulders like an ink painting. She wears a red mid-V-line miniskirt with a translucent black mesh top underneath. She has an elegant and dignified figure, beautiful makeup, and an extraordinary temperament. This is Kurane Yui, the childhood sweetheart that Asuma Sarutobi has loved for many years. Now the relationship between the two of them is more than friendship but less than romance, and they just need the finishing touch. If they can take one more step, it is probably only a matter of time before they confess their love and become boyfriend and girlfriend. Kakashi glanced at him speechlessly with his dead fish eyes and said perfunctorily, well, I am also optimistic about him. Don't be too confident. We'll know who wins and who loses when we see it. The third generation looked at the crystal ball with great interest. As the only person here who knew Naruto's background, he was very confident in Naruto's strength. How could a child who has been personally taught by 4 generations be bad? However, the talented young men of the Uchiha clan are not bad either. How big is the difference in their strength? Notify Irika to go to school later to give them enough time to decide the winner. Kakashi, you go first and be ready to intervene at any time. Yes. Passive selection trigger. Uchiha Sasuke sees that your defeat of Kaiba is no accident. He now has an unprecedented fighting spirit towards you and challenges you. What choice will you make? Option 1, stay friendly, persuade him to put down his hostility towards you and swear to be his best friend. Completion reward, passionate transformer. Choice 2, treat it rationally, accept the challenge and successfully defeat the opponent. Completion reward, fire attribute chakra. Choice 3, act recklessly, the pretty boy is pretty, accept the challenge, successfully defeat the opponent and press him to the ground and rub him hard. Completion reward, Sasuke's corruption value is 10%. Choice 4, ruthless. Accept the challenge and kill him successfully. Completion reward, 3 Megatama Sharingan. Naruto quickly glanced at the 4 choices. The cruel one was still cruel, and the perverted one was still perverted. Naruto was curious about new things, and checked in advance what the reward for Sasuke's depravity value and the passionate transformation device were. The result was really shocking. It became a multiple choice question again. I could only get one reward and it felt like I had lost 100 million. Hey, Uchiha Sasuke, don't be so crazy. Why, did I say something wrong? You are indeed not strong. You are such a jerk. First being ignored by Naruto and then being mocked by Sasuke, Kaiba was almost unable to hold back his temper, but he was definitely no match for Sasuke. After staring at Sasuke for a few seconds, Kaiba clenched his fist and said, okay, after you and Naruto are done, I will challenge you. I accept your challenge. Sasuke smiled contemptuously. The thing that the Uchiha clan lacked the least was confidence. He fully believed that after fighting with Naruto, he would still have the strength to defeat Kaiba. Wow, as expected, Sasuke-kun, so handsome. Page 9. That smile hits my heart. That's so cool, Sasuke is just different. Sasuke's arrogant remarks immediately caused quite a commotion. Stars seemed to appear in the girl's eyes, with Sakura's cheers being the loudest. She had just given Naruto a thumbs up, but as soon as Sasuke said he wanted to challenge Naruto, she turned around and started cheering for Sasuke. Ino looked at Naruto with a smile on her face, you damn bastard, I can't beat you, but this time it's Sasuke-kun who's doing the fighting, so just prepare to get your beating. Yagu said, Tisk, these women are blind, wait until I defeat Sasuke, and see what you have to say. Koji chewed potato chips, can I eat it if I'm handsome? Abarame Shino suddenly appeared like a ghost and said faintly, I think most of them like strong ones. Otherwise, Naruto is also very handsome now, why doesn't anyone support Naruto? Naruto looked at Shino and silently moved away from him. Naruto, give up. Shikamaru advised, Sasuke is indeed stronger than all of us. There is no hope of defeating him. How can you be so sure that I will lose? Naruto smiled calmly, stood up, looked at Sasuke, and said with the same contempt, I accept your challenge. This action also caused a commotion among the girls, but basically all of them were verbal attacks on Naruto. Oh, you really dare to accept the challenge? You really have no self-awareness. Who does he think he is? Just because he defeated Kaiba he thinks he can fight Sasuke-kun. You slacker, do you think Sasuke-kun is also Kaiba? Tooth. There is nothing you can do about girls' unreasonable bias. Compared to Naruto, who has just become handsome, Sasuke has been an idol in the ninja school for several years. Moreover, Sasuke's superficial identity is much better than Naruto's. He is a child of a big family, has been the top student in the school for several consecutive years, and is also handsome. He simply leaves no chance for other boys to survive. Naruto is a well-known fox demon, a child that his parents don't allow to get close to, and he has always been the last in the class. People are used to looking down on him. Even if he becomes handsome and defeats Kaiba, he cannot change other people's views of him in a short period of time. Naruto never thought about changing them. They are just a bunch of insignificant little characters. What's there to worry about? The group arrived at the training ground of the ninja school. Naruto and Sasuke stood in the center, surrounded by Sasuke's little fans. Come on, Sasuke! Sakura was still cheering loudly for Sasuke. Come on, Sasuke, beat Naruto hard. Ino made her hands into a trumpet shape and shouted, looking forward to the bastard Naruto being beaten down with great joy. Only Hinata looked at Naruto timidly, praying in her heart that Naruto would not be beaten too badly. Naruto, I hope you can hold on for a few more seconds and help me consume Sasuke's physical strength. At this time, Kaiba was already thinking about how to fight Sasuke after Naruto was defeated, and how to defeat Sasuke. Even Shikamaru and Koji, who get along well with Naruto, don't believe that Naruto has any chance of defeating Sasuke. Koji said, let's go help Naruto later. Shikamaru held his forehead helplessly, this is the only way, that guy is still the same and won't listen to any advice. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Sasuke cautiously assumed a fighting stance. He was not an idiot who would become overconfident when praised. Since he challenged Naruto because he thought Naruto was strong, he would take this battle seriously. I hope Naruto isn't too weak, that would be disappointing for him. Naruto was thinking that the flickering technique was a technique that used a large amount of chakra to cover the legs to achieve a speed that exceeded one's own limit. The previous 2 times, whether it was fighting against Kaiba or knocking out Ino, Naruto used his own chakra to increase his speed. So what kind of effect can be achieved if the 9 tails chakra, which can greatly enhance abilities in all aspects, is used this time? How much will the speed increase? Naruto hasn't tried it yet, and he is looking forward to the battle with Sasuke. The genius boy of the Uchiha family should be able to experience a hearty battle. Sasuke said coldly, go ahead. Naruto nodded slightly, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke saw a shadow running towards him. Not good. Too fast. By the time Sasuke could see Naruto clearly, Naruto had already swung his fist wrapped in the 9 tails chakra and hit Sasuke's abdomen with all his strength. Naruto was still thinking about asking until his fist was about to make intimate contact with Sasuke's belly. Why don't you avoid it? Is he preparing to use a substitute technique? Then Naruto's fist made close contact with Sasuke's abdomen, and Naruto witnessed with his own eyes that Sasuke opened another special eye of Konoha. Roll your eyes. Chapter 13 I'm sorry, Ino. There was silence. Whether it was the group of Nezusa's fans who were watching from all sides, or the group of Jonin who were monitoring with a crystal ball in the Hokage's office, they all widened their eyes and looked at Sasuke in disbelief as he was knocked away by Naruto's punch. It would be fine if Kaiba was killed instantly with one strike, but how could even Uchiha Sasuke, who has always been number one, end up like this? This is really horrifying. Just as Sasuke was sailing away at high speed, a white-haired masked man wearing a Konoha ninja vest suddenly appeared and caught Sasuke's body. Well, you can already use the Nine Tails chakra flexibly. Kakashi marveled in his heart. He is truly worthy of being Minato's son. It's just that the attack was a bit too cruel. I don't know how badly this genius of the Uchiha family will be hit. I hope he doesn't lose his mentality. Let's send him to the hospital first. Kakashi looked down at Sasuke who had fainted, and without saying a word, he hugged Sasuke and disappeared into the crowd. Sasuke-kun. He also lost to Naruto. That's impossible. Am I hallucinating? It's fake. I must be dreaming, right? Over the past few years, the powerful impression that Sasuke left on his classmates was too deep, so it is really difficult for his little fans to accept Sasuke's failure now. Moreover, Naruto, who was the last one, killed Sasuke instantly with one blow. It was a super crushing victory that left no room for sophistry. Even if it was Sasuke, would his fate be the same as Kaiba's? Shikamaru swallowed, his eyes glazed over. Koji's potato chips fell to the ground. Then both of them felt a pain in their arms. Ino, what are you doing? It hurts. Let me try and see if I'm dreaming. Then you won't pinch yourself. Shikamaru quickly took Koji away from Ino. Ino stared blankly at Naruto who was surrounded by everyone in front of her, with complicated feelings. How could Naruto be so strong? Was he pretending all along? How could a scumbag like him who loves to talk trash and humiliate girls? Tisk. The genius boy of the Uchiha family is just like this. Naruto sighed in disappointment. He thought he could have a good fight, but this was the result. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. The reward, Fire Attribute Chakra, has been successfully issued. In an instant, Naruto felt a burning sensation surging in the meridians in his body, and even his internal organs became warm. From then on, he had an additional attribute of chakra in his body. Naruto already has wind attribute chakra in his body. He remembers fire and wind, and can fuse them into a bloodline limit, scorch release. You can do more research on this in the future. The more power you have, the more ability you will have to protect yourself. As the Jinchuriki of the tailed beast, Naruto's road is not smooth. The villain Danzo of Konoha who secretly possesses Kota Amatsukami, Akatsuki who is about to start a plan to capture the tailed beasts, the madman Uchiha who wants to start the infinite Tsukuyomi in the future, as well as other unknown variables that may occur, all require sufficiently strong strength to deal with. Also, there are people and things that have not been dealt with yet. Don't let anyone, no matter what, come and cause trouble. Turning his head to look at Kaiba in the crowd, Naruto said, Kaiba, you want to challenge me, don't you? Come here quickly while it's still early. The tooth that was called out suddenly felt a little scared. Naruto, let's not fight. Ye shook his head in refusal. Why? Naruto narrowed his eyes, smiled shyly, pointed at himself and said, didn't you just say that you had to fight me today? I have already accelerated the battle with Sasuke to give you this face. Now it's your turn. There was gentleness in his words. But those who heard it couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. If there is still anyone at this moment who thinks that Naruto's previous victory over Kaiba was exaggerated, then he is a complete idiot. Kaiba himself is not stupid. Sasuke was knocked down by Naruto with one blow, so how could he possibly beat Naruto? The former last place team has made a comeback and become the first, which really makes me jealous. No, Naruto is definitely not a loser. He is an absolute genius. He must have been acting crazy and stupid like a clown before. Although I don't know why Naruto did that, this is the only reasonable explanation. Naruto, I'm sorry. I was too impulsive before. I hope you can forgive me. Kaiba felt that he had done the right thing. Compared to being knocked out again, it was not shameful to surrender to a genius who was even more talented than Sasuke. Page 10. Naruto stared at Kaiba's face quietly and secretly felt annoyed. It's not that he's annoying, he doesn't deserve it. What really annoyed Naruto was that the third Hokage was watching his every move, Kakashi who suddenly appeared, and the Anbu who followed him at all times. If he ignored Kaiba's apology and still attacked Kaiba, one can imagine what the consequences would be. Passive selection trigger. You are extremely upset at this moment. You are very unhappy. When you are unhappy, you need to find someone to relieve your anger. The choice you will make is: Target 1, Yamanaka Ino, pinch her face and verbally humiliate her in public. Completion reward, 200,000 taels. Target 2, Hyuga Hinata, take advantage of the crowd and confess your love to her in public. When she agrees, laugh at her and say you were just joking with her, making her completely embarrassed. Completion reward, 500,000 taels. Target 3, Haruno Sakura, hold her hand, forcibly bring her to your house and beat her up until she is black and blue. Completion reward, 1 million taels. Why is the reward all money this time? Do I look like I'm short of money? Well, when I think about it carefully, I am indeed a little short of money. I have just arrived in this world for a few days and I have basically spent all of the original owner's savings. I have bought a lot of delicious food and drinks, and more than 10 sets of clothes. Well, let's just forget it. Naruto glanced at Ya and thought to himself, you're smart, apologize quickly. As Naruto finished speaking, Ya let out a deep breath and his tense body relaxed. Naruto, don't worry, I'll wait for you when I become stronger. Yaja raised his fist, wanting to bump fists with Naruto to make peace. However, Naruto simply swerved around him and said coldly, then wait until you become stronger. After saying that, Naruto headed straight towards the group of people on the left. What is this guy doing so arrogantly? Ya clenched his fists. Sooner or later, he would beat this guy Naruto down. At this moment, Ino looked at Naruto who was standing in front of her, feeling a little at a loss. Her emerald green eyes flashed with stubbornness. Even if Sasuke couldn't beat Naruto, she was still not afraid. As long as Naruto dares to pick a fight with her, she will beat him even if she can't win. Naruto, what are you going to do? Ino straightened her back and looked at Naruto. The spring breeze was a little damp, ruffling Ino's soft blonde bangs and leaving a morning mist between her hair. Looking at the girl's elegant oval face, Naruto thought to himself, I don't want to do anything, but I'm short of money. If I had money to buy kunao and detonating tags, I would definitely give up the mission. So I'm sorry, Ino. After taking a breath, Naruto grabbed Ino's face. Soft and delicate. Chapter 14 He likes me. Although Sakura received the highest reward, there was no proper reason to beat her up, and beating up a companion for no reason was clearly not in line with the third Hokage's ideal for him. It's too dangerous, give up beating Sakura. Hinata just spoke up for Naruto, and Naruto didn't want to bully her, so he gave up on playing a prank on Hinata. In the end, Naruto had no choice but to let Ino suffer a little and use her to make money. Anyway, Naruto saw that she had just cheered for Sasuke and she seemed quite happy, so it could barely be considered a reason to bully her. Uzumaki Naruto, what are you going to do? Ino was completely confused, staring at Naruto with her beautiful eyes, her tone indignant. Just now you seem to have been shouting for Uchiha Sasuke to beat me up. I warn you not to do this again, or I will break your legs." Naruto said this with a fierce expression, and felt that this level of humiliation was about enough. Ino was furious. She stepped back and shook off Naruto's hand, shouting at him, "Who's afraid of who? Come on if you have the guts. Even if I can't beat you, I won't be afraid of you." Ino had the temperament of a tomboy. After shaking off Naruto's hand, she stood only one step away from Naruto, raised her head and stared into Naruto's eyes with her almond-shaped eyes, her rosy little mouth slightly opened and she gritted her teeth, wondering why such a disgusting soul lived in this face that was obviously a little more handsome than Sasuke's. At this moment, Naruto didn't care about what she said or her eyes at all. What Ino thought was a look in the eye was actually just Naruto waiting for the notification sound of the reward arriving. If the prompt sound didn't come, Naruto planned to pinch Ino's face again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Goal 1. The reward, 200,000 taels, has been stored in the cabinet at your residence. Please check it carefully. Well, it seems that Ino is still lucky. Naruto said nothing more and left the training ground. Soon after, everyone present followed suit. Shikamaru and Koji slowly walked to Ino's side and joined her. "You two bastards, what with the pig, deer, and butterfly, just disband." Ino got angry when she saw them, her face fell, and she gave each of them a claw. "You saw me being bullied, and you didn't help me." Shikamaru cried out in pain, "Hiss, it hurts." Dinkai said aggrievedly, "But isn't Naruto your boyfriend? How do you want us to help? Damn it! I'll say it again, I have nothing to do with Uzumaki Naruto." Ino was furious and wished she could swallow up Koji, who was several tons heavier than her. "But Naruto's behavior just now doesn't seem to have nothing to do with you, and there were rumors about you before," Koji said with a bitter face. "There is no rumor between him and me, and are you blind? We were clearly about to fight just now, okay? He even said he would break my legs." Ino was furious and gave each of his two childhood friends a claw again. Koji and Shikamaru's brows twitched because of being pinched. They thought to themselves that if they had known earlier, they would not have come to find Ino. It was too painful. "Naruto, you were just saying that out of anger. After all, as his girlfriend, you actually cheered for Sasuke." Shikamaru escaped from Ino's range and thought for a moment to stop her temper before continuing. Naruto looked very sad when he left just now. "As a friend, I have never seen Naruto look so lost. He was looking for trouble just now, but he challenged you to a fight directly. But when it came to you, he just touched you, and you scolded him and he just left quietly. Why?" Hearing this, Ino was also stunned. What Shikamaru said seemed to be true. When Naruto turned around and left, his expression suddenly became very depressed. If you think about it carefully, although Naruto said something fierce, he actually didn't do anything to her. Even the last time she went to block Naruto, she was knocked unconscious, and after waking up, she was lying on a chair by the roadside without any injuries on her body. But that's not right. Hasn't Naruto always liked Sakura? And many more. Ino's eyes widened, and she suddenly realized something. When Naruto was pursuing Sakura, he always looked very ugly, and his performance in all aspects was always at the bottom. However, in recent days, it has been proved that Naruto is very handsome and incredibly strong. Why did he deliberately pretend to be ugly? How could he possibly attract girls that way? Maybe he doesn't like Sakura at all, but wants to disgust her. Ino vaguely remembered that Naruto pursued Sakura right after she and Sakura had a falling out. Also, what Naruto said just now, "You seem to be shouting for Uchiha Sasuke to beat me up. I warn you not to do this again in the future," sounds like a threat, but if you think about it carefully, you can taste the inexplicable jealousy in it. Could it be that the one Naruto really likes is me? Ino was inexplicably dazed after coming to this conclusion. The figure of Naruto, who had just turned and left in front of her, gradually became depressed, lost, and gloomy in her mind. Koji, who had already walked away, poked Shikamaru beside him and said, "Is what you just said true? Why didn't I notice that Naruto was lost? Do you want me to get some snacks to comfort Naruto? I'm behind him, how would I know if he's happy or sad?" Shikamaru said listlessly. Koji was stunned. "Then why did you tell Ino that Naruto was lost? Idiot, do you want to be choked by Ino again? It was Naruto who provoked her, but we are the ones who suffer." Shikamaru yawned with dead eyes. Women are such troublesome creatures, let Naruto, the culprit, worry about it himself. After Naruto sat in the classroom for a long time, teacher Irika finally came and announced the class division. It was no different from the original story. Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino still formed the 8th team. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Ino form the Ino-Shikajo Team 10. The only unexpected change is that the second pillar of Team 7 was sent to Konoha Hospital by Naruto. It will probably take a while for him to come back from the hospital, and his classmates will have to notify him by then. After discussing many matters, Irika left first, leaving them to wait for the guiding Jonin to lead them. The 8th team's instructor, the Jonin Ui Kurane, arrived first and asked everyone in the 8th team to follow her. Yaoi glanced at Naruto and silently swore in his heart that he must practice hard and then defeat Naruto. The cute girl Hinata glanced at Naruto before leaving. Naruto saw it and waved to her generously, "Bye Hinata, see you next time." Naruto's every move always made Hinata blush. She lowered her head in panic, stretched out her little hand and waved goodbye to Naruto. "Naruto-kun, see you next time." After saying that, Hinata covered her face and ran out of the classroom first. Ino, who was standing behind, saw this scene and for some reason, felt angry for no apparent reason. "You won't allow me to cheer for Sasuke, but you can say goodbye to Hinata on your own. P.S. Please keep reading, please keep reading, please keep reading. I have to say it many times because it is important. Please keep reading." Chapter 15 Live Happily. "Naruto, we're leaving now. Please wait. Goodbye." The guiding Jonin of Team 10 also arrived. Koji and Shikamaru waved goodbye to Naruto. Naruto nodded slightly, waved back to them, and then continued to stare at the ceiling and wait boredly. For some unknown reason, Ino, who had already walked to the classroom door, suddenly turned around and said bye to Naruto. However, Naruto subconsciously thought that Ino was not talking to him. Their relationship was not good to begin with, and he had provoked her several times in recent days. It would be a kindness for him not to spit at her before leaving, so how could he possibly say goodbye? Ino stared into Naruto's clear blue eyes and waited for a long time but got no response from him, feeling depressed. "Why are you so stingy? Don't talk anymore, no one will care about you." Ino said something harsh against her will, pouted her lips and turned away. As they were about to part, it would be impossible for them to meet every day like they did in school. In fact, Ino wanted to ask Naruto what was going on before she left. Asked Naruto why he played the clown to tease Sakura, and whether it was really for her. Asked Naruto why he was angry because she cheered for Sasuke, and whether he really liked her. But the girl Ino has always had a bad temper. Even though Naruto ignored her, she didn't want to bow her head. She maintained her pride and quickly followed the guiding senior ninja Asuma. Only after that did Ino begin to regret why she left in such a hurry. What if I wait a little longer and he starts talking? Page 11. Was she talking to you just now? Naruto looked at the pink-haired girl Sakura not far away. Sakura has very fair skin and a slightly delicate oval face. In fact, she is quite pretty, but her brain is not quite right. She is the most crazy fan of Sasuke. Probably. Sakura said uncertainly. She had not paid any attention to the situation over there. Her mind was full of thoughts about how to get along with Sasuke and Naruto in the future. The two strongest and most handsome men in the class suddenly became her partners. She likes Sasuke and Naruto likes her. What a complicated relationship. After getting Sakura's answer, Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Just now, when Ino was talking, she had been looking over here, and he almost mistakenly thought that Ino was talking to him. In the afternoon, everyone in the classroom except Naruto and Sakura had left. Sakura paced back and forth in the corridor bored. She wanted to talk to Naruto to relieve her boredom, but Naruto had been sleeping on the table for a long time. The breeze outside the window blew the fallen leaves from the treetops into the classroom and fell on Naruto's face. In the sunlight, Naruto's fair skin reflected brightly. Sakura found this scene extremely beautiful. As a beauty-obsessed girl, she really couldn't bear to disturb Naruto's sleep. If she wasn't waiting for guidance from the Jonin, she would even want to rent a camera outside to capture this scene. Naruto, why did you become so good-looking? It's hard for me to choose between you and Sasuke. When Sakura muttered these words unconsciously, Naruto's eyelids twitched. What the hell are you going to choose? Who will let you choose? Common girl, really humble. In fact, Naruto was not asleep, he was just too lazy to pay attention to Sakura. The girls in this world are too precocious. They are so young, but they don't work hard all day long and just think about dating handsome guys. In this class, Naruto felt that the arrogant Hokage was like a normal person. He only wanted to become stronger. This was the normal thinking of a ninja. After an unknown amount of time, the instructor of Team 7 and the third companion finally arrived at the classroom. Seeing them, Sakura smiled, her eyes full of joy. Sasuke-kun, you are finally back. How are you? Are you seriously injured? Sasuke ignored Sakura, his eyes bypassing her and staring straight at Naruto, who stood up and stretched, his eyes full of fighting spirit. This guy Naruto actually defeated him with just one blow. Sasuke couldn't believe it. When he woke up, he found himself in the Konoha hospital. Standing next to him was a white-haired senior ninja who recounted the whole story for him and forced him to accept the fact. Naruto, I will fight you again. Sasuke said coldly. Hearing this, Naruto scratched his head. He was not surprised that Sasuke would say that. He even believed that Sasuke would take practical action. Although Naruto was very crazy, he was really brave enough to fight. Okay, I will wait for you. Naruto yawned lazily before asking, when are we leaving? The classroom has been empty for hours. I'm sorry to have kept you two waiting for so long. As you can see, I brought your companion back from the hospital, so it took a little while. I am your instructor, Jonin Hitaki Kakashi. Now please follow me. After saying this, Kakashi, with only one eye showing on his face, led the three people to the rooftop of the ninja school. First, please introduce yourself. What do you like, what do you hate, your interests, your dreams, just talk about it. Kakashi said. During this period of waiting, Sakura was almost going crazy. Whenever she got a chance to speak, she would just pour out all the words she had stored away for hours. My name is Haruno Sakura, my hobbies are, my interests are, my dreams are. Sakura glanced at Sasuke as she spoke, and finally couldn't help but scream out ah. Kakashi noticed that when she was looking at Sasuke, she would secretly glance at Naruto, who was next to Sasuke. For a moment, he was a little confused about who her so-called dream was. Or is to the dream. Tisk, are today's little girls' views on love so distorted? My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, but I don't like anything. My dream is to kill a certain man, and Sasuke turned his head to look at Naruto in the middle of his words, his face full of fighting spirit. Now there is one more target, I will definitely avenge my humiliation, Naruto. Then come on. Before the fight, Naruto had some interest in Sasuke, but now Sasuke is so weak that Naruto can only feel bored. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like freedom. My hobby is living happily. My dream is to become a Hokage. The last sentence is false. Naruto's real dream is already included in the first two. As for the dream that was spoken out, it was said for the third generation to hear. The prerequisite for living happily is to first stay alive. Naruto wants the Sandame to think that although his behavior has become a little strange recently, he has not changed. Well, the self-introduction part is over. Next, I will tell you about tomorrow's plan. That's all for today. Under the gaze of the three, Kakashi told them about the selection of genin, and finally reminded them, gather at the training ground at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning with a set of ninja tools. Friendly reminder, don't eat breakfast, otherwise you will vomit. After saying that, Kakashi disappeared from the sight of the three people. Sakura was almost heartbroken. She had finally passed the exam, but this had to happen. The next day, at daybreak, Naruto got up and glanced at the time. It was only 6 o'clock, so he fell back to sleep. Naruto is not stupid. Why did he have to rush to be fooled by Kakashi even though he knew he would be late? At this time, Sasuke and Sakura had been waiting in the theater with their ninja tools for nearly 2 hours. He slept until 8 o'clock, and after having a hearty breakfast at 9 o'clock, Mingren finally arrived at the training ground. Sasuke and Sakura looked at Naruto at the same time, and Sakura asked, "Naruto, why are you here so late?" "You are late. Because a black cat passed by me, I lost my way in life." Naruto had just finished speaking when Kakashi appeared in the training grounds the next second and repeated the exact same words. Sasuke and Sakura's faces darkened instantly and the atmosphere fell into silence. Kakashi smiled awkwardly and took out 2 bells. "Well, let's start today's assignment. Take the bells away from me before noon." Passive selection trigger. Chapter 16 Who is more important? Start now. Kakashi shouted and disappeared from the sight of the three people at an extremely fast speed. Naruto followed closely behind, and Sasuke and Sakura also dispersed. After quickly climbing up a tree and hiding, Naruto watched the selection first. Hitaki Kakashi has started a genin test. Those who he thinks are unqualified will be sent back to the ninja school for retraining. You already know his routine, so what choice will you make? Option 1, stay friendly, find Sakura and Sasuke to communicate, tell them the goal, and the three of them work together to pass the level. Completion reward, Scorch Release, Hell Dog. Option 2, treat it rationally, use your own ability to seize the bell, and then share it with Sakura and Sasuke, and successfully pass the level. Completion reward, Scorch Release, Scorch Arm. Choice 3, act recklessly, do not take the bell, find Sakura's location, and then complete the reward, Scorch Release, Meteor Volcano, in the woods. Choice 4, ruthless, kill Kakashi after taking the bell. Completion reward, Rinnegan. Damn multiple choice question. Naruto spat, then began to look around, and soon saw Sakura hiding in a bush. Sakura had too many flaws and they were too obvious, so it made no difference whether she hid or not. He attached the 9 tails chakra to his legs, held his breath, and used the body flickering technique to flash to Sakura's side. Then, without waiting for Sakura to react, Naruto grabbed her arm and pulled her into the woods on the left. Sakura tensed up nervously at first, then breathed a sigh of relief when she saw it was Naruto, and asked quietly, "Naruto, what are you going to do? Don't talk, just follow me." Kakashi stood on a tree, quietly observing the actions of the three people. Naruto was the strongest and pulled Sakura away, so he would start with the one who was alone. Just as Kakashi was observing Sasuke, Sasuke also launched an attack. 2 shurikens came straight towards Kakashi's head. Kakashi casually stretched out 2 fingers to block them. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. A ball of flame rose up and rushed towards Kakashi at a rapid speed. Hit! Before Sasuke could be happy for 2 seconds, Kakashi in front of him turned into a wooden stake. Sasuke was shocked and panicked. Earth escape, the art of beheading in the heart. Suddenly, a pair of hands came through the ground and pulled Sasuke's body into the ground, leaving only his head outside to breathe. Next, it's time to find those two. Where did they go? 3 minutes later, Kakashi locked onto Sakura's position in the woods 30 meters away. But Sakura looked haggard, and her clothes were covered in mud and in a mess. She looked up and saw Kakashi, and tears rolled down her cheeks. She was truly pitiful. Teacher Kakashi, Naruto, Wivu. What's wrong, Naruto? Naruto said that there are only 2 bells, and as long as I am eliminated directly, then he and Sasuke will definitely be able to successfully advance. Sakura spoke as she cried, her tears flowing like a flood, uncontrollable. Kakashi's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Just now, Naruto pulled Sakura too far and he didn't pay attention to the situation here. If what Sakura said was true, then he would definitely not let Naruto pass. Whoa! Suddenly a kunai flew directly towards Kakashi, and the attacker was none other than Sakura, who was still crying in front of Rika just now. Kakashi dodged sideways, but dozens of shurikens came from above. He jumped up quickly, and behind him came Naruto holding a raise nan. Naruto actually knows how to raise the raise nan. What happened to the ninja school? How could he be rated as a weakling? What on earth does the 3rd generation's ANBU do? The information he gave is inaccurate. Because the fact that Naruto defeated Sasuke with 1 blow yesterday was so shocking, before coming, Kakashi asked the 3rd Hokage for a copy of Naruto's information sheet, and there was no mention on it that Naruto could use the raise nan. Now Kakashi has a lot to complain about. Well, this time I'm really embarrassed. At the critical moment, he pulled open his covered Sharingan and used his signature ninjutsu Chidori, which collided with Naruto's raise nan and was barely offset after a few seconds. Page 12. The next moment, the sharp kunai was swung from the waist, and the 2 bells fell steadily into Sakura's hands. No, it should be said that she fell into the hands of Naruto, who used the seduction technique to transform into Sakura. Hey, got it. The attack was successful and Naruto quickly fled backwards. The Jonin was indeed very strong. This time he played all his cards and managed to snatch the bell from Kakashi, who was completely unprepared and bewitched by the perfect version of the seduction technique for a few seconds. After using the perfect version of seduction to confuse the 3rd Hokage last time, Naruto silently memorized this characteristic. It was useful for the 3rd Hokage, so there is no reason why it would not be useful for Kakashi. The perfect version of seduction technique played the biggest role in this success. Naruto, I didn't expect you to use Sakura's appearance to deceive me. Kakashi scratched his head and sighed helplessly. This kid is too talented. He fell into his trap from the very beginning. This is called tactics, Teacher Kakashi. Naruto replied with a smile. Kakashi didn't know that there was a qualitative difference between Naruto's seduction technique and transformation technique, and he didn't understand why he was deceived by Naruto's clumsy method of turning into Sakura. After thinking about it, maybe it was because Obito and Rin had too much influence on him. Where's Sakura? Where did you hide her? Kakashi asked. Teacher, I'm here. Sakura crawled out of a mound of earth. Although her body was covered with dust, her face was filled with a bright smile. Naruto really got the bell. Yet, Kakashi's face turned even darker. Bad enough that his bell was taken away, there were actually spectators. If this matter got publicized, he would lose all his face. Back at the gathering point, Kakashi released Sasuke from the soil and tied him to a wooden stake again. When Sasuke saw the 2 bells in Naruto's hands, he felt a sense of frustration. He lost to Naruto again. Naruto, you have passed this test. Now it's up to you to decide how to distribute the bells in your hand. Choose one of them as your teammate, or let both of them go back to school to retake the course. Kakashi looked at Naruto solemnly, and the atmosphere at the scene became heavy. The leaves rustled in the wind, and Sasuke lowered his head. He had no expectation that Naruto would share the bell with him. Sakura clutched her palms and looked at Sasuke, then looked at the bell in Naruto's hand. On one side was Sasuke, whom she had always admired, and on the other side was the position of genin. Haruno Sakura was shaken. Perhaps, if I give up, it will be better for both Naruto and Sasuke. This was what Sakura was thinking. Although Naruto had just consulted Sakura about this, she was the only one who knew that she had actually not contributed at all. Compared to her, perhaps the stronger Sasuke is more suitable to be Naruto's companion. At this moment, Naruto suddenly said, "Give one to each of you, I don't want any." Sakura? Sasuke? Kakashi? The three of them were all stunned. Kakashi frowned and warned carefully, "Naruto, you have to think it over. If you give up the bell, you will have to go back to the ninja school to start over." "I've thought it over." Naruto casually threw the bell to Sasuke and Sakura, then waved goodbye. "You guys stay as ninjas. I'm going to drive the third Hokage out of office and take over the position of Hokage." Seeing Naruto leaving in style, Sasuke was stunned and asked, "Why? Don't you still have a dream? Go and fulfill it, boy," said Naruto. Sasuke froze, lowered his head, and was speechless. Sakura pressed, "But I don't have any special dreams, so why would you give them to me, Naruto? It's so annoying. Why are there so many nonsense words? Can you please let Kakashi speak up? Naruto really can't stand these two people anymore. They get benefits but still keep asking questions endlessly. But when it comes to acting, you still have to perform to the end. There has never been a rubbish actor in Konoha village. Haven't you always wanted to be with Sasuke?" Naruto's lips curved into an arc, a smile on his face, "So take it." After saying that, Naruto turned and left. Suddenly, Sakura's heartbeat seemed to stop for a beat, and then vibrated rapidly like a drum, like a soft feather caressing her heart, making her feel itchy. It turns out that Naruto gave the bell to Sasuke and me because of me. Yet, why didn't I think of that? I've liked Sasuke for the same amount of time as Naruto has liked me, even longer than I've liked Sasuke. Seeing Naruto walking away, Sakura felt as if her heart was being pulled together. At this moment, a question popped up in her mind. Naruto and Sasuke, who is more important? "Stop!" Kakashi suddenly yelled. Naruto pretended to be confused and asked, "What's wrong?" "Congratulations, you all passed." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Goal 2. The rewards, Scorching Escape, Scorching Arm, have been issued successfully. Chapter 17, Grab and Run. Hokage Building. The third Hokage looked at the images transmitted back by the telescope technique, and the smile on his lips couldn't help but widen a little. He was very satisfied with Naruto's performance, which was exactly what he had expected. The third generation was even more convinced that the choice he made was correct. Now the descendants of the Ino, Shika, and Jo families are being taught by their son Asuma, while the descendants of the Abarame clan, who are good at reconnaissance, the Inyazuka clan, and the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, the largest clan in Konoha, are assigned to work under his future daughter-in-law, Kurane Yui. And so on, create opportunities for Konohamaru and Naruto to form a friendship, and completely bind Naruto to the Hokage series. Then Naruto, who desperately wanted companions, and Kakashi, who valued his companions, grasped Uchiha Sasuke, who also had a tragic experience. Then the new generation of Konoha will be firmly under his control. How Konoha will proceed and who will be the next Hokage is still up to me and I can't change it. June is hot. The sounds of cicadas and birds chirping are endless. At 8 o'clock in the morning, all kinds of breakfast shops on Konoha Street were already open and the aroma filled the air. The food in Konoha was not much different from the world in the previous life. Naruto, who has lived in Konoha for 2 months, is most satisfied with this place in Konoha. What he hates most about Konoha is that there are too many boring tasks such as cleaning rivers, picking up garbage, catching cats and dogs, and chatting with people. After slurping a bowl of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto met the stupid-looking grandson of Konoha, Konohamaru. Uzumaki Naruto. Prepare to die. Konohamaru was holding a toy kunao in his hand and rushed towards Naruto with his short legs. Naruto sighed, slapped his forehead helplessly, and then kicked Konohamaru away casually. Konohamaru cried out ouch and fell to the ground, holding his stomach and said, "Uzumaki Naruto, you really are my greatest rival. You really should not be underestimated." Naruto ignored him and continued walking forward, and when he heard Konohamaru's footsteps catch up again, he kicked him back. I turned left at the intersection and entered Konoha Street number 2. Finally, I no longer heard the voice of that naughty kid. A good day starts with kicking the crown prince. A smile spread across Naruto's lips and he continued walking to where he was going. In fact, Naruto did not treat Konohamaru badly at the beginning. Naruto thought that he was just a child of a few years old and did not understand so many twists and turns. But after being annoyed by Konohamaru for a long time, Naruto really could not stand it anymore and kicked Konohamaru as soon as he saw him. From mid-April to early June, in almost 50 days, Konohamaru had challenged him nearly 60 times. When Konohamaru challenged Naruto for the first time, he said, "Grandpa told me that you are also a challenger for the position of Hokage. Only if I defeat you will I be qualified to challenge the Hokage." Since then, Konohamaru was beaten 2 or 3 times by Naruto on average every day. He is really a cockroach. A little kid couldn't be killed even after being kicked so many times by Naruto. 5 minutes later, Naruto stopped in front of a shop. The shop was very large and occupied a single building. Above it hung a huge wooden plaque with 2 lines of words on it. The top line was ninja tools drawn in black ink, and the bottom line was Mandiantang outlined in red ink. This is one of the most profitable shops in Konoha. Naruto has not yet found a second ninja tool shop in Konoha village. Naruto walked into the store and looked around for what he wanted to buy, but he didn't see anything after searching for a long time. "Excuse me, are there no detonating tags today?" Naruto turned his head and asked the girl sitting in the store. She was probably from this store. "Sorry, there will be more in the afternoon. Now I have taken all the detonating talismans, hehe." The girl with 2 buns on her head answered politely, her eyes quietly looking at Naruto's face. She has a tendency to be obsessed with looks. The young boy was selecting ninja tools with his back to the light. When he found out there were no detonating tags, his pretty face was tinged with melancholy, looking unreal like a painting. Tenten was so lost in thought that she stood up unconsciously, stretched out her slender white fingers to take out a ninja tool scroll from her pocket, and said to Naruto, "If you really need detonating tags, I can sell you some." Naruto shifted his gaze and took a look at the girl in front of him. She is a little shorter than me, with fair and delicate skin, and a thin figure. She has 2 cute little buns on her hair and wears a pink cheongsam top with trousers. She is a cute girl. A few detonating talismans are of no use. I was originally planning to learn from Zionin and use a low-profile version of his ultimate move, but I have no hope for now. It's not that I really need it, I just don't know how to spend the money. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and his words sounded extremely pretentious. Tianation's filter for his appearance was instantly broken. At this moment, Tian wanted to show Naruto her arsenal, and then tell him, "Don't show off your wealth in front of me, otherwise you will be the only one who will be embarrassed." Then forget it. Passive selection trigger. The wealthy woman who spends money like water thinks you dare to show off your wealth in front of her every day, and her favorability towards you has decreased. She no longer wants to sell the detonating talisman to you. What choice will you make? Page 13. Choice 1, stay friendly, beg her to sell you the detonating talisman. Completion reward, 30,000 taels. Choice 2, act recklessly, steal the scroll of ninja tools from her. Completion reward, 100,000 taels. It's this kind of boring reward again. The rewards I got recently were all about money. Naruto's savings have exceeded 2 million taels, and it's still about money. 2 million taels in this world are roughly equivalent to 1 million RMB in the previous life. In other words, the money Naruto earned from completing missions was enough to buy a house in a 4th-tier city in his previous life. And many more. Anything else? Tian raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction, thinking to himself, that's right, who would be so idle as to run to a ninja tool store to wander around even if they don't need to? Considering his good looks, as long as he stops pretending, I can still sell him some detonating talismans. Just a few of them won't have much impact on me. However, at this moment, she saw the young man in front of her, and a naughty smile appeared on his handsome face. Robbery. While Tenten was stunned, Naruto grabbed the scroll and ran away. By the time Tenten reacted, he had disappeared. Tian chased him out, only to find that the scroll had been thrown on the ground and had not been taken away. The weather was very good today. The sunlight like the tide of the ocean poured into her eyes. Tian squinted her eyes. She was a little confused about what the boy was trying to do just now. But it seems interesting. Naruto didn't have the bad habit of stealing other people's things without reason, so when he heard that the reward had arrived, he left the things at the door and rushed towards the Hokage building. Kakashi said that he would take them to do their first C-rank mission today. If you accept this task, you don't have to pick up trash or do boring tasks like catching cats and dogs. Chapter 18, Improper Life Choices. How come they are just little ghosts? Inside the Hokage's office, an old man named Danaz, who claimed to be a bridge-building expert but looked to be drunk, was quite unhappy with the people assigned by Konoha to protect him. No one in Konoha, including the 3rd Hokage, paid any attention to him. It was just the money for a C-rank mission, so Konoha didn't really care whether he wanted to work for it or not. Old man, if you look down on us, you can choose to issue more advanced tasks if you have money. Naruto gave Danaz a very reasonable suggestion. Naruto felt that Konoha's ninja structure could actually be understood as a large super mercenary organization. As long as the profit was enough, they could protect anyone they asked for. But it is obvious that Danaz is just a poor and talkative person. He will stop talking when someone confronts him. Well, since Mr. Danaz is unwilling to upgrade the mission level, you should go back and get the things you need for the journey. The journey this time is not short. Kakashi waved his hand, signaling the 3 of them to leave first. We'll leave for Wave Country in 2 hours. Leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto walked in the middle with Sakura and Sasuke on both sides. Ever since the Genin assessment, they had subconsciously regarded Naruto as their backbone. Uzumaki Naruto, you didn't expect that I'm back, eh? The unwilling little Konohamaru appeared again in front of him. This time, before he could even open his mouth to declare war, Naruto kicked him to the side. Looking at Konohamaru, who was kicked against the wall, Sakura showed a trace of pity on her face. Naruto, isn't it a bit too violent to treat a child like this? When dealing with your opponent, you should give it your all. This is the only way to respect the other party. Naruto made up an excuse. When Sakura heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. She thought of a question to ask Naruto. She put her hands behind her back and trotted over to Naruto, her soft pink hair fluttering with inertia. What if I were your opponent? Sakura opened her pink lips slightly and asked excitedly, what would you do? Naruto said solemnly, of course I will do my best and give you the greatest respect. Sakura's face fell instantly. She bit her lip and said, believe it or not, next time I won't help you with the garbage cleaning, I'll go help Sasuke. A series of question marks flashed through his mind. Naruto wanted to ask Sakura what medicine she had taken wrong. It was clearly she who offered to help, but now she was the one who said she didn't want to help. Naruto had never needed her help before. This man is so strange. I think what Naruto said is right. If Naruto had held back in the fight with me 2 months ago, I would have considered it a humiliation. Sasuke put his hands in his trouser pockets and interrupted the conversation between the two. Sakura, it's time for you to become stronger. Sakura's mouth twitched. She wondered what was wrong with these two people. Why did they team up to deal with me? Sakura was so angry that she didn't want to pay attention to them. She turned her head and looked around. In the blink of an eye, Naruto and Sasuke had walked more than 10 meters away. This made Sakura a little angry. They had been companions for 2 months, but these two people never waited for her. Forget about Sasuke, he has been extremely aloof since he was in ninja school. As a result, Naruto is like this now, probably because he is jealous again. Naruto, wait for me. Sakura caught up with the two of them, grabbed Naruto's wrist and said, "Hey, don't be angry all the time. I will help you pick up trash next time we do a mission." Naruto blinked in confusion. Why am I angry? Sakura stuck out her tongue and said with a grin, No, I was just talking nonsense." Naruto was speechless, pulling his hand out of Sakura's and putting his hands in his pockets. Women are really incomprehensible. You said you're not angry. Sakura pouted in dissatisfaction, put her hands behind her back and followed Naruto. Sasuke glanced at the two of them out of the corner of his eye. He seemed to smell something wrong. It seemed that Sakura hadn't bothered him for a long time. Humph, that's just right, there is one less stumbling block on the road to becoming stronger. Naruto, I will surpass you sooner or later. 2 hours later, all members of Team 7, along with their client Danaz, set off for the Land of Waves. This was the first time for the 3 boys and girls to go out of the village. Sakura was extremely excited and wanted to call Naruto to see any new things she saw along the way. Naruto, look at that pheasant's feathers. They are so bright. Oh, then go ask it if it can sing and dance. You speak so perfunctorily. How can a chicken understand this? Then go ask it. It might really do it. After listening to Naruto's perfunctory words, Sakura kicked a stone on the roadside angrily. Not satisfied yet, she kicked another one. Seeing the pink-haired girl getting so angry, Naruto was not moved at all. He just wanted to make Sakura shut up as she was too nagging. Naruto even suspected that Sakura was a spy sent by Sasuke to disturb his training in order to defeat him sooner. What a pity, Urjuzi, you didn't expect that I don't need to practice. As time passed, the group walked further and further away. When Kakashi was explaining the layout of the 5 major ninja villages to the 3 genin, there was a small puddle of water on the road they passed. After the 5 people passed by, 2 people suddenly jumped out of the puddle, one in front and one behind, and tied up Kakashi in the front with an iron chain. In an instant, they pulled Kakashi and cut him into pieces. The quality of these 2 ninjas is too low, and the selector is not triggered by their appearance. In that case, Naruto is too lazy to pay attention to it and let the limelight be left to the second pillar. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, as if he saw through his thoughts, and snorted coldly, then raised his kunai and rushed straight towards the 2 ninjas. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura realized that teacher Kakashi was dead, and she couldn't help but scream in fear. It was the first time she faced the death of a friend and she was so terrified that she didn't know what to do. At this time, Naruto stood in front of her and said softly, "Don't be nervous. Look carefully at where Kakashi-sensei is on the ground. Sasuke will take care of these 2 rookies in a while." Sakura looked in the direction where Kakashi teacher was killed, and the body turned into pieces of wood. It's a substitution technique. When did Naruto find out? Sakura stared at the figure in front of her who was not much taller than her and seemed unusually tall in her eyes at that moment. Passive selection trigger. If it wasn't triggered earlier, it will be triggered now. After taking a look at the content, Naruto raised his brows slightly. He seemed to have discovered the pattern of the selector triggering. Over the past 2 months, more than 80% of the options in the selector are triggered only when they involve women, while the options for men only appear when there is a certain degree of challenge. For example, now, 2 hostile ninjas are right in front of you, but the selector triggers the option about Sakura. And they are not very serious. Naruto thought, why not just change its name to Spicy Selector? Chapter 19 What's so fierce? Fire escape, the technique of big fireball. Sasuke formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball, successfully killing one of them. In the 2-minute duel, even in a 1-on-2 duel, Sasuke was always in an advantageous position. Now there was only one left, so there was no doubt that Sasuke won this battle. The other person wanted to kill Sasuke when he was performing ninjutsu, but unexpectedly Sasuke raised his leg and kicked him high up. Humph, compared to Naruto, you two are still far behind in strength. There was a hint of coldness and arrogance in Sasuke's eyes, and his eyes unconsciously looked in Naruto's direction. Did you see that, Naruto? In order to defeat you, I have been training like crazy in the past 2 months, and this is the result. After a while, I will truly defeat you. Page 14. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Sasuke looked excited and continued to chase the hostile ninja. Naruto didn't pay attention to the exciting fighting scenes where Sasuke stole the show. Now Naruto is struggling with how to make a choice. Should he choose or give up? Now you are far away from Konoha, Kakashi is watching you from a distance, Sasuke is fighting with the enemy ninja, and there is only one ordinary person, Danaz, by your side, which provides good conditions for your evil heart. What choice will you make? Choice 1, stay friendly, restrain your inner desires and protect Sakura here. Completion reward, 10,000 taels. Choice 2, treat it rationally, trick Sakura into holding your hand and take advantage of the opportunity. Completion reward, 2% control of the 9-tailed fox. Choice 3, act recklessly, don't worry about anything. Now that you are bold enough, tie up Sakura using the tortoise-shell binding method and drag her to the grove. Completion reward, Devil's Contract X1. Choice 4, cruel, kill Sakura and take her body away to make a specimen. Completion reward, talent, it is easier to find the body. After glancing at the options, Naruto's goal stopped at option 4. He didn't expect to get a talent reward. However, neither this talent nor the conditions for delegating the reward were suitable for Naruto. Repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. Even though Sakura talks a lot and is a bit annoying, it's not enough to kill her. And even if he was just a stranger to Sakura, after killing her he would have to escape from Kakashi's sight with her body. The difficulty factor was too high and such an adventurous thing was not worth it. But if I don't get any rewards, I feel like I'm losing out. Tisk, so annoying. If I remember correctly, Sakura seemed to become Sasuke's wife in the end. It might not be a good idea to make other choices in front of Sasuke. After thinking about it, Naruto still wanted to get the reward. If you select nothing after browsing through the options, then isn't that a waste of time? I can only feel sorry for Sasuke. After making the decision, Naruto called back, Sakura. Now that the crisis had been resolved, Sakura's expression gradually returned to normal. When she heard Naruto calling her, she looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" "Hold my hand." Naruto moved his hand slightly. "Hey! This. Hearing this, Sakura was stunned for a moment and a faint blush began to appear on her face. Naruto said he wanted to hold hands. This was too sudden for a little girl who had just been frightened of death. Besides, she's not ready yet. Her voice became smaller and smaller. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Why so many whys? Hurry up and pull it. Naruto had a blank expression on his face and his tone sounded like an order. I know, why are you so fierce? Sakura seemed to be angry and grabbed Naruto's outstretched hands with her two little hands. She felt the warmth of Naruto's skin on her palms and she seemed to hear the sound of a rattle. Did Naruto just give me an order? How did he become so overbearing? But it seems that it feels good to be given an order by him. Dong dong dong. Is this a heartbeat? Before Sakura could listen carefully to the rhythm of her own heartbeat, Naruto suddenly pulled his hand back. She was stunned for half a second. Then stared blankly at Naruto as he put his hands in his trouser pockets. Naruto, didn't you ask me to hold your hand? Sakura clenched her fists and said angrily. But Naruto was staring ahead, not knowing what he was looking at, and said casually, "Oh, it's already tied." This sentence almost made Xiaoying explode. Hey, you are so annoying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing goals 1 and 2. The reward, 10,000 taels of currency and 2% of the 9 taels control, has been successfully issued. Naruto didn't care about Sakura's anger, or rather, he didn't care about the little girl. At this moment, he was quietly feeling the 9 taels chakra in his body. I originally thought that after making a promise to Kyuubi, this reward would never appear again, but I didn't expect it to appear again 2 months later. The current control rate is a total of 6%. What does this mean? If I reach 100%, will I be able to completely control the current 9-tailed fox, or will the 9-tailed fox be integrated into myself and become a part of myself? While Naruto was thinking about this question, Sasuke captured the second hostile ninja alive. Urshasa put his hands in his pockets, raised his mouth with an evil and crazy smile, and said in a boastful manner, "The battle is over, you can all come over." Well, Sasuke did very well this time. Kakashi walked out from the bushes and praised Sasuke so much that Sasuke's chin was almost raised to the sky with pride, but after waiting for a long time, he did not get any praise from Naruto or admiration from Sakura. Sasuke glanced at them casually, and Naruto looked completely indifferent, as if he was just beating up 2 insignificant punks. Sakura stared at Naruto, pouting in anger for a while, then smiling foolishly the next. No one knew what she was fantasizing about. Being ignored by the 2 people made Sasuke suddenly feel that it was not right to pretend. His face turned cold, and Sasuke looked into Naruto's eyes, snorting in his heart, "Ha, just continue to be lazy and make no progress in the land of women's gentleness, and I will surpass you sooner or later." After being tortured by Kakashi, the ninja captured alive by Sasuke told the truth. They were sent by the wealthy businessman Cardo to kill Danaz. Afterwards, Danaz admitted the truth and the authenticity of the incident, and then told the cause of the incident. The Kingdom of Waves is an island country surrounded by the sea. The waterways on all sides are their only source of economy. Cardo controls the waterways of the Kingdom of Waves and successfully controls the economic veins of the Kingdom of Waves, thereby exploiting the already poor people of the Kingdom of Waves. If the wave country wants to escape from Cardo's clutches, the only way is to build a bridge. But how could Cardo allow such a thing to happen? He will kill anyone who dares to cut off his source of wealth. Danaz is Cardo's target, so Danaz went to Konoha to ask for help. But he didn't have enough money, so he could only offer the price for a sea-level mission. After telling the story, Danaz started to complain about his daughter and granddaughter. Sasuke and Sakura looked at the old man with contempt and wanted to beat him up. Well, there's really nothing we can do. Let's just continue to protect you. Kakashi scratched his head and decided to complete the mission. After all, he wanted to train Team 7 this time. It was not a good habit for Kakashi to retreat at the sight of a little danger. Naruto had no problem with this decision. If he really wanted to reject Danaz, he could just do it when accepting the mission. This trip to the Land of Waves is actually an opportunity for Naruto. As long as Kakashi falls down in the same direction as before, Naruto can safely use the demon contract that he has kept for a long time. Chapter 20. The goal is to open a harem. After determining the next route, Kakashi simply sent the ninja sent by Cardo on the road. Then the 5 of them boarded a small boat at the ferry and quietly headed to the land of waves which had been blocked by Cardo. Speaking of which, Naruto felt that Cardo was really stupid. He would rather spend a lot of money to hire ninjas to attack Danaz than wait until they built the bridge and then buy detonating talismans to blow up the bridge. Even if a few detonating talismans couldn't destroy it, a few hundred would at least be able to do it. They blow it up every time they finish repairing it, and try to do it a few times to see if anyone would still repair it. If they are worried about affecting their reputation, they can just hire outsiders to do it. As long as the price is high, there should be no problem in asking Konoha ninjas to do it. Why did they have to kill an old man who built a bridge? And why did they allow him to go to Konoha to hire ninjas? It's really strange that such a fool could become one of the richest businessmen in the world. Naruto kept staring at the sea while he was lost in thought. The longer he looked at the sea, the longer Sakura beside him stared at him. In Sakura's eyes, Naruto was filtered, with his short golden hair that reached over his eyebrows floating gently in the salty sea breeze. He just sat there quietly, looking at the distant scenery, and he became part of the scenery. Naruto is not only handsome now, but also good looking. If you ask Sakura which boy she thinks is the best looking when they first become teammates, she will still waver between Sasuke and Naruto. But after a long time, Sakura can only think of Naruto. As if sensing someone mentioned him, Sasuke suddenly sneezed and sniffed. Sasuke looked at Naruto. Naruto, what are you thinking about? Sakura also wanted to know this question, so she pricked up her ears to listen. I wonder if I can become the richest man in the world with my business acumen. Naruto said seriously, rubbing his chin. Sasuke, who originally thought that he was thinking about ways to become stronger, suddenly felt bored. He said boring and continued to tilt his head to act cool. Kakashi was quite interested in this, but isn't your dream to be Hokage? Why do you want to be the richest man in the world? There doesn't seem to be a conflict between being the world's richest man and being the Hokage, Naruto said. Haha, young people have really ambitious goals, just like Obito back then. Kakashi nodded, that's true, but it's not easy to accomplish 2 grand goals at the same time. As long as he became the strongest person in the world, what goals would be difficult to achieve? He could even destroy Konoha village and rebuild a new one. Naruto smiled and kept these words deep in his heart. Naruto, why do you want to become the richest man in the world? Sakura was really curious. Why else would there be a reason? Naruto said with a smile, of course it's to satisfy my own desires. Such as having 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, 72 concubines, and 3,000 beauties in the harem. Sakura was stunned when she heard the reason. She turned her head away angrily and said, asshole Naruto, I don't want to talk to you anymore. After saying that, Sakura turned around and didn't look at Naruto, the annoying guy. What about the 3,000 beauties in his harem? It was really infuriating. Old man Danaz almost laughed out loud when he heard this goal. Kakashi covered his forehead and thought, Obito, it's my fault. I shouldn't compare his dream with yours. Sasuke curled his lips in disdain, tisk, what a meaningless and boring goal. Sakura, who had already been dissatisfied, followed up and said, that's right, Naruto's goal is the lowest level. Of course, 1 partner is enough. 3,000 is too greedy. Naruto glanced back at them. Is Sasuke's promise to revitalize the Uchiha just empty talk? It's definitely not empty talk. When talking about this topic, Nijiru's eyes became sharp. I will definitely revitalize the Uchiha. Then what's the difference between your goal and mine? Naruto teased, do you think you can revitalize the Uchiha with just your hands? This time Danaz really couldn't hold it back anymore and covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from laughing. Kakashi, who was familiar with intimate paradise, blushed under his mask. He looked at Sasuke's hands and let out a tiny but strange laugh. Only Sasuke and Sakura did not understand what Naruto meant. Although they were precocious, their knowledge in this area was still limited to kissing and hugging. Sakura silently noted down this conversation and planned to ask her parents when she got home. Seeing Naruto and the two adults looking at him with strange eyes, Sasuke twisted his body uncomfortably and asked quietly, "Naruto, what do you mean?" Naruto said, "Literally." Sasuke felt that Kakashi was being perfunctory, so he turned around and asked Kakashi, "Kakashi, please explain it to me, I don't understand." Kakashi coughed twice and said perfunctorily, "Children don't understand, so don't ask so many questions. You will understand naturally when you grow up." Page 15. Naruto was amused. Kakashi learned all this experience from the intimate paradise. How could an old virgin who was almost 30 years old and had never been in a relationship have the nerve to laugh at Sasuke? The eldest brother makes fun of the second brother, but in fact, you two are almost the same. What's going on? Sasuke continued to ask, "What riddles are you talking about?" Because of Naruto's teasing, the somewhat solemn atmosphere along the way became cheerful, and everyone felt a lot more relaxed. Until they got ashore, no one answered this question for Sasuke. He was very confused. Why did everyone laugh at him? Besides, wasn't the revitalization of Uchiha relying on eyes and strength? It's weird why Naruto said that he revitalized the Uchiha with his hands. And Naruto has been observing his surroundings carefully since he came ashore, not missing any movement. The chance to use the devil's contract is today and he cannot miss it. At this moment, Naruto suddenly heard the sound of a blade cutting through the air. He quickly kicked Danaz down, then bent down, hooking his arms around Sasuke and Sakura's necks. "Enemy attack!" Naruto shouted. Then a huge blade passed over their bodies and chopped down the tree opposite. The next moment, a strange man with a bare back and bandages stood on the blade. When Kakashi saw the beheading sword, he knew that things were going to be troublesome. If he had known that Cardo had asked such a vicious man to kill Danaz, he would never have taken the risk of seeing him off. "You three, get behind me and protect Mr. Danaz." Kakashi decisively opened his hidden Sharingan, looked at the strange man in front of him, and reported the man's name, Mist Shadow Demon, Mamakai Zabuza. Zabuza also called out Kakashi's nickname out of respect, "Copy Ninja, Hitaki Kakashi." "I didn't expect to see the legendary Sharingan so soon." Naruto was really impressed. What kind of mentality was it to introduce oneself before a fight and brag about each other's glorious achievements? If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you two talking so much about introducing each other's families? Are you two here for a blind date? As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto used the Nine Tails Chakra to activate the instant body flickering technique, and with one hand he created a raise nan and smashed it towards Zabuza's face with full power. Chapter 21, The Art of Reverse Harem. Thumping. The raise nan hit the blade of the beheading sword, and the loud sound was deafening. Naruto stared at the beheading sword in Zabuza's hand and thought, "This sword is of really good quality. There's not even a scratch on it after the raise nan hit it. I kind of want it. But now is obviously not the time to daydream." After one fight, Naruto knew that he was no match for Zabuza now, and this man still had to be dealt with by Kakashi. Zabuza swung his blade downwards, aiming directly at Naruto's lower body, intending to cut him in two. Naruto was startled and quickly jumped up and stepped on the blade, kicking hard with his legs to use the reverse thrust and retreating behind Kakashi. "Blonde kid, you're quite powerful. You almost made me lose." As soon as he finished speaking, Zabuza raised his sword and attacked, but Kakashi was prepared and faster than him. He dived low to avoid the beheading sword and stabbed Zabuza's heart accurately with the kunai in his hand. But what flowed down was not blood, but water. Immediately afterwards, Zabuza's whole body melted into water, thick fog spread everywhere, and all the scenes disappeared in the fog. To describe it in one sentence, it was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. If there was someone here who had no perception ability, he might not even know how he died in the next second. And along with the fog was seemingly endless murderous aura, which was so strong that it could affect people's minds. Even Naruto had to use the Nine Tails chakra to spread it throughout his meridians to avoid being affected by the murderous intent. But Sasuke and Sakura were in a miserable state. Sakura's eyes were blurry and she had lost her ability to fight. Sasuke was still conscious, but his irresistible consciousness was the most fatal. In fear, he raised a kunai and wanted to end his life. The fog was so thick that nothing could be seen. Naruto noticed that something was wrong with Sasuke and Sakura from the subtle sounds. He clapped his hands and summoned shadow clones, which released chakra to impact the surroundings, dispersing the fog and restoring their consciousness. Before the fog dissipated, Naruto took advantage of the loud noise of his clone releasing chakra and quietly hid in the nearby bushes. "You think you can hide, little brat? It's all over." A horrible sound appeared behind him, and the speed was so fast that Naruto's clone almost couldn't react and was about to be split in half. Boom! Kakashi arrived at some point and protected Naruto's clone and Sakura and Sasuke in time. He even raised his kunai and pierced Zabuza's head before Zabuza could swing his sword. Unfortunately, it was another water clone. Sakura and Sasuke also retreated to the sides at this time to avoid being affected by the fight between Kakashi and Zabuza. As for the bridge-building expert Danaz, he was so frightened that he almost pissed himself, and was trembling so hard that he couldn't even speak. The real Naruto breathed a sigh of relief in the bushes. After all the trouble with the mist-hidden demon, he was blinded by the mist-hidden technique. He was probably trained since childhood to rely on sound to judge the direction. He had clearly heard of Kakashi's Sharingan, but he still consumed chakra to create a thick fog, which ended up giving Kakashi, who had the Sharingan, an advantage. I don't know if he was too confident or just too smart. If it weren't for the pressure of having 3 students with him, Kakashi would probably be laughing even if he fought with him. One is Kato and the other is Zabuza, no wonder the two would meet each other. It turns out they are Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Unfortunately, the fog is still thick, and the other party can't see the seduction technique, so it has no effect. While Naruto was quietly waiting for the opportunity, Zabuza and Kakashi fought again. This time, Zabuza seemed to realize that he was at a disadvantage in the fog, so he did not create thick fog, and gradually the fog became much thinner. Zabuza and Kakashi are now evenly matched in strength. Kakashi has to fight Zabuza while worrying that Zabuza will suddenly attack his students again. Naruto is okay. Kakashi believes that with Naruto's strength, he will have no problem escaping. It's just that Sasuke and Sakura put a lot of pressure on him, and they may die if he isn't careful. Zabuza was not having a good time either. He not only had to deal with Kakashi, who was equally powerful, but also had to deal with the occasional harassment from the 3 little brats. Especially that blonde kid, who left a shadow clone on the battlefield. No one knows where his real body ran off to, so we have to be on the lookout for his sneak attacks at any time. I didn't expect killing a bridge builder would be so stressful. Ding! Passive selection triggered. A cold reminder sound rang in Naruto's ears, and Naruto distracted himself to look at the text in front of him. You just escaped from Zabuza's sword, but you are targeted by another person. No one cares about your side in the main battlefield. The threat of the kind but ruthless ice killer is at your side. What choice will you make? Choice 1, stay friendly, pretend nothing happened and stay still. Completion reward, 10,000 taels. Choice 2, treat it rationally, go to the main battlefield to call for help from Sasuke and Sakura, and defeat Bai together. Completion reward, fire release, great fireball technique. Choice 3, act recklessly, defeat Bai alone, then trample him under your feet to humiliate him and punish him harshly. Completion reward, Bai's corruption value is 25%. Choice 4, ruthless, no need to say anything, just kill him. Completion reward, Big Ball Raise Nan. White. It turned out that it had been prepared nearby a long time ago. Naruto remained calm and observed his surroundings silently, without noticing any movement. It must be said that Haku was much more cautious than Zabuza. Zabuza and Kakashi were fighting in full swing, but Naruto had not made any move. Just waiting for Zabuza to save people in case he loses, right? We have to find a way to lure that person out. At this time, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza has reached a climax. Except for the center of their battle, most of the fog has dissipated, and the selector just prompted that Bai is now staring at him. Naruto rolled his eyes and the corners of his mouth turned up. Ninjutsu, the technique of reversing the harem. The reverse harem technique is included in the perfect version of the seduction technique. Naruto doesn't know how effective this technique is against the enemy, but it must be shocking. The next moment, 3 shirtless handsome men suddenly appeared in the bushes, throwing seductive glances around. Almost at the same time, 2 coughs were heard from the 5th tree in the southeast direction. Although the sound stopped quickly, Naruto still heard it. After unlocking the reverse harem technique, Naruto immediately chased in that direction. When Naruto jumped up, Sasuke and Sakura realized that Naruto, who had fought alongside them to resist Zabuza's occasional harassment, was actually just a clone. This guy Naruto is just a clone, is his strength so exaggerated? Sasuke's eyes widened and his pupils shrank as he watched Naruto's shadow clone, who occasionally launched a raise nan to hit Zabuza on the battlefield. No wonder Naruto didn't say anything when I defeated those 2 ninjas. It turns out he didn't care about those small fry at all. When I said I wanted to defeat him, did that just seem like a joke to him? Sasuke swallowed unwillingly and fell into deep confusion. Kakashi and Zabuza, who were in the battle, also noticed Naruto's actions. Kakashi was horrified and thought that Naruto must have discovered that there were other enemies. There was an additional layer of pressure. Kakashi now regretted very much why he had brought Team 7 here in such a pretentious manner after knowing that the mission level did not meet the requirements. If the enemy that Naruto detected was strong enough, not to mention the 3 disciples, even he might die here. Could it be that Bai has been discovered? Zabuza saw Naruto chasing after him and chuckled, "Kakashi, your blonde disciple actually dared to chase after him. He's going to be in trouble. It seems we have to end this quickly." Kakashi took a deep breath and his expression became more solemn. Chapter 22 Devil's Contract. The bright green leaves swayed in the wind, rustling everywhere in the forest. Naruto chased Bai all the way to an open space on the seashore. This place was some distance away from the battlefield between Kakashi and Zabuza. There was no fog around and the sun was shining brightly. At this moment, the masked Bai gave up on moving away and turned to look at Naruto who was chasing him. "You are unlucky, but you can also say you are lucky." Bai's voice was cold and Naruto could not quite understand the meaning of his words, but it seemed that everyone in this world had a common problem. If you want to fight, just fight. Before the fight, you have to explain why you are fighting and tell your opponent clearly why you are doing this. Completely ignoring the fact that Naruto was his enemy, he continued to explain, "You are unlucky because I didn't intend to take action, but you found out, so I had to take action. Fortunately, you will have a good sleep later, and when you wake up, you will return to Konoha alone." Now Naruto understood. What Bai meant was that he didn't want to kill anyone, but you forced me to do it. "You mean you don't want to kill me? Then I have to thank you very much," Naruto said as he put his hand into the ninja tool bag. Bai nodded and said calmly, "I'm sorry, but since Mr. Zabuza is there, I can't let your companions go. Please sleep here for a day." "Oh, you have a good heart, but you seem to be underestimating your own strength, right?" Naruto nodded as if he suddenly realized something, then he changed his attitude in an instant and pulled out 3 shurikens from his ninja tool mark and shot them at Bai. "Too overrated." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto formed a raise nan with one hand at lightning speed, and just like when he launched a surprise attack on Zabuza before, he once again used the flickering technique to move at high speed towards Bai. Ninjas are extremely particular about speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Naruto's attack is fast, but Haku, who has been fighting with Zabuza for many years, is also very fast. Page 16. Ice Escape, Binjiantangyu. Before Naruto's attack arrived, Bai first formed a hand seal to create a 1-meter thick ice wall, successfully blocking Naruto's raise nan, but the ice wall was also pierced by the raise nan, which surprised Bai. When watching this move from a distance before, even the beheading sword didn't do any damage. Bai thought it wasn't very powerful, but it turned out to be so terrifying. What ninjutsu is this? You talk too much. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was already behind Bai and threw another raise nan with his backhand. Humph, you're not the only one who can teleport. Bai formed a seal with one hand, and retreated 4 or 5 steps in an instant, then reached back with both hands, and 6,000 fine needles appeared out of nowhere and were thrown back at Naruto. The speed was too fast. Naruto tried to dodge sideways as quickly as possible, but the shot still pierced the sleeve of his clothes. Secret technique, 1000 killings water flying. When Naruto rolled over to dodge, Bai on the opposite side once again formed a seal with one hand, gathering the surrounding water vapor and turning it all into tiny needles. The number of them was enough to make people with trypophobia feel numb. This move is a bit like the heavy rain of pear blossom needles that Naruto has seen in movies and TV dramas. You'd better not move, otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't be able to hit your fatal point. Bai thought he was giving a friendly reminder and then brazenly launched a secret technique, and countless needles shot towards Naruto. It's like a tadpole running towards a big ball. This move seems scary, and it is indeed scary. But Naruto was not panicked at all, he was waiting for this moment. Scorching escape, scorching arm. Suddenly, Naruto's right hand started to burn, and it looked like a terrifying red flame. The temperature was so high that it instantly burned Naruto's right sleeve. Even clothes could not withstand the temperature, let alone the needle formed by moisture. Each tiny senbon needle was evaporated by the extremely high temperature before it even got close to Naruto. Scorch release, as a fusion of fire release and wind release, the best auxiliary of fire release, has a temperature much higher than the other two bloodline limits, melting release and boiling release. Your tiny needle is quite powerful, but it's obvious that my Kylin arm is much more terrifying. As he said this, Naruto had already arrived in front of Bai, with his 5 fingers forming a 3-clawed dragon gesture, and grabbed towards Bai's face. I underestimated the enemy. He actually has a bloodline limit. In addition to being shocked, Bai was horrified to find that he seemed unable to escape. The opponent was too close and he didn't have time to use the teleportation technique. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza, I can't go over and help you. The final moment has arrived. Bai closed his eyes and prepared to face his own death. However, at this time, the temperature felt on the face dropped suddenly, and what came into contact with the face was just an ordinary fist with great force and power. Ah! Bai couldn't help but scream out in pain after being knocked to the ground by a punch. The mask on her face was also cracked, revealing her face. She looked about 15 or 16 years old, with skin as white as fat, plump pink lips, a small and delicate nose, and a hint of melancholy between her 2 slender eyebrows. She didn't understand why Naruto let her go. Didn't he also like killing people? He was such a kind-hearted little boy. Just as she was thinking this, Naruto suddenly stepped on her head and taunted her, saying, "Tisk tisk tisk, that's it, that's it. Weren't you so awesome that you didn't want to kill me just now?" Bai's face was trampled and buried in the soil, his mind full of shock. Naruto's humiliation did not end there, however, as the selector had not yet handed out its reward. "Why don't you stop bragging? After losing to me, you don't even have the courage to speak. The mud smelled so bad, and I buried my white head in the soil. I felt a surge of suffocation in my heart, and thought to myself, if you want me to talk, you should let go of your feet. There is dirt in my mouth, what can I say? I can't even open my mouth, what can I say? What a cheap man, no. What's going on? What's this feeling? Suddenly, Bai, who was being stepped on the head and humiliated, suddenly felt that it was a bit comfortable to be stepped on for some reason. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 3. The reward, white corruption value 25%, has been successfully issued. Naruto felt relieved when he heard the sound. Although he didn't know what the depravity value was, it sounded like something that would affect the other party. In order to prevent any accidents, Naruto decided to check it out to see what it was. Depravity value, a single effect that the owner has on the host. When the depravity value reaches 100%, the owner will regard the host as the center of the world. Note, the probability of this reward appearing is less than 1%. It will be more effective if used in conjunction with other rewards. Naruto frowned. From reading between the lines, he felt a very perverted sense of déjà vu. If it can be used in conjunction with other rewards, that would just suit Naruto's wishes. Originally, Naruto was going to use the demon contract on Sasuke, but he didn't dare to use it in Konoha for fear of any unusual movements. After leaving Konoha, he was always around Kakashi. Now that he has found Bai who has the ability of ice escape, it seems not bad. They are both geniuses, and Bai's current strength is much stronger than Sasuke. For Naruto, Bai is more useful for the time being. Devil's Contract, activate. Devil's Contract destroyed. Contract space established successfully. Pulling in the creature defeated by the host. The host recently defeated a woman. The target Bai was pulled in successfully. Chapter 23 Death of Naruto. Almost in an instant, the sky and the earth in front of Naruto were shrouded in endless darkness, and the world exuded a series of negative auras such as depravity, temptation, greed, etc. Soon after, black mist began to float around Naruto, and he seemed to have merged with this world. Every movement he made and every sound he made had the effect of evoking negative emotions in his heart. Gradually, a cold flame ignited in this space, and a ball of light appeared directly opposite him. The source of the light was Bai, who was pulled into this space because he was defeated. I emit black smoke and she emits light, it's interesting. Naruto looked down at his own body, a smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and he murmured, the fallen in the abyss dragged the humans who radiate light and heat into darkness. This understanding should be correct, right? What's going on? Wasn't I stepped on by that little boy from Konoha? Why are you here all of a sudden? Bai stood there, looking around blankly. Don't panic. Okay. As soon as he opened his mouth, Naruto discovered that his voice had changed, as if it had been tinged with a demonic charm. Hearing the voice, Bai finally realized that she was not the only one here. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the little boy who had just fought with her was also there. It was too dark and quiet here that she had not noticed him just now. This brat not only stepped on my head, but also humiliated me. I must teach him a lesson. Bai was very angry about what Naruto had just done, and she immediately circulated her chakra to prepare to fight the enemy. However, she suddenly discovered that in this completely unfamiliar dark space, she had no chakra in her body at all. How is this going? Humans are afraid of the unknown, even Bai, who had faced death calmly before, is the same. Without his original strength, no one's mentality can be very good. Bai swallowed and asked cautiously, Konoha's ninja, did you use some powerful illusion? How should I tell her? Naruto thought about it carefully. The rules stated that whether Bai signed a contract with him or not, the devil contract would be destroyed in the end. In other words, as long as Bai did not agree, all his efforts would be in vain. Therefore, the signing of the devil's contract should probably not be discussed. No, I don't bother to use illusions. Naruto shook his head. Besides, if I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you long ago. Why would I use an illusion on you? Do you think you are qualified? Bai frowned and thought for a moment and felt that what Naruto said made sense. Although she underestimated the enemy and didn't fight seriously, she still lost. If Naruto really wanted to kill her, she would have died just now. Then what is this place? Why are you and I here? This is my space. You can understand me as the creator of this space, or you can call me the god here. At this moment, Naruto's voice, with the blessing of space, was extremely convincing, making Bai involuntarily want to believe him, but Naruto was a hostile ninja he had just fought. Bai decisively twisted his thigh hard to keep himself conscious. As far as I know, there are no real gods in this world. The legendary immortals are actually just the most powerful ninjas. I didn't bring you in here to make you believe. It doesn't matter to me whether you believe it or not. Naruto stared at her with a big smile on his face. I only have one question for you, do you want Zabuza to live? Mr. Zabuza. He adopted Bai when he was a child. He is both Bai's teacher and father to him. He can also be said to be Bai's only weakness in this world. And now, Zabuza is still fighting with the Konoha ninjas, but she is trapped in this place and cannot go over to help. After a moment of immersion, Bai said, Mr. Zabuza will not lose. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed, and laughed happily, because he saw the panic on Bai's face and the trace of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. The laughter aroused the panic in Bai's heart. She unconsciously looked at Naruto and asked nervously, what are you laughing at? As expected, he was just being stubborn, but in fact, he was probably in a state of panic inside. Naruto's eyes revealed a hint of sarcasm. Where on earth do you get your confidence from? If I hadn't stopped just now, you would have been dead. Now you want to use your blind confidence to kill Zabuza. Bai didn't know how to refute Naruto's words. Naruto first blamed her for Zabuza's responsibility, which had not yet happened. For a moment, she forgot to stay awake. At this time, Naruto's words were like a magic sound lingering in her ears. Mr. Zabuza will die. Because I was too conceited. Gradually, Bai's mind was filled with these two sentences. She covered her head and tried not to think about it, but she couldn't stop. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want Zabuza to live? As long as you sign a contract with me, I can help you save him. What contract am I waiting for? Let me think about it. Seeing that Bai was still hesitating, Naruto asked one last question, or did you want Zabuza to die anyway? No. The white brain buzzed, and then retorted, I haven't thought about it that way. Naruto smiled with satisfaction. At this moment, Bai seemed to be bending over and raising her hips in front of him. Page 17. Since you don't want him to die, then sign this contract. Naruto raised his hand, and a black mist gathered in front of Bai, and finally the black mist turned into a paper contract. As long as you sign it and become my sole servant, I will not only help you save Zabuza, but I will also grant you a special curse power. Save Mr. Zabuza. Bai lowered her head slightly, her long straight black hair scattered on the contract. In the darkness, the light from her body made her already beautiful face look exceptionally beautiful. But not long after, the light emanating from Bai disappeared, and the two returned to reality from the dark world. Ding! Servant Bai's corruption value increases to 40%. The devil contract was signed successfully. On the other side, Kakashi's battle with Zabuza was almost over as a large amount of chakra was consumed. After fighting for a while, the two men have figured out each other's strength. Overall, Kakashi is slightly better. If the two continue to fight, Kakashi will be the winner. But at this time Zabuza laughed out loud several times. The blonde ghost clone disappeared. It seems that the original body is dead, Kakashi. Just wait for my people to come. All of you will die here today. Kakashi covered his aching Sharingan and gasped, his face full of worry. Naruto, did you lose? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was killed outside by his team. It was too late for Kakashi to regret now. If he had known this would happen, he should not have been so rash to agree to Dana's request. Sakura and Sasuke, who were watching the battle from a distance, also heard Zabuza's words and were stunned. Sasuke couldn't believe that Naruto, whom he wanted to challenge, would be killed so easily by others. If Naruto died, then the next enemy would arrive, and their Team 7 would all be buried here. Teacher Kakashi, what he said is false, right? Sakura's lips trembled and she asked Kakashi loudly. Kakashi did not answer her question, but said, Sakura, Sasuke, don't be afraid, I will definitely protect you. The meaning between the words is self-evident. Kakashi acknowledged Naruto's death. Naruto. Sakura only felt a buzzing in her ears, her face turned pale, and her eyes became confused. I just realized that I had feelings for you, why did you die? Chapter 24 Side Effects of the Contract. Kakashi had no energy to care about Sakura and Sasuke's feelings. He just wanted to quickly deal with Zabuza before the hostile ninja who killed Naruto arrived, and then take Sakura and Sasuke back to Konoha to ask for support. He is already to blame for Naruto's death, and he doesn't know how the third Hokage will punish him. If Sasuke, the Uchiha orphan, dies again, then Kakashi can only die to atone for his sin. Zabuza was in a much more relaxed mood. At this moment, both he and Kakashi were in extremely low conditions. Any powerful Chunin could kill them both. As long as we can delay until Bai comes over, there will be no suspense in this battle. Suddenly, Kakashi half knelt on the ground with his hands covering his Sharingan. The sudden opportunity made Zabuza's eyes widen. He quickly seized the opportunity and made hand seals to kill Kakashi. However, at this moment, he just saw Kakashi, who was half kneeling, suddenly changed back to a standing position, and made the same seal with his hand. Illusion, win. Zabuza was stunned for a second, and in that second he lost. A water dragon bullet hit him directly, pushing him and breaking several trees in succession. It must be said that those who can become Jonin have very strong vitality. Even so, Zabuza is not dead yet, but he has lost his fighting ability. It's over, Zabuza. Kakashi raised his kunao and walked towards Zabuza with his exhausted body. He wanted to kill Zabuza and then run away, otherwise if Zabuza recovered and caught up with him, he would be in danger again. Shhhhhh. There were footsteps in the forest, and Kakashi was horrified, and he shouted quickly, Sakura Sasuke, don't worry about anything, just run. It's useless. I can't run away. I might as well give it a try. Sasuke panted, pulled out a kunao from his ninja tool bag and stared at the place where the sound came from. His eyes had turned into Scarlet Double Megatama Sharingan at some point. Maybe he himself hasn't noticed it yet, because he is also very tired. After Naruto's shadow clone disappeared, Zabuza's water clone directly beat him up. That feeling of powerlessness made him feel as if he had returned to the night a few years ago when his entire clan was slaughtered by that madman Uchiha Itachi. He was angry and scared, but there was nothing he could do. Sakura's condition was even worse, her eyes were wet, and it seemed like something was blocking her throat, so she couldn't even speak. Kakashi, even a child understands this principle, but you don't. Zabuza laughed arrogantly, they are just two little genin. They can't run away. You all must die today. Teacher, Rin, Obito, I am indeed a piece of trash. I brought them here knowing that there was danger. Kakashi lowered his head, and in this desperate atmosphere, he also remained silent. The cold wind was biting, the leaves were drooping and swaying aimlessly, and a few crows were crying in the sky, as if the death knell for Class 7 had been sounded. Hey, it should be you who should be the one to die. Suddenly, a lazy and familiar clear voice of a young man reached the ears of everyone present. I saw a blue-eyed boy with short golden hair, kicking stones lazily and slowly walking out of the woods. Kakashi? Sasuke? Sakura? If Zabuza's bandages could be untied, one would definitely see that his mouth was wide open, as surprised as can be. Could it be that the winner was the blonde kid, not Bai? Then what about Bai? Was he killed? In an instant, Zabuza didn't know why, but he felt endless grief and anger in his heart. He wanted to kill this kid and avenge Bai. Just as everyone was stunned, a man with a mask with the Mist Shadow logo engraved on it suddenly walked out from beside Naruto. It was none other than Bai, the man he had been thinking about. Bai, why are you with this brat? Zabuza couldn't believe what he saw, and he really wanted to ask Bai what was going on. But before he had a chance to speak, Bai raised 3 thin needles and shot them into Zabuza's neck. Zabuza fell to the ground immediately. Naruto, aren't you dead? The moment Sakura saw Naruto, tears couldn't stop flowing. She stumbled towards Naruto, opened her arms and wanted to hug him. Are you cursing me now? Naruto's mouth twitched, he dodged her and retorted, a pair of aces, you're the one who's going to die. When Bai saw the two of them arguing, his brows under the mask couldn't help but frown. Wow, you can still curse, you really are the real Naruto. Sakura wiped her tears excitedly. What is a pair of A's curse, why don't I understand? Naruto sighed speechlessly, ignored Sakura, raised his hand and introduced Shiro to Sasuke and Kakashi, who still had their eyes open and looked cautious. This is the kind-hearted ninja I just met. She helped me deal with Zabuza's men. Hearing this, Sasuke and Kakashi's tense nerves finally relaxed, especially Kakashi, who almost fell to his knees. I am a pursuit ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Today I have the opportunity to kill the rebel ninja Mamakai Zabuza, thanks to all of you for your help. Thank you. Bai placed his right hand in front of his heart and thanked everyone in Team 7. It's okay. Clearing out the rebellious ninjas is what all 5 of our ninja villages should do. Kakashi pretended to be nothing and walked to Zabuza's side. He put his hand on his neck and said, well, he's dead. You can take him away. It is good. Bai nodded, then inexplicably turned to look at Naruto, then took a few steps forward to stand in front of Naruto. Naruto blinked in confusion, wondering if Shiro had something else to tell him. Then, in front of everyone, with the rest of Team 7 watching, Shiro hugged Naruto tightly. Shiro is taller than Naruto, and Naruto's chin almost reaches Shiro's shoulder. See you next time, Naruto-kun. Bai's voice trembled slightly, like notes floating in the wind, a very pleasant girl's voice. So it was just a farewell. Then say goodbye to her. After all, she is my first servant. Feeling the softness coming from her collarbone and the faint fragrance from her neck that entered his nose, Naruto nodded and said, well, bye. Sasuke froze. Kakashi was confused. Sakura yelled, hey, what are you doing? Let him go. Haha, I don't really want to relax, but I really should go. After saying that, Bai let go of Naruto, grabbed Zabuza's body with one hand and disappeared into the mist. Using the instant body flickering technique, Bai took off her mask while running quickly. Her face was already red to her ears. What a shame! Why did I say goodbye to him like this? Bai didn't know why she was like this, but when she saw the pink-haired girl wanting to hug Naruto, an evil voice emerged in her heart. Beckon her to hug, to get close, to fight for. Is this a side effect of the contract? P.S. Please read on, please vote for the monthly ticket, please vote for the recommendation. Whether I can be recommended depends on the reader's reading in the past few days. The little author is begging for it. Chapter 25 The shackles will finally be cut off. Because it is surrounded by the sea, there is heavy fog in the morning in wave country. Insects, birds, and clouds are all enjoying the tranquility of the early morning. The sunlight penetrates the clouds and shines on Naruto, as if he is the fascinating light. Sakura sat on the steps in front of Danaz's house, staring blankly at Naruto, who was walking towards the distance, and was a little dazed for a moment. The careful Uchiha Sasuke noticed blood on Naruto's arm and asked with narrowed eyes, "Naruto, you went out to fight someone?" Page 18. Yet. Naruto did not deny, "I dealt with a few insignificant trash." The conversation between the two brought Sakura back to her senses. She hurriedly ran to Naruto and asked, "Where are you hurt? Let me bandage you." "No, this is not my blood." Naruto shook his head and sat down in a random place. "Is Kakashi-sensei still not awake?" Hearing this, Sasuke and Sakura were silent for a while. Kakashi was too tired and had slept for a whole day but still showed no signs of waking up. The coma of the team leader made Sakura and Sasuke extremely uneasy. They wanted to leave here and return to Konoha as soon as possible, but Naruto said that the most dangerous place is the safest place, and they should stay here and wait for Kakashi to wake up. Sasuke disagreed with this point of view, but he couldn't beat Naruto, so he could only obey orders. "Why didn't you call me?" Sasuke asked Naruto with a cold and serious look in his eyes. "Do you also think I'm too weak and look down on my strength?" Naruto blinked in confusion. To be honest, he didn't quite understand what was going on in Hashira's mind at the moment and why he looked down on him. Is this a case of the young man's second-year syndrome? "Sasuke, what are you talking about? How could Naruto be like that?" Sakura tried to smooth things over. The cool morning breeze blew across his face, and Sasuke's pupils turned scarlet. His double Megatama Sharingan was already activated. After feeling the despair and helplessness once again yesterday, and under the great stimulation, Sasuke was now able to use the Sharingan normally. Sasuke stared at Naruto and said, "Come and fight me again, Naruto. This time I will prove that I am definitely not that weak." His expression was too serious and Naruto suddenly laughed out loud. "Come on." Naruto accepted Sasuke's challenge. He also wanted to try out the strength of Sasuke with double Megatama. The two of them started running towards the open space ahead at the same time. Xiao Ying's expression turned a little ugly, and she shouted, "Stop fighting, both of you." However, she couldn't influence either of them. Especially Sasuke. The last time he was knocked unconscious and hospitalized by Naruto has been engraved on his pillar of shame. Yesterday, Naruto fought the enemy with ease, but his performance was unsatisfactory. These two things made Sasuke feel extremely disappointed, but fortunately he found that he could control the Sharingan normally last night, which made Sasuke happier. Sharingan Sasuke brings a lot of confidence. The genius of the Uchiha clan will never lose again. Naruto, do you know why the Uchiha clan is so rich in geniuses? Stop talking, how come you have developed this bad habit? The time you spent talking is enough to kill a few more enemies. Sasuke wanted to brag to Naruto about the Uchiha clan, but was interrupted by Naruto. Naruto now felt that this was what annoyed him the most, it was really noisy. Don't people here know that villains die because they talk too much? Tisk. Sasuke spat in dissatisfaction, then rushed towards Naruto with all his strength. Not only has your strength increased, your speed increased, but every one of your movements seems to be in slow motion in my eyes. Naruto, this is the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. In this round, we are evenly matched. Trouble. Naruto yawned and rolled up his sleeves. He only brought 3 sets of clothes this time to the land of waves, and he couldn't let them get damaged again. Damn it! Sasuke was annoyed by Naruto's carelessness, so he sped up and ran to Naruto, swinging his right fist back at Naruto. Naruto, you will pay for your contempt. Sasuke's lips curled up, and he seemed to see the hope of victory in excitement. He thought it would be a battle of equal strength, but he didn't expect Naruto to be so careless. It seems that today is the day to avenge himself. Naruto, get out of the way. Sakura shouted loudly to remind Naruto. In an instant, Naruto raised his right hand to block in front of him. His right arm from the elbow to the fist turned red in an instant, and violent heat emanated from his arm and rushed straight to Sasuke's face. The black hair was slightly curled up by the heat, and Sasuke's pupils shrank slightly. At this moment, he seemed to have seen death. He rushed over with all his speed, and the inertia of his body was no longer something he could stop. Finished. This was Sasuke's last thought. At this time, Naruto suddenly dodged to the side and kicked Sasuke in the waist swiftly and fiercely, sending him flying. Young man, no matter how powerful you are, you must leave room for breaking, otherwise you will die miserably. Naruto clapped his hands, looked at Sasuke who fell against the wall after being kicked, and said with a smile, "Not bad, he has become much stronger, and he really deserves the name of a genius." He was sincerely praising Sasuke, and the level of the second pillar was improving rapidly, which was visibly visible to the naked eye. However, this compliment sounded like a great humiliation to Sasuke. How can it be repaired? The pain in his waist and the depressed mood came together, and Sasuke yelled and pounded his head on the ground. Another move. He defeated me with just one move. What is this? I am so weak, when will I be able to seek revenge on Uchiha Itachi? Must become stronger. Sasuke grabbed his collar and yelled at Naruto, "Next time, I will definitely beat you, absolutely. Okay, I'll wait for you." Naruto raised the corners of his lips and added in his heart, "My devil contract and I are waiting for you, the genius who becomes stronger the fastest, the genius who needs power the most, Uchiha Sasuke. Well, it's time to complete the quests and get what I want as soon as possible. When my strength and power have reached a certain level, no one in Konoha will be able to restrain me. The wind, born free, will never be bound by anything. The shackles that intend to bind me will eventually be cut off by me." Inside the mansion, Cardo looked at the bodies of more than 20 wandering warriors in the hall with tears in his eyes, and knelt down in front of Bai, who was wearing a mask in front of him with a plop. "Master Ninja, please spare my life. I will listen to whatever you say and do. Please be kind and let me go." Cardo kept begging for mercy. Bai looked around. She didn't kill these people. She just received a summons from Naruto to take over the place. As for why, Bai didn't ask. She thought Naruto would naturally say it when he wanted to. Bai raised her hand and opened her arm. There was a word on her arm. According to Naruto, this thing is called the Soul Seal. It can not only greatly enhance her strength, but also establish a long-distance connection between the two parties. Gently touching the one, Bai asked softly, "Master Naruto, Kato begs for mercy. Should I spare him? Kill him and you take his place." As ordered. Cardo was a bastard who bullied ordinary people and did all kinds of evil things. After receiving Naruto's order, Bai acted ruthlessly and stabbed a needle into his forehead. A generation of evil businessmen died here. P.S. Please read on, please read on, please read on. Important things should be said 3 times. Chapter 26, The Girl in the Quilted Jacket in Summer, please read. At the end of June, there was not a single cloud in the azure sky, the midday sun was scorching the earth, the water in the river was hot, and there seemed to be heat flowing in the air. In such hot weather, most people would choose to stay at home with air conditioning and eat popsicles, but Naruto is a ninja, and a genin at that, so it is normal for him to be forcibly sent out on a mission by Konoha's village tyrant Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today's task is to help the villagers cut weeds and help the workers unload heavy objects. The hard-working Sakura and Sasuke divided the work, while Naruto slipped into the shade of a tree to lie down and take a nap. I don't know how much time passed in a flash, and the scorching sun moved a lot to the west. "Naruto-kun," a sweet female voice whispered into my ears. Naruto woke up from his sleep and saw a very cute little girl in a trance. She has short black hair, a straight nose, attractive pink thin lips, and a chubby little face with a blush, like a freshly baked meat bun, making people want to take a bite. It's this girl who seems a little neurotic. It would be fine if it was April, but it's almost July now and she is still wearing this cotton jacket. Naruto really wanted to ask her if it was really that hot that he couldn't die. As if she noticed that Naruto was looking at her, the girl with white eyes who was squatting and peeking at Naruto's face quickly turned red and she fell to the grass in shock. Naruto-kun. You're awake. Hinata. Naruto said softly. Hinata raised her hands like a schoolboy and stammered, I'm here. Naruto sat up and looked around. There was no one else around. Are you here to see me? Okay. Hinata nodded, lowered her head and pretended to play with her fingers. Her attention was all on Naruto in her peripheral vision. Teacher Kakashi asked me to inform you that our class, your class, and Class 10 will have a barbecue dinner together tonight, so you must be there on time. Someone has also notified Sakura and Sasuke. Hey, Kakashi is out of detention, let's go then. A whole week has passed since Kakashi returned to Konoha from the Land of Waves, where he had been in a coma for 2 days. After waking up, he was afraid of being attacked by powerful ninjas again, so he rushed back to Konoha with his 3 students to report the action. The final mission was rated A and was considered accomplished by Team 7, but Kakashi acted rashly and took the students on training even though he knew the mission grade did not meet the requirements, which almost caused a major accident. He was punished by the 3rd Hokage and put in solitary confinement. Naruto stretched, stood up and stretched his muscles, then asked, Hinata, what time is the dinner? 6 o'clock. What time is it now? It seems to be 6 o'clock. Page 19. There was a moment of silence, and Hinata's blush became brighter, spreading to the back of her ears and neck. It was 5 o'clock when she found Naruto. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly, she wanted to let him sleep for a while longer, but she accidentally got the time wrong. I'm sorry. Hinata quickly apologized. Don't apologize. Naruto interrupted her apology and said with a smile, Hinata is such a cute girl, I won't blame her. Naruto-kun. Hinata was startled by Naruto's words, her breathing suddenly stopped, her face turned red, and she looked like she would faint at any time, and she couldn't even pronounce her words clearly. She was too shy, and Naruto stopped teasing her because he was afraid she would actually faint. Let's go there together and run, said Naruto. Yet. Hinata's eyes were still wandering, and she nodded and said, Thank you, Naruto-kun. Thank me for what? Naruto asked. No, nothing. Hinata clenched her fists and shook her head vigorously. Naruto-kun, do you really think I'm cute? Hinata's heart was pounding wildly. She didn't dare to ask this question out loud, and silently hid the joy of today's harvest in her heart. The last time she was so happy was when she graduated and Naruto said he wanted to marry her. Although she fainted at the time, Hinata remembered those words for a long time. Looking forward to one day. Suddenly a cool breeze blew, dispersing the heat. Everything on the earth seemed to have breathed a sigh of relief. The trees swayed gently, welcoming the arrival of evening. Naruto felt much more comfortable while running. He suddenly called out to the girl beside him, Hinata. Hinata responded, Hey! Why don't you try changing into some cooler clothes, Naruto said. Change clothes? Hinata was a little surprised. She had pretty much always dressed this way since she was very young until now, and she didn't quite understand why Naruto suddenly wanted her to change. Could it be? Naruto-kun, do you want to see other costumes? A girl's thoughts are always numerous and messy, but in the end they all involve emotions. Hinata became more and more shy the more she thought about it, not knowing how to respond. Naruto kindly reminded, You always wear a cotton jacket, it must be very hot. Hinata said him softly and said nothing more. Naruto sighed. It didn't matter. If Hinata didn't feel hot then he wouldn't have anything to say. He just felt it would be a pity if such a nice girl became a fool due to the heat. The location of the dinner was Yakiniku-kyu in the center of the village, a favorite of Konoha ninjas. From Hokage to Genin, they all frequented this store and business was exceptionally good. Sometimes Naruto even doubted whether this was the private property of the third Hokage. Otherwise, how could so many ninjas come to patronize it? It was really strange. Hinata and I entered the private room 404 in the store and found that all the people from the three classes were already there. 3 jonin were sitting in a row. Kakashi was probably bored from the confinement, and he had his shoulders drooped, looking dejected. Next to him was the bearded Asuma, and behind him was the sexy Kurane Ui. The 4 boys from Class 10 and Class 8 stood in a row on the left. The aloof Urshasa disdained to associate with them and sat alone on the far right. Sakura and Ino were sitting on either side of the door. Separated from each other, and very rarely were they arguing. "Hey, you're finally here," Shikamaru said. "I've been hungry, waiting for you guys." Dinkai shouted happily, "Barbecue, barbecue!" Abarame Shino, who had little presence, was quiet, while Inyazuka Kaiba stared at Naruto with a raised corner of his mouth full of fighting spirit. Ino, the blonde girl who hadn't been seen for a long time, was closest to the door. She turned and looked at Naruto, with some annoyance in her eyes for some reason. After a cold humph, she took the initiative to make room for him. When Naruto was about to sit down like this, Sakura suddenly stood up excitedly, pulled Naruto's arm, and pulled Naruto to sit next to her. "Naruto, you are so lazy. You let me do the mission alone again today. Am I just a heartless mission machine in your eyes?" "Girl, don't tell me, you actually guessed it right." Naruto didn't say anything, which was taken as his agreement. Hinata glanced at him and sat down next to Ino with a bit of disappointment. But Ino was furious. "Sakura, don't you like Sasuke the most and hate Naruto the most? Go over and sit with Sasuke." Chapter 27 Evil Little Yellow Hair. In the brightly lit Japanese-style private room, the blonde girl Ino looked at her neighbor with clear eyes, and her pink thin lips moved as she spoke words that hinted at matchmaking. "This is the friendship between girls. I'm so envious, Kakashi." The bearded Asuma Sarutobi, who was sitting in the middle of the 3 jonin, was secretly poking Kakashi under the table while talking. She raised her eyebrows to hint to Kakashi that girls all knew how to fight for love opportunities for their friends, "So you have to be more forceful in bringing me and Hong together today. I knew you wouldn't treat me to a barbecue for no reason." Kakashi sighed with his dead eyes drooping, then raised his right hand to make an OK sign. He had just been released from solitary confinement by the old man of the 3rd generation, and now his son asked him to help. Neither the father nor the son has good intentions. When can they go home and watch the paradise leisurely? After getting Kakashi's reply, Asuma glanced at the mature and beautiful Ui Kurane, and his heart couldn't help but feel a little excited, looking forward to Kakashi's matchmaking in a while. Kakashi also took a look and shook his head helplessly, thinking, Asuma really found the right person. Although I have never been in a relationship, I have already learned all kinds of knowledge and theories in the paradise of intimacy. He immediately turned his attention to Ino and Sakura. How to match people up. After all, he had no experience in this field, so he needed to learn more. But it seems that Ino has matched the wrong person. It seems that Sakura likes Naruto. Except for Naruto, Shikamaru, and Koji, who had already started barbecuing, and Sasuke, who had been sitting there with a stern face pretending to be cool, almost everyone's eyes were on Ino. Even Sakura, who was pulling at Naruto's clothes, stopped and turned to look at Ino, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. If Ino had said this to Sakura 3 months ago, she would have been very happy and would probably have taken the initiative to reconcile with Ino. But Ino is saying this now, so the situation is very different. "Ino, what are you talking about? I just have the affection for Sasuke that I have as friends." Sakura first glanced at Naruto's expression with concern, then quickly explained and hurriedly pushed for the seat. "Ino, you always say you want to pursue Sasuke, right? Go sit with Sasuke, Naruto, and I will make room for you." After saying that, Sakura winked at Ino and thought to herself, "Ino, you are so brave, I will definitely not compete with you this time." However, Ino shook her head slightly. No, I actually wanted to go against you more before, and I didn't really want to pursue Sasuke. Now I'll help you too. Don't worry about me. Go and sit with Sasuke." "Well, wild boar, please stop causing trouble." Sakura had been paying attention to Naruto's expression. She was really afraid that Naruto would misunderstand Ino's kindness. "Ino, stop guessing. I really just treat Sasuke as a companion." Sakura winked frantically. At this moment, Sasuke finally raised his eyebrows with a cold face. Although women didn't matter, Sasuke still felt inexplicably uncomfortable being pushed around by two people. Just like the pair that was given away. But these are not very important, what is really important is. Sasuke stared at Naruto, who was basting the barbecue with oil, with a sharp look in his eyes, and thought to himself, "Naruto, I will definitely defeat you, and then kill that man." "Don't be shy, Sakura, I know you've always liked Sasuke." As she spoke, Ino sat 2 spaces inward, stopped beside Naruto, and continued, "It just so happens that I have something private to ask Naruto right now, so why don't you go over and sit with Sasuke-kun?" Hinata lowered her head and looked at Ino and Naruto, who were sitting next to each other, with a hint of envy in her eyes. "I really envy Ino's courage. I wish I had the courage to sit next to Naruto-kun." "Okay." Sakura frowned. The sensitive mind of the girl made her realize that something was wrong with Ino in an instant. "If you have anything to say, just say it in front of everyone." "No, this is a matter between Naruto and I." Ino shook her head and refused. "What could possibly happen between you two?" Sakura asked in a bad tone. The atmosphere was now a bit awkward. The two people, who had never gotten along well, seemed to be arguing again because of Naruto. However, Naruto completely ignored the quarrel between the two girls beside him and stared at the barbecue. He had to watch it carefully and not let the big foodie Koji get ahead of him. "Naruto, Sasuke, give me the long chopsticks so I can flip the meat. It's getting mushy." "Sasuke, here." "Naruto, thank you." At this moment, Ino grabbed Naruto's sleeve, and Naruto pressed the barbecue with chopsticks and looked at her. "Naruto, come sit next to me." Ino patted the seat on the other side of her. Looking at the way Ino is flirting with Naruto, Sakura has a feeling that her man is going to cheat on her again. Why does she say again? Because the last time Naruto was hugged by that masked female chasing ninja from the hidden mist village, right in front of her. It is tolerable and unbearable. Before Naruto could reply to Ino, Sakura said, "Naruto, switch seats with me. Don't be next to her." Ino frowned and held Naruto's shoulder. "Don't pay attention to her, sit next to me, I really want to ask you something." Naruto changed positions. Sakura held Naruto's other shoulder, looked at Ino, and directly helped Naruto refuse. "You can tell me what you want to say, and I will convey it for you." "Broad forehead, you want to cause trouble. Well, boar, what's wrong with looking for trouble?" Page 20. Ino was also staring at Sakura, the two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere in the private room gradually became tense. It felt like a fight was about to break out in the next second. The 3 jonin sitting opposite them stared at them with scorching eyes, the fire of gossip burning in their eyes. I didn't expect that the little kids' feelings would be so hard to guess, more complicated than their emotional experiences of more than 20 years. Especially the bearded Asuma, he wanted to ask Naruto privately how he picked up girls and whether he could pay some tuition. Naruto, who was in the center of the storm, took a big sip of the herbal tea as if nothing had happened. It is indeed the most comfortable to drink ice in summer, and it would be even better if it is paired with cola. The only downside is that the two next to it are too noisy. Ah! Naruto sighed and slapped the two hands on his shoulders. Can you two stop arguing? It's really annoying. Actively choose to trigger. When preparing to eat barbecue, you are in a bad mood because of the quarrel between Ino and Sakura. You don't want to give them a bad face. The choice you will make is: Goal 1, give them a good scolding, then take Sasuke away from the two of them. Completion reward, Uchiha Sako, simulated rubber model. Goal 2, flip the table and leave. No one should eat. Completion reward, 200,000 taels. Goal 3, say something hurtful to them, and confess your love to the only lady present, Xiri Hong. Completion reward, talent, evil little yellow hair. Chapter 28 Be My Girlfriend. After the options came out, Naruto took a quick look at them first, and saw two things he had never seen before, so he clicked on them to check them out. Uchiha Sako, simulated rubber model, are you lonely? Are you empty? Is the lonely night still a little cold? Don't worry, she is here today, Uchiha Sako, a must-have fatigue-relieving artifact at midnight, one-click installation, easy to get home. Talent evil little yellow hair, after you obtain it, the opposite sex who meets the conditions, has an admirer other than you, will be more likely to have a favorable impression of you. Tisk. These two things may not seem very useful, but Naruto has been a stamp collector since his previous life. No matter whether it is useful or not, as long as he can accept the conditions and it is not dangerous to get it, Naruto will try his best to get it. Even if you just keep it as a collection, it won't be covered in dust all the time. Sometimes something you think is useless may suddenly come in handy. However, if we choose one of them, Ino and Sakura will probably be wronged again. So, should we make this choice or not? Ino and Sakura didn't know yet that Naruto was considering using them as stepping stones to get rewards, and they were looking at each other angrily. Hearing Naruto's impatient words just now, Ino was the first to glance back and make a tisk sound. For some reason, Naruto's fierce tone made her feel particularly uncomfortable. Sakura had been numbed by Naruto's bullying over the past 3 months, and she didn't take Naruto's words of impatience to heart at all. Naruto has always been like this, so just let Naruto's words go in one ear and out the other. Well, you are all companions, there is no need to be angry with each other. With her big black wavy hair draped behind her, Kurane put aside her thoughts on gossip and used a serving chopstick to pick up a piece of grilled meat for each of Sakura and Ino. Ui Kurane said to them in a coaxing tone, let's make peace after eating the barbecue. Her intention was good, but unfortunately the little girl had always had a bad temper and could not be easily appeased. Sakura and Ino just looked at each other again, then decisively snorted and turned their heads away. Refused to reconcile. Well, not only did I fail to mediate, but I ended up embarrassing myself. Kurane's expression also turned a little colder. Seeing this, Asuma, who was watching her all the time, immediately wanted Kakashi to help. The two of them persuaded Sakura and Ino to reconcile to make Kurane happy. But before he could take action, Uzumaki Naruto, who was sitting opposite Ui Kurane, had already taken action. Sakura, Ino, what's wrong with you two? How can you be so rude to Teacher Hong? Don't you know what it means to respect your teacher? After giving Sakura and Ino a lecture for no apparent reason, Naruto stood up, walked around Sakura, and sat down between Sasuke and Kurane. Then he continued to shrink towards Hong's position and got closer, staring at Ui Kurane. She had long black curls, red eyeshadow and lips, light makeup on her face, a slender waist, and a round and full chest. Under the red mid-V dress, a pair of well-proportioned, slender, white legs were exposed to the air. Shoes were not allowed in the box, so the rosy and tender soles of the feet were exposed behind her because of the kneeling posture. As expected, the older sister is much more pleasing to the eye than the little lowly, and she doesn't need to be 404 ED. Give a like. Naruto stared at Hong's sexy and charming figure for a few seconds, sat up straight, and said seriously, Teacher Hong, Sakura and Ino were once my classmates. I am also responsible for their impoliteness. Please put all the blame on me and punish me alone. When they heard this, Sakura and Ino were both stunned. Kaiba and Shino remained silent, and Hinata's eyes became even more disappointed. Shikamaru and Koji discussed in low voices what Naruto was going to do this time. Sasuke felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what. There was some relief in Kakashi's eyes, and he thought, Teacher, if you saw this scene, you would definitely be very relieved. Naruto is exactly the same as you, both of them are kind people who dare to stop their companions' mistakes. Asuma's lips curled up and he silently congratulated his father, the Sandaime Hokage. What his father had expected was successful. Naruto had become the perfect Jinchuriki that he had expected in his heart. The high curve of Kurene's chest trembled slightly. What she wanted to tell Naruto was that she had never intended to blame anyone. After all, she, Yui Kurene, is a jonin, so how could she get angry with a child? If this gets out, she will no longer be able to save face. Naruto, you may have misunderstood. Teacher Hong. Naruto interrupted Yui Kurene's interruption, and then Naruto said what he had not finished saying. Naruto even spoke very loudly to prevent the selector from judging him as not affectionate enough. Please be my girlfriend. Let me use my body to make amends to you. I promise that as long as you agree now, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. At this moment, everyone in the box, except Naruto, had a big question mark on his head. Then the whole audience was speechless. Young man, why are you so fat? Yui Kurene is 27 years old this year. You just graduated from the ninja school 3 months ago. Are you crazy to confess to her? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Goal 3. The reward, talent, evil little yellow hair, has been successfully issued and has been automatically equipped for you. Yui Kurene was stunned for 2 seconds, then blinked. Naruto is a short boy, and his appearance after being transformed by the selector can be described as a cute little boy with a pair of sparkling blue eyes. His slightly childish face makes people want to pinch his face when he smiles. Not only little girls like it, but it is also a must-have for young ants in their 30s. The handsome little boy's confession, although childish, really touched the older ant. He. Yui Kurene curved her eyebrows and couldn't stop laughing. She raised her snow-white hands and gently rubbed Naruto's soft golden hair. Looking at Naruto's tender and green cheeks, Yui Kauko said, I must go find Hongda tomorrow and brag about the confession of love by the little boy today. So happy. Little brat, wait until you grow up before we talk. While politely rejecting Naruto, Yui Kurene picked up several pieces of meat for Naruto and said softly, eat more meat, so you can grow up quickly. Naruto pretended to be disappointed, lowered his head and sighed, and noticed from the corner of his eye that Asuma Sarutobi was looking at him with a look that made him want to hit him. Hey! I feel happy when I see you angry. Just consider it as a small amount of interest that your bastard father Sarutobi Hiruzen has paid back for bullying me over the years. Naruto ate the barbecue obediently, and then, under Asuma's gaze, he moved closer to Kurene Yui again. P.S. Thanks to the book friends, Ai Yingting, Gui Xiao, book friend 150707, book friend 150621, and book friend 200 and 2010 for their monthly tickets. Thanks to book friends, Mason, Good History Books, Young Death and Ascension, and 4 Twos with 2 Ghosts for their rewards. Thank you for your comments, readers. Please say more. I am really afraid of writing a book alone. I was panicked when you didn't comment yesterday. Chapter 29 He is just a child. Hey, Naruto. What on earth are you doing? How can you be so close to Teacher Hong? Harano Sakura pursed her lips slightly, puffed up her cheeks and glared angrily at the little yellow-haired Uzumaki Naruto who was already approaching Yui Kurane. Ino, who was one seat away from her, also had a very cold expression on her face. Hinata, who was at the edge, knelt quietly and ate the barbecue silently, glancing at Naruto and Kurane from time to time, not happy. It's no wonder they were in a bad mood. The main reason was that Naruto and Kurane were almost sticking to each other, with their arms touching slightly from time to time. The others were also stunned. How dare Naruto do this? Isn't this blatant taking advantage of someone? The key point is that Teacher Hong was not angry at all. Humph. Naruto didn't care about other people's eyes. I'm just a child anyway. Because Teacher Hong is very friendly and beautiful. Page 21. Naruto looked up and met eyes with Sakura standing opposite him. There was a shyness on his face that Sakura had never seen before. His brows were full of rigidity and seriousness. With the incandescent light shining on his face, his eyes looked particularly clean and pure. Zaire Hong's eyebrows curved slightly. Often the more dull and shy a little boy is, the more people will feel benefited by the praise. Kurane unconsciously straightened her chest with a slight tremor, and put 2 more pieces of meat on Naruto's plate. Good boy, if you can speak, speak more. Sakura's expression was moved and she stared at Naruto closely. It's strange, it's really strange, Naruto actually knows how to praise people? What exactly is so great about Teacher Hong? Don't bother Teacher Hong. If you want to eat barbecue, I can serve it for you. Harano Sakura never gives in and takes the initiative. Asuma silently gave Sakura a thumbs up and thought to himself, well done, Sakura, quickly pull Naruto away. Even though this bastard is just a child, he is too close to Kurane, which makes people very unhappy. Unfortunately, however, Asuma's wish was destined to fail. Naruto had no interest in feeding the little loli. How could a little sister be as good as an older sister? Besides, Naruto had the intention of deliberately disgusting Asuma. Then it would be even more impossible for him to leave Hong. Asuma, I'm about to use my full strength against Teacher Hong, I hope you can withstand it. No. Naruto glanced at Sakura indifferently, then decisively rejected her, and then said firmly, compared to Sakura, I still think that the barbecued meat picked by a dignified and elegant intellectual beauty like Teacher Hong will be more delicious. Xiao Ying's mouth twitched, I don't want to pay attention to you anymore. You will make me angry to death sooner or later. Then ignore me. After saying that, Naruto ignored Sakura's angry expression, turned his head and looked directly at Yui Kurane, and quickly looked at her figure with his peripheral vision. A thin branch hangs the fruit. Judging from the start of he is a very strong player. I hope this so-called talent can work for Yui Hong. Naruto tentatively picked up the plate and asked for Kurane's help, Teacher Kurane, I'm done eating. Can you give me some more? There was a stagnation in the box. Everyone's expression was a little bit weird. Naruto really left them speechless. It would have been fine if Kurane took the initiative to pick up the food, but there was nothing but grilled meat in front of you, and you couldn't pick it up yourself if you wanted to eat it. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi all held their foreheads in their hands. As classmates of Naruto, today was really embarrassing. Kaiba was laughing wildly in his heart, ha ha ha, Naruto can't even use chopsticks, it's so shameful. He even needs others' help to pick up the meat when he eats. He must not have made any improvement in strength. Shikamaru was thinking, Ino was sulking, Shino was in a daze, and Koji was taking the opportunity to finish the barbecue. Hinata discovered the bright spot. Her focus has always been on Naruto. Just now, she seemed to see that Naruto seemed to be looking at Teacher Hong's bust. Naruto-kun, is that the one you like? Thinking of this, Hinata's fair little face blushed, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Pretending to be a foodie and frantically snatching food from Shikamaru. It is good. Kurane agreed readily, without any hesitation, and with a slight smile she put a lot of meat into Naruto's plate at once. Since they were too close, touching was inevitable. For example, in the lower body, Naruto's legs and Kurene's legs were already touching, separated only by Naruto's pair of pants. But even so, Kurene Ui didn't seem to mind, and Naruto couldn't help but sigh that the evil little yellow-haired boy's talent was indeed a very powerful ability. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. This time the reward is like finding a treasure. The needle does not poke. Eat more. Kurene Ui lifted the hair beside her ear and continued to pick up meat for Naruto. She didn't know why, but it was the first time she had such a good impression of a child. After thinking about it, she felt that maybe it was because Naruto was cute and spoke nicely. Children like Kaiba, who was led by his subordinates, and Asuma's nephew Konohamaru, who were not cute and spoke like idiots, were not likable. There is absolutely no comparison with Naruto. I really want to exchange students with Kakashi. Thank you, Teacher Hong. If Teacher Hong could be my girlfriend now, I would be willing to live another 20 years. It should be that I will live 20 years less. It's all the same, don't worry about the details. At a close distance, Naruto smelled a faint fragrance on Ui Kurene's body. He didn't know whether it was high-end perfume or her natural body odor. Damn you, little brat, are you going to stop? Asuma almost bit off the cigarette in his mouth as he watched this scene. Naruto was enjoying Red's feeding service, which was something he had always dreamed of, but this damn kid got there first. How could there be such a mean kid? It really makes me angry. After looking at him dimly for a while, Asuma couldn't help it anymore and he slammed the table hard. Everyone looked at Asuma, confused as to what he was going to do, except Naruto. The brat was still eating his meat. Asuma frowned and shouted, "Hey, Naruto! What's wrong, Asuma-sensei?" Naruto responded nonchalantly. Asuma sternly reprimanded, "As a man, you should be on your own for such trivial matters as eating. You always ask Teacher Hong for help, but have you ever thought about how Teacher Hong eats? Don't be so selfish." This way of putting it is simple and clear, and it also reflects Hong's perspective. It's perfect. Naruto should understand, right? If he troubles Hong again, don't blame me for using my authority as a jonin. Asuma was thinking this. The next second, a smile flashed in Naruto's eyes, but a sad expression appeared on his face. To everyone's surprise, he hugged Hong's smooth arms, leaned on her shoulders and blamed himself madly. "Teacher Hong, I'm sorry. Teacher Asuma is right. It's all my fault. I'm just a poor orphan who grew up without a father or a mother and drank expired drinks and ate expired food every day. I finally got a chance to eat some meat thanks to Asuma-sensei, but I have to trouble Hong-sensei like this. I am so uneducated. Maybe an orphan like me shouldn't have come to dine with everyone. I'm sorry." After saying that, Naruto pretended to raise his sleeves to wipe away his tears, then quickly stood up and ran out of the box. Immediately afterwards, the box was in chaos. Sasuke made a disgusted tisk sound. Then followed Naruto's footsteps and left. Sakura glared at Asuma fiercely and chased after him as well. "Take your time eating," Hinata said politely and ran out. She was very worried about Naruto's mood. Ino frowned. It was the first time she felt that the bearded Asuma teacher was so annoying. Ui Kurene's beautiful eyes widened, and she glared at Asuma with disgust, and said angrily, "Asuma, what stupid things are you talking about? Naruto is just a child." Chapter 30 Cheapskate. The evening clouds gradually dispersed, the setting sun hung in the sky, and the breeze lifted the corners of my clothes and stroked my golden hair. Raising his hand with his sleeve to cover the smile that he could hardly hide, Naruto looked really sad and lonely as he ran away so quickly. Naruto laughed as he ran. It is a blind guess that Konoha Prince Asuma Sarutobi is probably dumbfounded now, as he was inexplicably accused of such a big crime. It feels really good to blame others from the moral point of view of the disadvantaged group. As for whether he would be angry, Naruto was too lazy to pay attention to him. If he wanted to be angry, then let him be. It would just make others happy. If Asuma Sarutobi wants to blame someone, then let him blame his father who is the emperor of Konoha. Naruto can't afford to offend the third generation, so he can only offend the prince and the grandson. The old man of the third generation is quite ruthless. Unless you are 100% sure, don't offend him. That's a real shady old yinbai. While saying that he concealed the identity of the fourth Hokage's son in order to protect Naruto, he allowed the news of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to leak out. Before the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he knew about the discord between Danzo and Uchiha and pretended to be blind. However, after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, he was able to immediately suppress Danzo and remove Danzo from his post. Compared with the third generation, Danzo, the great villain of Konoha, is like a rat that can never turn over. Even Uchiha Itachi, who destroyed the Uchiha clan, was a member of the third generation of Anbu. The Hokage's direct subordinates were bewitched by Danzo. If he didn't know about such a big thing, then his position as Hokage would be in vain. You know, the third Hokage is known as the Ninja Doctor. Even if he doesn't use the Anbu, his means of investigating things are still endless. Just with that perverted telescope technique, he could see anyone's movements in the entire Konoha. Who could hide from him? Naruto has been suffering from the torture of the telescope technique for a long time. There is always an old pervert staring at him day after day. It makes his scalp tingle just thinking about it. I hope Orochimaru can come soon. As Naruto was thinking, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Goal 1. The reward, Uchiha Sako Simulated Plastic Model, has been successfully issued. May I ask if you would like to deliver it to you now? Naruto asked a question in his mind, and then answered silently in his heart, not shipping for now. I don't know yet whether the delivery will be delivered directly to the door. I will study it slowly when I get home. Why have they also distributed the rewards for Objective 1? They probably haven't achieved the mission objective yet. Could it be that Sasuke escaped by himself? Yes. What Naruto just said mentioned orphan several times. This word probably also stung Sasuke. So Sasuke put himself in the shoes of the discriminated orphan. When he saw Naruto, who was also an orphan, being scolded by Asuma, he would not feel good either. Naruto was a little curious, so he stopped and waited for 2 or 3 minutes. What he waited for was not Nibiru, but Hinata, who was looking for him in a hurry. Page 22. When Hinata jogged over to him, Naruto stared into her white pupils and said, "Hinata, why are you running so fast?" "I'm here to find Naruto-kun." Hinata held onto the wall, breathing heavily, probably because she ran too fast just now. "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" The cool evening breeze blew in, rustling in Hinata's ears and ruffling her hair. "I am fine." Naruto raised his hand to block the wind for her. "Are you alone?" "Well, everyone else went to other places to look for Naruto-kun. I thought Naruto-kun might go to the place where I slept just now, so I came here." Hinata's voice gradually became smaller. She was too shy, especially when she was with Naruto. She was always afraid to look Naruto in the eye. Whenever Naruto looked at her, she would lower her head and play with her fingers. "Naruto-kun, Asuma-sensei doesn't talk well." Hinata raised her eyes slightly and looked at Naruto's chin, looking at Naruto's Adam's apple, which was only slightly shaped at the moment, and whispered, "But, everyone is worried about Naruto-kun now, let's go back." I have to say, a well-behaved little girl like Hinata is really cute, making people want to touch her. A smile flashed in Naruto's eyes, and he started to rub the hair on top of her head. It really felt like petting a small animal. Hinata bent down in shame. Naruto had made her blush several times today. She didn't know how to describe the feeling in words. "Naruto-kun." Hinata spoke as if she was drunk, swaying from side to side. Naruto knew that he couldn't rub her any further. If he continued, the little girl would not be able to sleep when she went home. He withdrew his hand and looked up at the big red sunset in the sky. The last few rays of sunlight before night poured down on the earth, making Naruto and Hinata's faces look red. "Hinata, you have to get used to it." "Habit." "What? How stupid. Of course you are used to me. Otherwise, what if you get shy every time I talk to you in the future?" Hinata's face quickly turned to shame. "See, you blush so much when I talk to you." Naruto smiled with a hint of teasing in his tone, then turned around and waved, "You should go back early and pay attention to safety. I will go home and sleep. Bye." Watching Naruto's back getting farther and farther away, Hinata pursed her lips and ultimately decided not to chase after him. He raised his little hand and said bye softly. When Hinata returned to Barbecue Q, there were only 3 jounin left in the store, and the others were dispersed to find the members of team who had been angered before. "Hinata, didn't you find them?" Kurane asked first. "No." Hinata replied sullenly that if Naruto didn't want to come, she didn't want to cause any trouble for him. "Ugh." Zihai sighed helplessly, glanced at Asuma not far away with an unhappy look, and said coldly, "Asuma, I don't want to say anything more about you. Really, I never thought that you would treat a child so badly. Hong, I'm just considering that you can't stay hungry forever." Asuma wanted to argue but was interrupted by Yui Hong. "I'm such a grown-up, do I need you to consider eating? I'm not a fool." Yui Hong frowned, "You made a mistake and you still put the responsibility on others. I'm really disappointed in you." Being accused by the person he loves, Asuma felt a little depressed. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. I will find a chance to apologize to Naruto." Alas, poor Asuma. Being played around by a woman. Kakashi, who was hiding in the corner reading a pornographic book, shook his head and sighed, thinking that Naruto had gone too far in playing a prank on him this time. After all, Kakashi had been with Naruto for a few months, and he felt that Naruto shouldn't be so easy to lose his temper. Most likely, he just happened to be unhappy and got caught by Asuma. However, he did not intend to take care of this matter. It was because Asuma was such a jerk that he didn't even invite him to dinner sincerely. At first, he said he was welcoming him, and after booking the seat, he said he would go and inform Hong. That would have been fine, but after a while, Hong said she didn't want to come, and went to call the genin she brought with her, saying that they should organize a class reunion for them. It's just that. Knowing that he never takes off his mask in crowded places, he still insisted on calling so many people over to eat together. Is this also called a treat? It was obvious that he was just trying to use himself as a freelancer to bring him and Hong together. On the other side, Naruto, who had just reached the intersection on his way home after separating from Hinata, was stopped by someone. The person blocking the road was slender and beautiful, with a pair of lake green eyes under his long, silky blonde hair that contained a bit of resentment. "Uzumaki Naruto, you're a stingy bastard. P.S. Thank you for the monthly ticket, thank you for the reward, thank you for the recommendation ticket, dear readers, if you have time, please invest a little, thank you." Chapter 31. Ino is about to leave the water. Hearing someone calling him a stingy person, Naruto looked up and his eyes met Ino's at the fork in the road. Naruto thought that Asuma was good at leading the genin, so Asuma couldn't get off the stage. Not long after, Ino found him at the door of his house and blocked him, and started to accuse him of what he had just done. But Naruto didn't even give face to Asuma, so how could he give face to the genin he led? Naruto turned around and was about to walk around Ino and leave. He didn't even spare a glance for Ino. During this process, Ino's expression gradually became depressed. Ever since Shikamaru woke her up on the day of graduation, Ino felt like she was possessed by a demon and knew that Naruto had been secretly in love with her. She carefully recalled many things about Naruto, and deduced from the clues, Ino slowly came to a conclusion. Naruto fell in love with her by some unremembered coincidence, perhaps it was an unintentional action, or perhaps it was love at first sight. But Naruto has always kept this love hidden deep in his heart and never revealed it, he just wanted to watch her silently. It wasn't until she had an argument with Sakura, and the argument became increasingly intense, that Naruto didn't want to see her sad, and even though he knew that she and Sakura were angry with each other because of Sasuke, he still decided to help her resolutely. He deliberately pretended to be ugly and stupid to pursue Sakura, making Sakura a laughingstock among the girls. It was not until graduation that Naruto realized that he would not be able to see her again soon. He finally made up his mind to tell her his true feelings, so he stopped acting ugly and stupid and started to show his strength. He then defeated Kaiba with one blow, just to prove to himself that he, Uzumaki Naruto, was definitely not the clown that everyone thought he was. But at that time, I didn't know what Naruto was thinking, and my attitude towards Naruto was still bad. Not only did I block the road to challenge him, but I also cheered for Sasuke when Naruto and Sasuke were fighting. Whenever Ino thought of Naruto's domineering attitude when he said he would not allow her to cheer for Sasuke that day, and Naruto's disappointment when she rejected him, she felt like something was blocking her chest. After defeating her love rival, the secret crush she had been silently protecting was still impatient with her. After Ino sorted out her thoughts and put herself in his shoes, she felt extremely sad. What's more, this is Naruto who actually experienced all of this. But it's not all my fault. It's you who likes me but keeps it to yourself. How would I know all your little thoughts? If you had told me everything clearly earlier, even if I didn't have any feelings for you, I wouldn't do anything or say anything to hurt you. Finally, if Shikamaru hadn't reminded me, I would never have thought about it in this way in my life and would never have known what you were thinking. You don't say anything, so how can you not know whether I will fall in love with you in the end? When she thought of this, Ino couldn't help but want to find Naruto to explain everything, but they were all ninjas, and they were still genin who had the most trivial tasks. There aren't many opportunities to meet. I finally met him today, but he didn't even want to say a word to me. Ino stomped her feet, ran to Naruto and opened her arms to stop him, and shouted again. Uzumaki Naruto, you're a stingy guy. Yeah, I am a cheapskate, so can you just go away? Naruto had a cold face and looked away indifferently. Hearing this, Ino couldn't hold back any longer. A thin layer of mist appeared in her eyes, and she gritted her teeth. Aren't you going to explain everything clearly? Naruto raised his eyebrows, speechless. What do you want me to say, that I was teasing Asuma on purpose? Please, miss, stop being funny. No criminal would admit that he had made a mistake. Naruto didn't want to pay attention to this stupid little girl. He yawned and wanted to avoid her again. But this time Ino was really stubborn. If he went to the left, Ino blocked him on the left. If he went to the right, Ino blocked him on the right. Excuse me? No. If you don't let me, I'll beat you. If you want to do it, go ahead and hit me. Naruto silently took half a step back, wondering if Ino had prepared some killer move. He was knocked unconscious by one move last time, but she dared to jump like this so soon. Something is wrong, very wrong. Naruto smelled a conspiracy, and asked, what exactly do you want to do? I want you to explain everything clearly. Ino was very firm about this. That is absolutely impossible. There is no way Naruto can go and clarify things for Asuma. It seems that the only way out today is to knock Ino unconscious and throw her aside. Shaking his head, just as Naruto was about to get into a fighting stance, the sound of the selector rang out. Passive selection trigger. When you were returning home in the evening, you were stopped by Ino. She persistently asked about your feelings and wanted to clear up the misunderstanding between you and her. What choice will you make? Choice 1, stay friendly. Make up a false past according to Ino's thoughts to make her happy and reach a reconciliation with her. Completion reward, talent mouthful of lies. Choice 2, treat it rationally, tell her not to come to you again, and then leave her range. Completion reward, 5% control of the nine-tailed fox. Choice 3, act recklessly, invite her to your home to talk, then knock her out and tie her up when she's not prepared, and then complete the reward, 15% control of the nine-tailed fox. Choice 1, ruthless, kill her in public. Completion reward, Devil's Contract X. Page 23. What the hell? Ino wants to clear up the misunderstanding between her and me? What misunderstanding did I have with her? Naruto was completely confused when he saw the text prompt. He thought Ino came to him because of Asuma's incident just now, but it seemed that was not the case at all. But Naruto really didn't know which misunderstanding between him and Ino was referring to. Did he start by coaxing her into doing a striptease, or did he knock her out afterwards, or did he pinch her face in public on the day of graduation? I don't think so. If it was these things, then they would just start fighting. There would be no need to stop them and talk about weird things for so long. At this time, the puzzled Naruto began to look at Ino. She was wearing a black top with a black skirt today. Her belly and thighs that could not be covered by the clothes and pants were wrapped with bandages. Although the outfit was a bit strange, it could be said to be good-looking. The little bit of skin that was exposed was as white as tofu, and it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. No, the water is about to come out. Ino's eyes were misty, as if she was about to cry at any moment. Naruto asked confusedly, "What do you want me to make clear? You know it in your heart." Ino opened her eyes slightly, with anticipation in her eyes. Naruto almost broke after hearing that. Damn, I don't know the answer. If I wanted to know, I would still be asking you. Alas, she refused to tell me what she wanted to reconcile with. It seems that I will never get the new talent. Naruto took a deep breath and said, "Ino, please don't come to see me again. P.S. It will probably be recommended this weekend. Thank you all for your support, kind readers. Please read it regularly, recommend it, and give me monthly votes." Chapter 32 A Mouthful of Lies. Ino felt unexpectedly stunned when she heard Naruto's answer. "What did you say? I told you not to come to me again." In case Ino didn't hear clearly, Naruto spoke a little louder this time, "If you want to continue standing here, then continue standing. I have to go home and rest. You are not allowed to leave. No matter what the result is, you are not allowed to go anywhere until you make your point clear today. What if I have to leave? Then just knock me out and go back. Aren't you the best at this anyway?" In order to prevent Naruto from suddenly slipping away, Ino actually grabbed Naruto's wrist and refused to let go. Naruto frowned, shook off her hand, and looked at her coldly. "You should know that I'm not a warm-hearted guy who can't bear to hit a girl. Then go ahead and fight if you want. It's up to you." Ino looked at Naruto stubbornly, the mist in her eyes turned into water drops that flowed down her eyes one by one. Looking at Ino gritting her teeth and holding back tears, Naruto felt so tired. He also wanted to explain clearly and get the reward, but he didn't know the reason, so where should he start? Otherwise, why not try and see if you can trick her? First of all, we need to figure out what is going on. After thinking about it, Naruto decided to take a bold attempt and reached out to wipe her tears. Ino subconsciously wanted to dodge, but hesitated for 2 seconds before moving. She was afraid that this stingy guy would be mad and run away again, so she stood there sobbing. Her cheeks felt the warmth of Naruto's fingertips, and Ino said, "Humph. I knew you were trying to scare me. You even said you were going to hit me." Naruto couldn't help but pout when he heard that. He felt that Ino was really confused. He beat her very cleanly last time. How could she have such a bad memory and forget it? If you want to be spanked so badly, I'll give you a slap next time. Humph, you dare. I really dare. Then you fight now. After hearing what Naruto said, Ino became arrogant and pushed Naruto's hand away. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears and glared at Naruto angrily. Naruto looked into Ino's eyes and narrowed them in thought. As she looked at him, Ino felt a little embarrassed and turned her head to the other side, not looking at Naruto. So this is all. Naruto said, "Tisk, forget it, I won't reward you. You should tell me your ideas first." Teenagers who are in puberty are always the most likely to have wild thoughts. I guess something is wrong with them. Naruto leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets and said softly, "Ino, why don't you tell me what you think first?" Hearing Naruto's soothing words, Ino's heart moved slightly, but then she thought about how he had made her cry today, and she felt a little uncomfortable. "Why didn't you say it first?" The girl's tsundere heart was at work, and she couldn't help but suddenly feel like getting angry at the critical moment. Naruto was convinced. It turned out that little girls were difficult to please and were far less gentle and sensible than the older sister. "Then stop talking. I'm leaving." Naruto turned around and pretended to leave, but after taking a few steps he was pulled back by Ino. "It's like this again. Why are you so stingy?" Ino sniffed, her eyes still red from crying. After being beaten around in circles by Naruto, her true feelings were completely exposed. Ino lowered her head slightly and slowly spoke out her true feelings. "Last time, although I did go a little too far, it's not entirely my fault. It was because you bullied me first that I went to cheer for Sasuke." The sun was setting and the sky was getting dark. The dim street lights were turned on at an inopportune time, illuminating Ino's guilty and aggrieved face. Naruto stared at her delicate and beautiful face and sighed inexplicably. "I see. What you said makes sense. Indeed, I was also wrong. I shouldn't have made you angry first." Hearing Naruto's admission, Ino pursed her lips in grievance. "That's right, you didn't say anything, how would I know what you meant? I did a bunch of inexplicable things and said a bunch of inexplicable things, but I didn't explain it and just let others guess. What if they can't guess it? You're just over-guessing." Naruto looked at her and felt that the time was about right, so he said, "Ino, smile now and we'll make peace." "So you're not angry with me now?" Ino asked naively. Naruto shook his head and Ino's face quickly fell. Then Naruto smiled and said, "I told you to smile now, then I won't be angry." Ino was stunned for a moment, her face flushed a little, and now she became shy and no longer had the domineering attitude that she had when she stopped Naruto. "Who cares if you are angry or not?" Ino said in a low voice, "but if you really want to reconcile, we're all from the same village, and there's no reason for me not to accept your apology." At the end of her words, Ino turned around and let out a light hee laugh for Naruto to hear, then ran away. Watching her back as she walked into the street and merged into the crowd, Naruto still stood there waiting quietly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. The reward, talent, mouthful of lies, has been successfully issued and has been automatically equipped for you. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 2. The reward, 5% of Nine-Tail Control, has been successfully issued. Naruto smiled at the familiar tone of the announcement before he started to continue walking towards his small apartment. "I refreshed 2 at a time, and got a total of 4 rewards today, which is awesome. It's a pity that I couldn't get the Devil's contract. I'll have to wait a little longer if I want to sign a contract with Sasuke." On the way to the Uchiha clan's territory, Kaiba, Shino, Shikamaru, and Koji found Sasuke. After Shikamaru's repeated assurances that Asuma had no intention of saying anything bad about orphans, Sasuke reluctantly agreed to go with them. On the way back, Koji gave Shikamaru a sideways glance. "Shikamaru, is it really okay to let Ino go find Naruto alone? It would be a problem if we followed them. Ino has been wanting to find Naruto for a long time." What if she can't achieve her goal and uses you and me as a punching bag? Shikamaru said as he complained, women and the like are such a hassle. Shikamaru thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Ino had a bad temper and would take it out on them when she was angry. Seeing these two brothers whispering to each other, Ya felt annoyed. He has always been a chatterbox, and Shino has always been a silent person, and these two brothers didn't chat with him. It's not like he can always talk to Akamaru. He was so bored that he slowed down his pace and waited for Suzuki, who was walking at the back, to talk to him. Suzuki, have your fighting abilities improved since becoming a genin? Good. Did Kakashi-sensei teach you ninjutsu? No. You should be the strongest in your class right now. Hearing this, Suzuki closed his mouth and didn't say anything. Come to think of it, you have always been the number one in our class. Naruto's victory last time must have been a matter of luck. Kaiba didn't notice that Suzuki had stopped talking, and continued chattering, that guy actually acted like a child and acted like a spoiled child with teacher Hong. It really embarrassed us. After I train for a while, I will go and teach him a lesson. Shut up. Suddenly, Suzuki scolded Ye. Several people in the group looked towards them. Ye asked, not knowing what was going on, what's wrong? Page 24. Suzuki looked unhappy and said in a cold tone, Ye, you are too ignorant of yourself, since when can even a rubbish like you clamor to teach Naruto a lesson? In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely cold. P.S. Let's release the daily chapters at a fixed time in the future. Just pick a time when everyone is almost free, and release 2 chapters on time at 7 p.m. every night. Chapter 33 Uchiha Sako is delivering. Hokage-sama, the Jinchuriki seemed to be hurt by Asuma-senpai's words today. He went to bed early after returning home and was in a bad mood. In the center of Konoha, inside the Sarutobi clan's territory, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing casual clothes, was sitting in the main seat in the reception room listening to the report from the purple-haired Anbu, who was half kneeling on the ground. The Sandai raised his sleepy eyelids and asked, "Did you hear what Asuma said?" The 3 Jonin were there. I wasn't too close, so I didn't hear the specific conversation. The purple-haired Anbu said, but it seemed to mention something like orphans and lack of education. When Sandai heard this, his eyelids twitched suddenly. He picked up the pipe on the tea table next to him, took a small puff of the tobacco, and exhaled a puff of smoke. That idiot Asuma is really useless. I have been preparing for nearly 13 years to establish a bond between Naruto and the Hokage lineage, and now he gives me an opening. The Jinchuriki is the most powerful fighting force in the village and must not be lost. He must be firmly controlled by the Hokage lineage. Well, I'll put him in detention when Asuma comes back. Tomorrow morning, go inform Ebisu and ask him to bring Konohamaru around Naruto more often and try to make Naruto and Konohamaru become friends. Go back. The purple-haired Anbu bowed her head and said yes before getting up and leaving. As she jumped over the Sarutobi clan's gate, she just happened to see Kakashi coming back with a drunk Asuma. The face beneath the mask couldn't help but reveal a hint of annoyance. She didn't know why, but when she followed the Jinchuriki tonight, she inexplicably developed some affection for him, and even began to dislike the bearded Asuma who spoke slanderously about him. Very strange. Uzuki Yujao herself also felt that it was abnormal, but she did not think much about it. She thought that perhaps it was because the life of the Jinchuriki was indeed pitiful and she was just feeling sympathy for the Jinchuriki. Kakashi, who was once the captain of the Anbu, naturally noticed that someone was observing them. After looking at each other and knowing that she was an Anbu directly under the Hokage, Kakashi ignored her and continued to support Asuma as he walked inside. Well, I was just scolded by Hong a few times. Is it necessary to drink so much? Really? Kakashi, Hong, and I have been childhood sweethearts for more than 20 years, and she actually taught me a lesson for a little bastard and asked me to apologize. It's so frustrating. Hong is doing this for your own good. Didn't she say she would come to see you tomorrow morning? Why are you still sad? What's the point of coming to see me this morning, Kakashi? So you old bachelor, you know nothing. Who are you scolding? We're all single, how are you better than me? Kakashi pushed Asuma into the Sarutobi house with force, and without caring about Asuma who fell to the ground. He turned around and left in a tantrum, heading towards the Konoha hospital. Half an hour ago, Shikamaru ran to inform them, saying that it was because Kaiba said something wrong that made Sasuke unhappy. Afterwards, Sasuke started fighting with Kaiba and Shino, and he knocked down 2 people from Team 8 and Kaiba's dog Akamaru by himself. However, Sasuke's condition was not much better. 3 people and a dog were admitted to the hospital at the same time. Hong has already rushed over to see Shino and Kaiba. As a guiding jonin, Kakashi now has to go and ask Sasuke what's going on. At this time, in the Konoha hospital, Sasuke pulled out the infusion needle from his arm and threw it aside casually. The injuries on his body made Sasuke feel humiliated. If it was Naruto, there's no way he'd get hurt by teaching these 2 pieces of trash a lesson. Walking to the window and looking at the moon in the sky, Sasuke recalled that night again. His eyes turned scarlet and he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I'm still too weak. I'm going to find Kakashi to help me train. As the moonlight began to brighten, Naruto lay on his bed and read the reward instructions. Talent mouth full of lies, if you tell a lie 1,000 times, it will become true. Your words will have a small impact on others, making it easier for others to believe you. It's only a small impact. Naruto made a dissatisfied tisk sound. He thought he could get the original body's words to speak for him, but it seemed that he was thinking too much. There are many rewards today, but the only thing that can improve one's own combat power is the control of the 9-tailed fox. The other 2 talents are auxiliary effects, and there is also a strange Uchiha Sako, which I thought was some kind of strange thing. As a result, Naruto almost laughed out loud when he opened it. That thing is indeed very special, even more exquisite than the stress-relieving dolls made by the island country in previous lives. Moreover, it is life-size and 1:1, with a charming figure and seductive clothes. It is estimated that it can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars on Dobeo. But the key point is, that thing has a face of Sasuke, damn it, it's just disgusting. So after seeing that the thing had the option of free delivery, Naruto decisively located the coordinates to the Sarutobi clan's territory. As for which lucky person will get this thing, Naruto doesn't care. Anyway, the gift he gave away is like water spilled, he will never take it back. After looking at the reward, Naruto closed his eyes and fell asleep. Tick, tick. In a trance, Naruto came to the dark and damp sewer again. A pair of huge fiery red eyes were staring at Naruto in the darkness. Naruto could probably guess what the 9-tailed fox wanted to talk to him about, so he walked slowly forward on the puddles, came to the front of the cage and looked at the 9-tailed fox. Are you looking for me? Didn't you say you would sign a contract with me and give me freedom? The 9-tails stared at Naruto with anger in its eyes, but was afraid to act recklessly because of the terrifying iron chain. It said in a calm voice, I have agreed to sign the contract, why do you continue to plunder the control of my body? As expected, the selector's continued plundering made Kyuubi suspicious. Kuroma, don't you believe me? Naruto asked, looking up. I want to believe you. But I can clearly feel that I can no longer control 1/5 of my chakra. The 9-tails voice was heavier than ever before. In thousands of years, this was the most terrifying person he had ever met. Even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha could not kill him and could only seek to control him. But the little ghost in front of him really made him feel the possibility of death. But after hearing what the 9-tails said, Naruto thought of another question. Just now the 9-tails said that 1/5 of his chakra was taken away, but Naruto has only gained 11% control over the 9-tails so far, and there is only half of the 9-tails in his body. How can it be 1/5? Unless this 100% definition includes the other half of the nine-tailed fox as well. Then will there be another possibility? After the control exceeds 50%, the remaining 50% will be directly extracted from the nine-tailed fox sealed in the fourth Hokage's body. If this is true, then will the nine-tailed fox in the fourth Hokage's body disappear and come out directly from his own body? And is there a possibility of directly seizing control of other tailed beasts in the future? It would be interesting if it were possible. Chapter 34, Konoha Female Bodhisattva. In the cage, the Nine Tails saw that Naruto was in a daze for a long time and didn't say anything, and couldn't help but get angry and growled uncontrollably. "Aren't you going to give me an explanation?" The huge space was flooded with water due to the nine-tailed fox's roar, and it rushed into the darkness behind. Tisk, how come after being locked up for so many years, he still has no patience at all? Naruto looked displeased as he looked up at the Nine Tails calmly. "Kurama, I can only say that you are too petty. You can't accept just this little bit of chakra. I am not strong enough now, so what's wrong with using a little of your power? This is a lot of power. You could have borrowed it, but why didn't you return it?" The nine-tailed fox bared its teeth and glared at Naruto with a gloomy expression. The loss of power made it anxious, and it was worried that eventually its power would be completely deprived by Naruto bit by bit. "Haha, nine-tailed fox, I'm only speaking to you nicely because I'm giving you face, so you'd better not be too presumptuous with your attitude." Naruto narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. "You'd better figure out the priority between us before talking to me. Of course, if you still want to be tied up, you can try it." The nine-tailed fox's eyes were red with anger. What Naruto said made it seem like he was treating it as a slave who could have life and death at his disposal, which made the proud beast extremely angry. But the fact is, just as Naruto said, it felt deeply helpless about Naruto's chains. For the first time, Fox knew what it felt like to have cold hands and feet. "Sorry. I was impulsive." The Nine Tails didn't know that Naruto was just bluffing it. According to Naruto's personality, if he could really control the chains, he should have tied him up when the Nine Tails glared at him. When Naruto entered here passively, he tried to use it, but it was useless. He could not feel the existence of the chain at all. "I don't know what conditions need to be met to be able to control it freely. You have a decent attitude in admitting your mistakes, so let's forget about it this time." Naruto said calmly, "Don't worry, I don't bother to lie. I will definitely give you freedom if I say I will, provided you don't make me angry. But don't blame me if the selector insists on making you disappear." Naruto's words were like the devil's whispers echoing in the Nine Tails' ears. Coupled with the fact that the threat of the chains was so strong, the Nine Tails subconsciously wanted to believe that what Naruto said was true. No. Now it can only believe that Naruto will really give it freedom in the future, because it has no way to resist now. His face turned pale and blue, and Joey lowered his proud head. "My lord, I was wrong. I was just a little worried." Even a proud being like the Nine Tails became so humble. Naruto smiled happily. Page 25. Apparently, the talent for lying that I had just acquired, when used in conjunction with other factors, could produce quite good results. If this wasn't a world where the strong were respected, maybe I could become a big con man and specialize in cheating rich women out of their money. Your worries are totally unnecessary. Don't drag me in when you have nothing to do in the future. If you disturb my rest, I will get angry." Naruto waved his hand with a smile and left this dark and damp place. After he left, Kyubai's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. They actually took the initiative to bow down to lowly humans. It was humiliating, really humiliating. The next morning, the red sun rose in the east. Naruto got up as usual, washed up, and went downstairs to buy breakfast. Ever since the option of money appeared in the reward selection, Naruto has never cooked a meal. In his words, why should you earn your living when you can spend money to enjoy yourself? Now there are very few stores that are unwilling to sell things to him, and many stores are even willing to give him discounts. The reason is simple: handsome. In Konoha, there may be more men who open shops, but most of the people who run the shops are girls. As a handsome little boy, those girls whose values are based on his looks don't care whether he is a fox demon or not. They just want to have a sweet love with him. Especially today, Naruto with his yellow-haired talent attracted the attention of the women in the breakfast shop. As soon as he arrived at the morning market street, several proprietresses who were familiar with him waved to him and asked him to come in for a meal. They acted like concubines in the harem vying for favor. "Naruto-kun, do you want some steamed buns? I'll give you 2 big hot buns for free. Naruto-kun, come to my shop and I'll let you eat my pussy. Naruto, come to my fried noodle shop. You can add chicken powder or message if you want." The husbands of those boss ladies looked at Naruto with murderous intent, and sneered at the boss ladies' attentions to Naruto. One of the couples even started quarreling on the spot. But in fact, these men were worrying too much. Naruto completely ignored their wives' greetings. First, Naruto is not interested in average-looking women. Second, Naruto has enough money to buy breakfast, so there is no need to eat free food. Third, free things are sometimes the most expensive. Naruto is still young, and if he eats breakfast, he might be targeted by the 404 god. "Naruto, you're buying breakfast here too." When passing by a dumpling shop, Naruto heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw the slim figure of Kurane Yui standing at the door of the dumpling shop. She was wearing a pure white home dress with a black belt tied around her slender waist. Her eyes were as clear as water under her long eyelashes and her red lips were plump and rosy. Probably because she was on vacation, Kurane Yui was wearing white stiletto heels today, which made her look even more charming than yesterday. She raised her snow-white arm to tuck her right hair behind her ear, and waved to Naruto with a slight smile. Naruto was stunned for a moment, thinking back to how he should have been in front of Kurane Yui yesterday, and it seemed a little delicate and artificial. After hesitating for a few seconds, he smiled shyly and said, "Good morning, Teacher Hong." "Good morning." Yui Kurane took out a bunch of meatballs from the package and handed them to Naruto, her eyes gentle, "Eat one." A few minutes later, Anko Mitarashi, who was dressed very boldly with a transparent fishnet covering her upper body, was circling around Naruto. What a powerful illusion! Naruto was almost dizzy by the dizzying 360. Mitarashi Anko looked at Yui Kurane angrily, "So, you just gave all the meatballs you packed for me to this kid? Ha ha ha, he's still young, he needs to eat more to grow. What about me? I can treat you to a meal when I get back from Sarutobi's house. Don't make such a fuss." Kurane laughed and waved her hands. She had originally intended to feed him lightly, but as soon as Naruto asked for it, she couldn't help but feed him the whole thing. "Damn it! I even took a day off to accompany you to Sarutobi's house, and you treated your sisters like this." Hongdo was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. Okay, I admit my mistake." Hong apologized perfunctorily. Hearing the word Sarutobi, Naruto suddenly remembered that he had sent Uchiha Sasuke to the Sarutobi family last night. "So I asked curiously, what are you doing at the third generation's house? I promised to go see Asuma yesterday." Hong didn't hide it and directly told her purpose. Then, as if she suddenly thought of something, she said, "Naruto, do you want to come with us? It's a good opportunity for Asuma-sensei to apologize to you." "Okay, I'll go." Naruto agreed immediately. He also wanted to see which lucky person got the Sasuke. It would be fun if it happened to be Asuma. Even if it's not the case, it doesn't matter. I can follow Hong and let Asuma apologize to me in front of the Sarutobi clan. That will feel pretty good. So, the three of them walked together and headed towards the Sarutobi clan's territory. On the way, Hongdo was still sulking about the meatballs being eaten, but the meatballs were gone and that was it. Even if she was very angry, she couldn't really get angry with her good sister Kurane Ui. She could only stare fiercely at the culprit Uzumaki Naruto who ate all the meatballs. She was much taller than Naruto, so she bent slightly when looking at him. Naruto didn't mind being stared at by her for a while. After all, 360 was really pleasing to the eyes. I, Uzumaki Naruto, wish to call Mitarashi Anko the number 1 female bodhisattva of Konoha. As if she noticed Naruto's gaze, Hongda said threateningly with a gloomy face, "Little bastard, watch your eyes and don't look around." Hearing this, Naruto raised his eyebrows, turned to Ui Kurane and said, "Teacher Kurane, who is this ugly girl? Not only is she not 1/10 as pretty as you, but she's also so fierce." Ugly girl. The corners of Hongda's mouth twitched wildly and her fists made a crackling sound. It was obvious that she wanted to hit someone. But at this time, Zahi Kurane stood up. "Hongdu, why are you being so mean to a child for no reason?" Red beans. "No way, sister, he looks like he has already graduated, but he is still a child. Normal ninjas at this age have killed people. P.S. Good evening, all the super handsome men. Please read the new book, don't keep it." The current recommendation mechanism only looks at the follow-up data of users who have recharge records within 3 months, and recharge 1 cent is also acceptable. In order to make the book last longer, please don't keep it in the new book period. Read the last chapter for a minute and then turn to the last page. Thank you. Chapter 35 An accident happens. Under Kurane Ui's deliberate protection, Anko Mitarashi still did not attack the kid Naruto. The little brat doesn't know what beauty and ugliness are, so just ignore him. The majestic upper body rose and fell, and Hongdu tried to comfort herself and calm herself down. But she still really cared about the word ugly girl. Today, the feud was settled. She slightly opened her rosy lips and said in a deep voice, "You little brat, just wait for me. Don't let me get you alone in the future." Although he didn't hear clearly what Hongdu said, Naruto could roughly guess it. It was obvious that Red Bean was resentful towards Naruto. But Naruto didn't take it to heart. If a fight really started, it was hard to say who would end up in the hands of whom. At about 9 o'clock, Naruto followed Kurane Ui and Anko to the Sarutobi clan's territory. On both sides are willow trees lined up side by side and single-story courtyards. There are many pedestrians walking on the road, most of them are dressed formally or elegantly, and they seem to be the elites of Konoha village. Naruto had also seen some of them before, such as the patriarchs of the Yamanaka family and the Akimichi family, whom they had just missed. After walking another 200 or 300 meters, I turned a corner and saw a huge courtyard. It was the only 2-story building in the area, with a vermilion solid wood door and a wall that was twice as high as any other house. There were also 2 tall ninjas wearing green vests guarding the gate. Tisk tisk. Naruto couldn't help but sigh. The one with the green vest is either a Jonin or a Chunin, but he was dragged to the Sarutobi family to be a watchdog. Does this old man from the 3rd generation abuse his power for personal gain? And this courtyard gives Naruto a high-end and classy feeling even before he enters it. I wonder if the courtyards of the Hyuga family and the Uchiha family are that impressive. As a fellow Hokage, how did the Yandere get by? Why did he leave such a shabby little apartment for Naruto? Seeing Ui Kurane coming over, the gatekeeper ninja bowed slightly to her and then opened the door for her. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the head of the Hyuga clan, the largest clan in Konoha, Hyuga Hayashi, and the head of the Nara clan, Shikamaru's father Nara Shikaku, were all wearing kimonos and sitting around the stove in the middle of the courtyard making tea. It was unknown what they were talking about. Seeing that Naruto actually came here with Ui Kurane and Anko, the 3rd Hokage waved at Naruto in surprise and said, "Naruto, why are you here? You old pervert, why is your house so big? Why didn't you invite me to visit before?" Naruto slowly walked up to the 3rd Hokage. When everyone present heard Naruto address the third Hokage, their eyelids jumped. Kurenai quickly turned around Naruto and whispered to him not to talk nonsense. It's okay, it's okay. I'm used to joking with little Naruto. The third generation smiled very friendly. Seeing that the third Hokage didn't mind, Kurenai breathed a sigh of relief for Naruto. Everyone present felt that the third Hokage was worthy of being the Hokage and was indeed very tolerant. However, Naruto did not give the Sandai any way out. He pointed at the Sandai's face and said contemptuously, "The old man Sandai is a pervert. I brought him down with a seduction technique. It would be better for him to abdicate and let me be the Hokage." Cough cough cough. The Sandai was almost embarrassed, fearing that Naruto would use seduction techniques here to damage his reputation, so he waved his hand and said, "Hong, you are here to look for Asuma, right? Take Naruto away as well." "Yes." Kurenai and Anko each lifted Naruto up with one hand and quickly ran away, for fear that he would say something outrageous again. Page 26. Naruto originally wanted to say a few more words to the third Hokage, but Kurenai and Anko's reactions were too quick, and he was just a Shota who was not good at saying no. I could only be forced to be lifted up and sandwiched in the middle by them, feeling the majestic aura of the mountains on both sides. When they reached the backyard, the two men put Naruto down. "Kid, who do you want to kill?" Red Bean finally got the chance to take revenge and grabbed Naruto's face and pinched him. "Who did I kill?" Naruto said as he slapped her hand away. Hongdu frowned, "You are disrespectful to the third generation master, aren't you harming others, you little brat?" "Teacher Hong, this ugly girl is so fierce." Naruto scored a second goal, trying to disgust Hongdu again. However, this time even Kurenai couldn't help but poke Naruto's forehead, pursed her lips and pretended to be angry and said, "Naruto, you can't talk to the third Hokage like that, do you hear me?" Hongdu laughed wildly, "No one will protect you this time, you little brat." Naruto spread his hands, nodded and said, "Got it." Naruto understood that they did not dare to anger the third Hokage. Not everyone was a Jinchuriki and could behave as unscrupulously towards the third Hokage as Naruto could. The Sandai Hokage is, after all, the most powerful person in Konoha, and no one in Konoha can go against his will. But all this will come to an end when Orochimaru arrives. "I know. I'll be more careful next time." Kurenai raised her hand to smooth out her skirt. When she held Naruto up just now, some wrinkles appeared under the armpits of the skirt. There seems to be some friction. A slight blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks, but when she looked at Naruto's childish face, Kurenai suddenly felt that it was nothing. Just a child. What on earth am I thinking about? Thinking of this, Kurenai let out a breath and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. In front is where Asuma lives. Several of our good friends come here often. Hong, why did you talk so much to this brat? Anko folded her arms. It's just a chat, right, Naruto? Kurenai smiled slightly and looked back, her long black wavy hair swaying in the wind. Okay. Naruto didn't respond and followed leisurely behind Kurenai. Kurenai was taller than Anko, and was estimated to be about 1.7 meters tall. In addition, she was wearing high heels today, so her height reached about 1.74 meters, and her waist-to-hip ratio was quite perfect. If we don't count those little Lolas who haven't grown up yet, it can be said without hesitation that Kurenai is the most beautiful woman Naruto has seen in the past few months. Even Hongdu, who has a fuller figure, is a few points behind her. Just in terms of mature lady temperament and dress style, Hongdu has already lost. No wonder Asuma has been obsessed with Kurenai for so many years. Naruto followed Kurenai for a while, and when they reached the stairs she reminded him, "You need to take off your shoes." The Sarutobi family has servants cleaning the floor every day, so the floor is very clean, so don't worry about getting your feet dirty. As she spoke, she squatted down, holding the hem of her skirt with her left hand, reached down with her right hand to take off her high heels, and stepped her slender pink feet on the wooden floor. Those who were well-fed and well-clothed were excited for a long time after seeing this. "Teacher Hong, let's just be boyfriend and girlfriend." Naruto chased after her and once again proposed pie to Hong Yui. Xiri Hong smiled and said with her soft red lips, "You are too young, we are not suitable. If you want to fall in love, you can find a girl who is about your age." Naruto frowned and thought, "How do you know if I am small or not if you don't even try?" Pure slander. Hearing this conversation, Red Bean, who had long been resentful of Naruto, laughed wildly and pointed at Naruto and taunted. "So you like Hong, you'll have a lot to cry about later. Hong and Asuma have been childhood sweethearts for more than 20 years. Her future partner will only be Asuma, not you, a brat." The fact that Kurane walked in front and did not refute what Hongdu said indirectly proved that although she and Asuma were not together yet, they did have a lot of emotional foundation. Hongdu was still mocking, "Ha ha ha, the Hong teacher I like is going to be with someone else in the end. Is your glass heart shattered to the ground, little brat?" In fact, Naruto didn't care. He already knew that Kurane liked Asuma, and it was just talkative. But he didn't expect that Red Bean would talk so much. "It's really a bit noisy." Whispering sound. Naruto snorted and retorted, "You are such an ugly girl that no one wants. You talk a lot, as if you are the one who wants to be with Asuma." The corners of Hongdu's mouth twitched, and she was obviously angry at the ugly girl again. "Hehe, I won't be angry. No matter how much you scold me, I can't change the ending that Hong will marry Asuma. Asuma not only has a good family background, but is also serious and loyal in love. This little brat can only watch her for the rest of his life." "Hongdu, would you shut up?" Kurane Yui was afraid that Naruto would be too disappointed, so she couldn't help but say something to Hongdu. However, she didn't have much opinion on what Hongdu said. Asuma had indeed waited long enough for her. If nothing unexpected happened, she thought that after some time, she would be able to accept Asuma's confession. As she was thinking, she walked to the door of Asuma's room. The white hand reached out for the door handle, and the moment the door was opened, Yui Kurane was stunned. His face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he remained silent for a long time with his red lips tightly pursed. Accident happened. Chapter 36 Suzuki, Speak, Suzuki. "Hong, why are you standing there like an idiot? Teacher Hong isn't going in." Realizing that something was wrong with Kurane Yui's condition, Naruto and Red Bean followed her to the door and saw a very shocking scene. Asuma Sarutobi was still snoring on the bed, and in his arms was a black-haired girl dressed in extremely seductive clothes, probably the kind of dress that adults often call sexy. The girl's face could not be seen clearly in Asuma's arms. The two of them lay on the bed wrapped in quilts and hugged each other tightly. Not to mention Yui Kurane, even Mitarashi Anko was dumbfounded. Where is the good man who was promised to be deeply in love? Didn't you say you don't want anyone else but Hong? What is the situation now? She looked at Xiri Hong worriedly and found that there were waves in Xiri Hong's eyes. Looking at Asuma, who had confessed his love to him countless times and promised that he would only want him and wait for him forever, holding a girl who looked about the same age as Naruto in his arms. Xiri Hong stared at the other person blankly, feeling mixed emotions. She was just wondering whether she should agree to Asuma after a while. Naruto almost couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't have much hope at first, I just wanted to humiliate the Sandai family, but I didn't expect that things would be such a coincidence, and Sako was sent to Asuma just in time. Should we take this opportunity to do something good?" Just as Naruto was thinking, a prompt sound came to his ears. "I'm really sleepy and I give you a pillow. Actively choose to trigger." When you first arrived at the Sarutobi clan, you saw the eye-catching scene between Asuma Sarutobi and Sei Sako. As someone whose childhood was miserable because of the Sarutobi family, what choice will you make? Option 1, forget the past, take the initiative to excuse Asuma Sarutobi and let Kurane regain his trust in him. Completion reward, artifact forgiveness hat. Choice 2, treat it rationally, do nothing, let things develop naturally, and wait and see. Completion reward, telescope technique. Choice 3, take advantage of the situation, brave Niu, not afraid of difficulties, take Yui Kurane away before the truth is revealed to prevent her from reconciling with Asuma. Completion reward, big ball raise Nan. Choice 1, adding insult to injury, yell loudly and try to attract as many people as possible to watch. Completion reward, Devil's Contract X. Naruto scanned it quickly and clicked on the artifact to take a look first. Artifact Forgiveness Hat, wearing it will have magical power. No matter what heinous things others have done to you, you will choose to forgive them. Note, only the host can wear it. Blanche. What a rip-off, it's called a magical artifact, I'm so dumb about it. You don't need to click on the following 3 items, you can understand what they mean just by reading the text. The second, third, and fourth options conflicted, so Naruto eliminated them without hesitation. He came here today because he had no intention of making life easy for the Sarutobi family, so of course he would go straight for A at this time. Devil's Contract is a must-have option. Mr. Asuma, how could you be so unfair to Mr. Hong? Don't you like Ms. Hong the most? Naruto suddenly rushed into the room and shouted with all his strength, why are you sleeping with other women? The sound was so loud that it could probably be heard clearly by more than a dozen households away. In a daze, Asuma slowly opened his eyes and felt something in his arms. He lowered his eyebrows and looked over. It was a man with black hair. Are you still dreaming? This is the red in the dream. Asuma yawned, then bent down and kissed Sako on the head, and said affectionately, I love you. Then I continued to sleep. I drank too much yesterday and couldn't resist the sleepiness. Hearing Asuma even say I love you to the other party in a loving manner, Yui Kurane took a deep breath and lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Hongdu was now feeling both ashamed and angry. Her face was so swollen now because of how well she had praised Asuma to Naruto just now. The slap in the face came not only quickly but also hard. She had always had a bad temper, and in a rage. She followed Naruto into the house and yelled, Asuma Sarutobi, you scumbag, get out of here now. The scolding was so loud that Asuma rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up with Sako in his arms. Page 27. Hongdu, can't you see we are sleeping? Why are you shouting? At this time, Asuma still believed that he was dreaming. In the dream, he and Yui Kurane were already husband and wife, and Hongdu was a guest at their home. Until he saw Zahi Kurane standing at the door with her eyes suddenly widened. Hong is outside, then who is next to me? Before he could even look, Naruto had already answered it for him. Suzuki. Naruto looked as if he had seen a ghost, and said in shock, Suzuki, what's wrong with you? If you have no money, you can borrow from me. How can you give yourself to an old man? Hongdu, who was standing by, also took the girl in Asuma's arms. No, it should be said that she saw the boy's face clearly, and Hongdu felt that all her 3 views were shattered. My God, what a disgusting picture! Hongdu's face became even redder. Whenever she thought about the time when she and Naruto praised Asuma, her face became swollen. It was really a slap in the face. I have to say that the quality of the dolls rewarded by the selector is very good, even the skin texture is exactly the same as the real Suzuki. Suzuki, say something, Suzuki. Naruto raised his hand and swung the lamp in the room away. Did this bastard uncle force you? Asuma himself was also confused. He really couldn't believe what he saw and slapped himself in the face. It hurts a lot, I guess I'm not dreaming. Asuma suddenly woke up from his sleepiness, quickly let go of Psycho, and then shouted to Yui Kurane, Karina, please listen to my explanation, I don't know what's going on either. Naruto, what are you yelling about, little brat? At this time, the Sandai, Hyuga Hayashi, and Narashikaku, who heard the noise, also rushed over. After seeing Asuma and Sasuke sleeping together naked in the bedroom, the Sandai's old face suddenly froze. The Hokage of Konoha village and the heads of the two big families were all stunned, their eyes all focused on Asuma Sarutobi's bed. Asuma, you bastard, today I must punish you according to the family rules. The furious Sandaime Hokage conjured up a long black stick from somewhere and smashed it at Asuma. For a moment, there was chaos in the room. Hinata Hayashi and Narashikaku both knew how to judge the situation, so when they saw this scene, they turned around and left. They dare not look at the dirty laundry of the Hokage's family. Even though it's funny, you must not laugh, at least until you get home. Hinata Hayashi, I didn't expect Asuma to have a hobby of playing with dolls. Narashikaku, that's a doll. It's so exquisite that I couldn't even tell. Hinata Hayashi, so, the third-generation family is very rich and powerful. Dolls of this level must be very expensive, or... Having said this, Aizu didn't say anything else. Those who understood would understand. Taking advantage of the chaos in the house, Naruto decisively slipped out of the house and held Yui Kurene's hand. Zaire Rihong looked back, her eyes slightly red, her beautiful face full of confusion and puzzlement. I guess she couldn't understand why she lost to a boy. Naruto looked at her with a worried look on his face, his expression was distressed and reluctant, and he whispered, Teacher Hong, please leave with me. I don't want to see you sad, Teacher Hong. Her long golden hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were bright and sincere. The words spoken between those thin lips were full of sincerity. Zaire Rihong was moved. She didn't even see through her childhood sweetheart of more than 20 years. The sudden change made Yui Kurene feel that this little boy whom she had just met on the second day might be more trustworthy than Asuma. Well, let's go. Zihai forced a smile on her bitter face. She didn't want to stay here for even a second. P.S. I originally wanted to post it at 7 o'clock, but I just couldn't help it. It seems that I will not be able to save any more drafts. I want to post them as soon as I have some words. Chapter 37, Offend to Death. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 3. The reward, Big Ball Raise Nan, was successfully issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. The reward, Devil's Contract X, has been successfully issued. The rewards for the two options were received, and Naruto had more knowledge about the Raise Nan in his mind. For Naruto who used Chitara, this ninjutsu that required a high mana consumption was the most helpful. The Big Ball Raise Nan not only looks large in appearance, its power is equivalent to that of a small falling meteorite. However, compared to the Rasen Shuriken that has incorporated the changes in the properties of wind-style chakra, the Big Ball Raise Nan is still a bit lackluster. But Naruto didn't mind it. To him, this was just a side option. Now that the devil contract he wanted most has been received, he can find an opportunity to conclude a contract with Sasuke and control this genius who reached the pinnacle of the ninja world at the age of 17. Naruto was very satisfied with the reward, but in order to get the reward this time, he probably offended Asuma badly, and he didn't know how much he would hate him. Naruto thought about it and decided that since that was the case, since he had already offended him, he might as well offend him to death. It's just that I might feel a little bit sorry for Sasuke and Kurene. Thinking of this, Naruto glanced at Kurene Yui beside him. As it was approaching noon in the morning, the wind with the smell of earth ruffled Xi Rihong's hair. She looked ahead with lifeless eyes, and everything seemed calm. But often silence is the most restless. This beautiful woman with a graceful figure and elegant manners is immersed in loneliness and misery. Naruto rolled his eyes and picked a bright red wildflower from the roadside. Teacher Hong, this is for you. Ah! Kurene looked at Naruto in confusion. Naruto raised his face, grinned, and said softly, "Take this flower, and you are not allowed to be sad." Because of the contrast, no matter who you are most easily moved when you are most sad. Looking at this very deceptive boy's face, all the bitterness in Yuhakuren's heart was brought out, and she couldn't help but think of Asuma. In fact, if Asuma was just with a normal woman, Yuhakurene might not feel so bad, because after all, she couldn't accept Asuma for such a long time. She thought it was normal for Asuma to fall in love with someone else under such circumstances. What really made Kurene Yui unable to accept was that the person lying with Asuma was actually Suzuki. If this is Asuma's habit, does it mean that all his previous feelings for me were fake, and I was just a shield for his feelings? It is said that women's minds are difficult to understand, but now it seems that men's minds are even more difficult to understand. As she thought about it, Xirihong's eyes shone with a sparkling light. She raised her head and sniffed. She told herself to be strong and not cry in front of the little boy. Naruto. Yui Kurene raised her hand and ruffled Naruto's hair, her voice becoming a little hoarse, "When you grow up, don't cheat on girls' feelings." Naruto hated being patted on the head, even by beautiful women. He pulled down Kurene's hand, held it in his palm, and looked at her. "Don't worry, Mr. Hong. I never bother to lie about love." The sunlight near noon was a little dazzling, pouring down on Naruto. In Yui Kurene's eyes, it seemed as if Naruto was coated with a layer of golden light, which made her squint. Just as he was about to praise Naruto, Naruto suddenly said something. "Before I confirm my relationship with a girl, I will definitely tell her clearly that I plan to marry many wives and I will never lie to her." Kurene Yui was stunned. Naruto's unexpected words even made her forget that she was still sad. "No, Naruto." Yui Kurene asked uncertainly, "Do you know what you just said?" She had a very good impression of Naruto and couldn't believe that the words just now were said by Naruto. However, Kurene Yui was destined to be disappointed. Just as Naruto said, when it comes to feelings, he never bothered to deceive. What is gained through deception and disguise is bound to collapse. In this case, it is better to tell everyone clearly from the beginning that he, Uzumaki Naruto, is a scumbag. As long as it is collapsed from the beginning, there is nothing left to collapse. I said I would not deceive anyone. I would tell the girls who like me that I would marry many wives. A shy smile appeared on Naruto's handsome face. The pure and cute filter in Yui Kurene's eyes that she saw in Naruto was shattered at this moment. This child needs more education. Yui Kurene frowned, put her left hand on her waist, raised her right hand and poked Naruto's forehead with a little force, bit her lip, and said angrily, "Naruto, it's wrong for you to do this. The teacher doesn't like bad kids who are playboys." After sending Kurene Yui home, Naruto immediately rushed home and hid in the bathroom. He wanted to make a big news for the Sarutobi family about what happened today. He pulled up the sleeve of his left arm and controlled it with his mind. Then, the word appeared. This was the control seal he used for Bai. It can be used to execute Bai, and it can also achieve the effect of transmitting sound over thousands of miles with Bai without consumption. Unfortunately, it cannot transmit brain waves, and can only speak. He touched one with his right hand, and soon after, Bai Kinking's cold voice sounded in Naruto's mind. "Naruto-sama, are you looking for me? Well, listen carefully." Naruto lowered his voice to the lowest possible level, "Spend some money to print a batch of newspapers over there, and then hire someone to distribute the newspapers to all parts of the world." "What kind of newspaper is it?" Bai asked. Naruto listened carefully to the movements around him and said, "Listen carefully, the newspaper I want to make is about the son of Konoha Hokage Sarutobi Asuma and Konoha Uchiha Orphan Uchiha Suzuki, just write it like this." After a while, after listening to Naruto's request, Bai replied, "Okay, I'll do it right away." Page 28. Just as Shiro was about to cut off the connection and do what Naruto had ordered, Naruto suddenly said, "Wait." Is there anything else I need to do? Bai asked. Naruto stood up, pressed the flush button of the toilet, and said softly, remember not to expose your whereabouts, otherwise it may cause unnecessary trouble. Even if it costs a little more time and money, you must ensure concealment. No problem. Bai carefully wrote down every detail. Naruto said solemnly, also, be safe. Okay, I understand. Bai curled her lips slightly. She was very pleased with Naruto's concern. After cutting off the connection, Bai put on the mask and prepared to immediately carry out the mission assigned by Naruto. This was the first thing Naruto asked her to do after killing Cardo, and she thought to herself that she must not let Lord Naruto down. Thinking back to the mission requirements Naruto had given her, there was one point that made Bai a little confused. Uchiha Sasuke seems to be Naruto's companion. He is quite handsome. How could he do such a thing? Tisk tisk, it's true that people cannot be judged by their appearance. Chapter 38 Let the rumors fly. After talking to Bai, Naruto remembered that they also had to gather to do a mission today, so Naruto quickly packed up and rushed to the gathering point. The time now is 12 noon. It's just 2 hours late, I'm sure Sasuke and Sakura won't mind. Naruto guessed half right. Sasuke really didn't mind his lateness because Kakashi had already taken Sasuke away for special training. Sakura, who was asked by Kakashi to stay where she was and wait to notify Naruto, became much more resentful towards Naruto. Naruto, you are becoming more and more annoying. Last time in Wave Country, you were cuddling with a strange woman, and yesterday you confessed to Teacher Hong, and today you made me wait for so long. If you keep bullying me like this, I will be pissed off to death sooner or later. Sakura kept complaining, but Naruto didn't argue with her because she had helped him complete so many tasks. After she finished her temper, Naruto asked, Kakashi took Sasuke away, so did he arrange a schedule for you and me? Naruto wished to be able to move freely if possible. Everything is arranged. Sakura stared at Naruto's face, pouted and nodded. Kakashi-sensei hired a teacher for me at Konoha Hospital, and asked me to start studying with him tomorrow. What about me? Naruto was a little confused. Who would Kakashi ask to lead him? It must not be Asuma. This time, Sakura suddenly smiled sinisterly. Teacher Kakashi said that he couldn't think of anyone in the village who is suitable to teach you, so he asked you to practice on your own and complete all the tasks for us. Why? He took Naruto to special training, let Sakura go to Konoha Hospital to study, and left the task to Naruto alone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can't possibly do any of these tasks. Let Kakashi do it himself. Hey, Naruto, if you don't complete the mission you will be scolded by Teacher Kakashi. Sakura looked a little surprised. Naruto became even more upset when he heard this, and said disdainfully, then let him do the talking. I will go directly to the Hokage building to report him for treating students differently. After saying that, Naruto turned around, whistled, and was about to leave. Sakura grabbed Naruto's wrist and asked, "Where are you going? Go home and sleep. Don't leave yet. Listen to me. I only need to study at Konoha Hospital for half a day tomorrow, and I can accompany you on the mission for the other half day." Sakura spoke hurriedly. She thought Naruto would ask her for help, and then she could take the opportunity to propose conditions. For example, going out to eat together and having a date, but Naruto didn't follow the rules at all and directly said that he didn't want to do the mission, which made it difficult for Sakura. At this time, Naruto tilted his head and looked at Sakura, his expression somewhat speechless. Stupid Sakura! What are you scolding me for? Are you stupid? Ah! Sakura raised her clear eyes. What's wrong with me? Naruto sighed deeply. It's all right, do the mission if you want, I won't do it anyway, bye. Please explain clearly, why am I an idiot? Sakura asked. Naruto waved his hand. I can't explain it, that's it. The next moment, Naruto disappeared from Sakura's sight. This guy runs so fast. Sakura stomped her feet in anger. She waited for Naruto for so long, but Naruto ran away so quickly. Wait, Naruto just called me an idiot, could that be a term of endearment between lovers? Wow, he's so bad. Time passed quickly, and another month went by in the blink of an eye. This month was peaceful and smooth. Asuma, who is most likely to cause trouble, was put in solitary confinement by the third generation. It is said that he will be released only after a period of time and allowed to reflect more. As children from a big family, Ino Shikacho from Asuma's 10th class would not be short of teachers. The patriarch of the Akimichi family personally took the three of them out of the village to find the bandits' den. The members of Team 8 were also taken by Kurane Ui to perform an escort mission after Kaiba Inyazuka and Shino Aberame were discharged from the hospital. Among the 9 strongest guys of this year, only Naruto has the most leisure. Apart from eating, sleeping, training, contacting Bai, and Sakura coming to harass him every day, he has basically nothing else to do. Naruto couldn't tell whether Sakura was stupid or what, but since Naruto didn't do the mission, she actually took on all of them. There were a few times when Naruto saw that she was too tired and couldn't bear to help her. Since then, she often came to Naruto's small apartment and knocked on the door to ask Naruto to join her, using the excuse of inviting him to a mission. Even though Naruto basically ignored her, she still enjoyed doing it. Such leisurely and boring days continued until mid-August. Kakashi, who had disappeared with Sasuke for a month and a half, entrusted a green watermelon rind ninja to inform Naruto and Sakura of something. This year's Chunin exam is about to begin, please make sure to take advantage of the time to train. At the same time, a piece of explosive news about Konoha ninja began to spread around the world from the neighboring country of fire, Hot Spring Country. In the home of a resident in a small village in the dense forest northwest of the Land of Fire. Shikamaru panted and quickly ran into the guest room, shouting anxiously. Oh no, something's happened to Teacher Asuma. Isn't Mr. Asuma in solitary confinement in the village? Ino said as she fiddled with her hair in front of the mirror and tried a new hairstyle. Ah, I'm hungry again. There's a serious shortage of food. Akimichi Koji touched his stomach with a melancholy look on his face. Oh, look, Asuma-sensei has been reported in the news. Shikamaru slammed a newspaper on the table and shouted, this is a huge event. What kind of big event could make Shikamaru so nervous? Ino stopped and walked to the table to read the newspaper, followed by Shikamaru, and then they both opened their mouths in panic almost at the same time. Is this true? Asuma-sensei was put in solitary confinement because of Sasuke. Team 8 escorted the merchants to the tea country and were now on their way back to Konoha. Everyone, come and see, this is too exciting. Inyazuka Kaiba, holding a dog in his arms and a newspaper in his hand, said excitedly, ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Uchiha Sasuke, who was so vicious when he beat us, would actually have such a thing happen. I must laugh at him when I go back. I advise you not to do that. Shino pushed his sunglasses down and said expressionlessly, next time you get beaten for your bad mouth, I won't help you. Don't be afraid, Shino, next time, we will definitely win next time. Ya said confidently. Shino, Hinata and Kurane were sitting quite far away from the two boys, and hearing their conversation, Kurane, as a guiding jonin, naturally had to pay attention. What are you two talking about? Asked Zihai Hong. By the way, teacher, don't you have a good relationship with Asuma Jonin? Do you know any other explosive inside information about this matter? Yu ran over excitedly and handed the newspaper to Zihai Hong. Fake. Xiri Hong took a look and said calmly, it may be slanderous information produced by a hostile country. Don't believe it blindly. Oh, so that's the case. Yu sighed, feeling it was a pity if it was just a rumor. Ui Kurane didn't say anything else. The content in the newspaper could only be said to be half true and half false. As a witness and Asuma's childhood sweetheart, the third generation would naturally inform her of the true situation later. But even now that she knew it was a puppet, Zahikurane still felt deeply touched. Now it was impossible for her to think about being with Asuma anymore. The thought of Asuma saying "I love you" to a boy's doll in front of her made Kurane feel sick. I don't know how Naruto is doing now. Why do I suddenly miss that little guy? In the land of rain, a strange man with a blue fish face walked into a room and smiled at the man who was sitting in a daze inside. "Mr. Itaki, here is a newspaper about your brother, would you like to take a look?" Chapter 39. You are too young. It rained heavily last night, and the summer heat was washed away completely. The green willows swaying in the strong wind welcomed the coolness of the late summer rainy day. In the middle of the small dirt courtyard where some cabbages were planted, there was a pavilion of moderate size. 4 teacups were steaming on the small wooden table under the pavilion. There were many ninjas standing around, but no one dared to get close to listen to their conversation. "Have you found any information about Asuma's incident?" The Sandame glanced coldly at his 3 former friends, who are now the Konoha elders, Danzo Shimura, and Mito Kato, and Koharu Utane. Utane Koharu shook her head. "I've been dealing with the internal affairs of the village and I really don't have time to check." Page 29. Mitoman N pushed up his glasses and said, "I should ask Danzo about this. I don't have any powerful ninjas under my command, so it's hard to find any useful information." The Sandame's gaze shifted to Danzo, his expression looking calm. Danzo swallowed his saliva and cursed Utane Koharu and Mito Kato n 800 times in his heart. He had given these two many benefits in normal times, so why did they push him alone to take the blame at this time? "Danzo, tell me, have you found any useful information from your roots?" the Sandame said calmly. "Can you give me some more time? For now, we only know that the news came from the Land of Lightning, and there is no definite target yet. I have already sent members of the route to the Land of Lightning, so don't worry." "What do you mean by rest assured? How can I be rest assured when there is a traitor inside Konoha?" The third generation slammed the table and yelled at Danzo, rarely showing anger towards his 3 old friends. "If there is a traitor in your family, you should blame me. I'll make you regret this sooner or later, Sarutobi." Danzo felt aggrieved, but he did not dare to confront the third Hokage when he lost his temper. He knew that this seemingly kind old man was actually much crueler than him. "I understand. I will thoroughly investigate the root of the problem. Please give me some more time. Issue a statement as soon as possible to refute the rumor, and then publicize the matter of this joint exam to suppress the momentum of the rumor." The third generation had investigated everything that needed to be investigated, and had a talk with the Anbu members and everyone else who was present that day. Even Hinata Hayashi and Narashikaku have confirmed that they have not leaked the news. Who is the one? The third generation thought about it carefully. The only one who had not been questioned was Naruto. But how could Naruto? He had only left the village once since he was a child, and was under the surveillance of the Anbu the whole day, and he himself also observed him from time to time. It can be confirmed that the person least likely to be at risk is Naruto. Hey! The third generation sighed, feeling a little melancholy. Such a thing happened on the eve of the Chunin exams jointly held by Konoha and Tsunagaku to demonstrate their military strength. I'm afraid that the entire ninja world is laughing at Konoha at this time. It will be much more difficult to promote Asuma to become the 5th Hokage in the future. Moreover, it will probably attract Uchiha Itachi. Asuma, that bastard, it's okay for him to play with a doll, but why did he have to make it look like Sasuke? Alas, what misfortune for this family. At noon, the rain stopped and the sky cleared up, with warm sunshine shining on the earth. Naruto pulled his newly bought lounge chair to the shabby old balcony of his small apartment and was enjoying the sunshine for a while when he heard a knock on the door. Without a doubt, it must be Sakura again. Not wanting to pay any attention to her, Naruto put on his eye mask and went back to sleep. Bang bang bang! The knocking on the door became 2 or 3 times louder, and Sakura's shouting could be heard from outside. Naruto, open the door, I have something important to tell you. What important matter is this? Yawning, Naruto turned over and put on his shoes, then slowly opened the door for Sakura to come in. What do you want to talk to me about today? Today, that watermelon rind teacher came to the hospital to see me. Sakura said excitedly. Kakashi-sensei asked him to sign us up for the Chunin exam. The Chunin exams. Naruto's eyelids drooped and he thought to himself, is the time finally here? This has been so hard to wait. I heard that Class 8 and Class 10 have also signed up. Xiaoying walked into the room, looking around the room as she spoke. Seeing the dust on the table, she quickly found a rag and started to wipe the table. I just wiped it the day before yesterday, how come it's covered in dust so quickly? I don't know. I haven't noticed it. There are also fast food boxes. Throw them away after you finish eating. I'll lose it when I go down. Naruto leaned against the wall, watching Sakura messing around in the room speechlessly. She seemed to really enjoy doing housework. Originally Naruto cleaned the house about once every 3 to 5 days, but now Sakura starts cleaning as soon as she arrives. I heard that many ninjas from other countries have come to Konoha today. Let's go out for a walk together. Sakura turned around and invited. Okay? Have people from other ninja villages arrived? You have to go and have a look, and see if you can get some useful rewards. Then let's go. Okay, you continue to rest. Sakura blinked at Naruto in confusion. Hey, you actually agreed just now. Why, if you don't want to, we can just go shopping separately. Naruto picked up the ninja tool bag and hung it around his waist. No, let's go. Sakura's eyes curved like the moon. She was used to inviting Naruto but never succeeded. This time she just said it casually. She didn't expect that Naruto would actually agree. He, could it be that Naruto is ready and planning to be with me? When Sakura thought of this, she couldn't stop being happy, and she wanted to pull Naruto out happily, but Naruto suddenly didn't give her face and avoided her. And many more. What's wrong? You're not going to change your mind. No, I mean you take out the trash first. I need to wash my face. Hey, Naruto, you want me to do everything. That's so annoying. Sakura complained, but she still did what Naruto said and went downstairs with the garbage. When Naruto finished washing up and went downstairs, Sakura had already thrown away the garbage. She rushed up and wanted to hug Naruto's arm, but there was no doubt that Naruto dodged her again. For this, Sakura asked angrily, why are you always hiding from me now? Because you keep touching me. Can't I touch it? Cannot. Why? Because you're too young, Sakura. Naruto ruthlessly rejected Sakura's request for holding hands, which made Sakura pout and look at him sideways. On the way to Konoha Street, I looked around and saw many new faces that I didn't recognize. When Naruto saw the person wearing a forehead protector with musical notes pattern, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Orochimaru's troops have arrived, but I don't know if he has arrived himself. While Naruto was thinking, Konohamaru, who harassed Naruto on a daily basis, appeared in his sight again. Uzumaki Naruto, prepare to die. This little devil is endless. Naruto sighed, then got into position, and started his wonderful day by kicking Konohamaru. Ah, it hurts. After Konohamaru was kicked away by Naruto, a man and a woman suddenly walked out from the corner behind him. Both wearing the Sand Ninja forehead protectors of the Wind Country. The woman was wearing a short dress with a rather sexy fishnet top underneath and had a beautiful face. The man that Konohamaru bumped into was an ugly man with strange clothes and a face full of scribbled characters. On his back was a human-sized thing wrapped in bandages that looked like a mummy. Konoha's genin, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Kankuro, who was carrying the puppet on his back, looked at Naruto unhappily and grabbed Konohamaru, who was lying on the ground. P.S. This is a bulldozer novel. If you are a pure love fan without a female protagonist, please don't read it. I am tired of you scolding me every day, and I am tired of deleting the comments. If you don't like it, just leave. Please don't hurt each other. Chapter 40 Coward. Because Konohamaru often jumps out to provoke Naruto, Sakura now hates Konohamaru very much. She wishes Konohamaru would be taught a lesson by this ugly guy in front of her. But after all, Konohamaru was kicked out by Naruto, so Sakura thought about it and took the initiative to apologize to him. I'm sorry, it's our fault. Stop making trouble, you might get scolded later. Temari, who was wearing sexy clothes, also advised. Kankuro glanced at Sakura and showed no intention of accepting the apology or listening to Temari's words. Instead, he lifted Konohamaru higher. Konohamaru has always been protected in Konoha village. He is the kind of naughty kid who is fearless, but when he was scared like that, he started cursing. Ugly, you'd better put me down quickly, or I'll kill you. Kankuro's face suddenly darkened. I'm very angry. I want to kill someone. Konohamaru's reaction became even more intense. He grabbed his hands and feet and shouted loudly, Uzumaki Naruto, save me. Seeing this, Naruto immediately wanted to escape. The Kazekage's son wanted to kill the Hokage's grandson, and the Hokage's grandson also said he wanted to kill the Kazekage's son. How could a small genin like him be in charge of such a major event between the two countries? It would be better to let them kill to their heart's content. Sakura asked worriedly, Naruto, what should we do now? What else can we do? Of course we should leave. Naruto whispered, what does the war between the princes and grandchildren have to do with you and me? Sakura didn't understand what Naruto said, but at this time Naruto pulled her wrist. Sakura's pretty face blushed and she followed obediently. Konohamaru was still shouting, Uzumaki Naruto, come and save me, this ugly ghost is making me so uncomfortable. What? Konohamaru is so comfortable. Naruto waved his hand, goodbye then. Temari stared at Naruto's back with lowered eyebrows and thought, it's a pity that he is so handsome but actually a coward. Page 30. Kankuro also saw clearly that Naruto left directly, and a smile appeared on his face. What? I thought Konoha's genin was so powerful, but he turned out to be a coward. Tisk. You're already gone, why do you want to die on purpose? Naruto frowned and immediately turned around and said, ugly bastard, if you have the guts, try saying it again. Ding. Actively choose to trigger. How dare Kanjuro call you a coward? What choice will you make? Choice 1, stay friendly, respectfully apologize to Kanjuro and admit that you are a coward. Completion reward, talent coward. Talent coward, the opposite sex who is close to you will become more beautiful, and the probability of being liked by others will greatly increase. Choice 2, treat it rationally, reveal Konohamaru's identity to shock him, and the two sides reconcile. Completion reward, wooden puppet. Choice 3, act recklessly, damn it, this bastard wants to be beaten up. Beat him up and teach him a lesson he will never forget. Completion reward, strengthen physical fitness once. Choice 4, ruthless, beat him to death with your fists. Completion reward, 10 random fire escape ninjutsu. Kankuro and Temari were somewhat surprised at Naruto's attitude at this moment. But the arrogant Kankuro did not take it seriously. In his opinion, what future could a person who was already planning to escape have? Raising an eyebrow, Kankuro said again, coward. Oh. Naruto sighed. He was clearly planning to leave. Why? Isn't it okay for you second and third generation shadow actors to just deal with your own problems? Why do you have to be so shameless and provoke me? Naruto, don't be impulsive. As if she had noticed Naruto's condition, Sakura held Naruto's hand with some concern. but the next moment her hand was empty. When I looked again, I saw Naruto rushing out at an extremely fast speed. Kankuro did not expect Naruto to take action directly, and so quickly. According to convention, shouldn't they say a few words to each other and brag to each other first? The distance between the two was very close, only less than 10 meters. Naruto used his fastest speed at the beginning, using the Nine Tails Chakra and the instant body flickering technique. He arrived in front of Kankuro almost in an instant. Kankuro had no time to defend himself and was hit hard on the left cheek by Naruto. Both Kankuro and Konohamaru, who was being held by Naruto, flew out together. Then a scream was heard in the air. At the same time, Naruto used the instant body technique to jump behind him, then raised his foot high, and when Kankuro's body arrived, he kicked down hard. With a loud bang, Kankuro was trampled to the ground. Kankuro was hit hard and a trickle of blood came out of his mouth. He weakly let go of Konohamaru, who had fainted from fright. Naruto didn't bother to care about Konohamaru's life or death. He restrained his strength and kicked Konohamaru away. Then he leaned over and hit Kankuro in the chest with his knee, and swung his fist, hitting Kankuro in the face again and again. Although he wanted the third reward more, it didn't matter if he accidentally killed Kankuro. After all, this was Konoha, and he was just avenging the Konoha prince. I, Uzumaki Naruto, love Konoha so much that I am willing to risk my life to save Konohamaru. I'm sure the third Hokage will be very touched. Boom boom boom. In an instant, fists hit Kanjuro's face like a storm. His nose, mouth and eyes were all bleeding. Kanjuro let out a shrill scream. Temari standing by was stunned. How could Kankuro be knocked to the ground in such a sudden? Don't stop yet. Although it was indeed Kankuro who was looking for trouble, he was her own brother and Temari could not just watch him get beaten. She took out the huge fan behind her, opened it and fanned Naruto in his direction. Hearing the sound of the wind, Naruto leapt up to the tree above him, dodging Temari's attack. Now we have to take care of two. Naruto has no idea of discriminating against women. Since the other party has launched an attack, he will naturally go all out. He formed a raise nan with one hand and threw it towards Temari's face. Temari's lips couldn't stop trembling as she looked in horror at the raise nan that was rushing towards her with terrifying power. At this moment, Temari regretted extremely why she had just controlled her brother Kankuro's bad temper and why she had allowed her brother to offend others. In fact, she was too arrogant, thinking that both she and Kankuro were very strong and there was no need to be afraid of any genin except her other brother Gaara. At the critical moment, Temari swung the giant fan to the side, using the force to barely avoid Naruto's attack. The raise nan fell to the ground, creating a circular hole about 40 centimeters in size. It can be seen that Naruto really has no intention of favoring boys over girls, and he even respects Temari more. He just wanted to finish the fight with Temari as soon as possible so that he could continue beating Kankuro. Just as Naruto was about to attack Temari again, sand suddenly appeared under his feet and wrapped around his feet. Now there are 3 to take care of. P.S. Thanks for the rewards. A Little Bear Cotton Slippers, died young and ascended to heaven. Book friend 2022100, Mason. Thanks for the monthly tickets. Bailongayafu, Reader 165259, Book Friends 202305, Mierju, Ziu, Book Friends 202202, Ai Yingting, Tears Die, Allure, Drinking Spring Breeze with Sunset, Bao Pan, Ivalot, The Cold Moon, Louis IX, Mi Li Guzi, Humility Bamboo, Book Friends 202010, Three Lamps of Farewell, The True Self of the Great Way. Thanks for the recommendation votes, thanks for reading, and thanks to all the handsome readers. Chapter 41 You Are Not Worthy of Being My Rival, Xiaoxiu. At the back of the road, Temari rolled on the ground several times with the reaction force of wind escape, and finally stopped next to Kankuro. The fear of almost facing death just now made Temari tremble all over. Seeing that Naruto was about to rush over again, Temari felt sad. Until he saw the sand of his other brother, Gaara, appear. Temari felt a sudden sense of relief. Kankuro, who was nearly crippled by the random punches, propped himself up and tried to sit up tremblingly, but the pain in his chest and head was unbearable. Now Kankuro's head felt like it was going to split apart, the world before his eyes became blurry and the world was spinning. Feeling the indescribable pain all over his body, Kankuro really wanted to curse, thinking, "I really encountered a ghost. If you had told me earlier that you were so strong, I would never have messed with you." "Temari, is Gaara here?" "Well, we are saved. Then I feel relieved. No one among the genin can be a match for Gaara." Temari nodded and helped Kankuro sit up. She saw that her brother's face had been deformed and swollen like a pig's head, and several of his teeth were broken. She regretted it again in her heart, thinking that she should have stopped Kankuro from talking so rudely. "Fortunately, Gaara came with us, otherwise today would have been terrible." Temari glanced around and saw Gaara hanging upside down on a tree in front of her left. He was grinning, his eyes all on the blonde genin of Konoha, and his whole body was filled with fighting spirit. Gaara opened his right hand, then clenched it into a fist and shouted softly, "Sand-bound coffin!" The stone slabs and soil under Naruto's feet turned into sand instantly, and countless gravel rolled towards Naruto, intending to wrap around his entire body. Sakura, who was silently cheering for Naruto from a distance, saw this scene and couldn't help but become worried. She rushed towards Naruto regardless of everything. "Naruto, get out of the way!" Hearing Sakura's loud shout, Naruto jumped out of the sand under his feet with a strong leap. Although the sand was moving very fast, his feet were even stronger and he could jump higher. "I can't run away." Gaara, hanging upside down on the tree, became more eager to fight, and even poured out the sand in the big gourd on his back, and chased after Naruto. There is actually not so much fancy stuff in fighting. The main points are fast, accurate and ruthless. In a one-on-one duel, as long as you are better than your opponent in these 3 points, you will definitely win. But now the situation is not a one-on-one duel, and the fighting Temari and Sakura who are rushing over are both variables. Naruto made an unhappy tisk sound, and formed a hand seal to summon 2 shadow clones. The 2 shadow clones worked together in the air to throw Naruto towards Sakura. Then the shadow clone was pierced in the air by the spikes formed by the sand that Gaara poured out of the gourd, and dissipated. When he arrived in front of Sakura, Naruto scolded her in a low voice, "Idiot, are you rushing over here to seek death? Why don't you go back and hide?" Sakura felt a little aggrieved after being scolded, "I'm just worried." Before she could finish her words, Naruto hit her forehead hard. Naruto hit her hard and it hurt a lot. Sakura's eyes became misty and she felt very uncomfortable. She was obviously worried about Naruto, but the stupid Naruto hit her. "If you don't leave, I'll throw you out, believe it or not." Naruto glared at her fiercely, "If you're here, I have to distract myself from protecting you, aren't you holding me back?" After saying that, Naruto pushed Sakura away without caring about her emotions, then turned around and searched for Gaara's trace. Seeing that his opponent had the mood to talk to a woman while fighting with him, Gaara felt that he was being looked down upon. He clenched his right hand and several shurikens made of sand flew towards Naruto. Naruto also took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, put an explosion talisman on it, and threw it at Gaara. Then Naruto opened his left palm, dodged the sand shuriken, formed a raise nan and ran towards Gaara. Sakura, who was pushed back several steps by Naruto, looked at Naruto's back, thinking about what Naruto had just said, and her heart ached slightly. Sakura gritted her teeth, pursed her lips and ran in the opposite direction. Even though it was sad to be said, Naruto was right. She was just a burden who couldn't help in any way. It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to quickly run and find other Konoha ninjas for help. In fact, Naruto didn't need Sakura to help him call for help. He just wanted Sakura to stay away. After all, Gaara's attack range was too large. If Sakura stayed here, Gaara might kill her without even noticing. With a loud bang, the kunai with an explosive talisman on it was blocked by a sand shield formed by gravel before it could get close to Gaara, and exploded. The explosion created a small gap in the sand shield, and Naruto attacked the gap with the raised nan in his hand. Temari, who was watching the fight between the two from a distance, narrowed her eyes. She was quite confident in Gaara. So far, she had not encountered any genin who could break Gaara's sand shield. Gaara, who was protected by the sand shield, saw that the powerful raised nan was still rushing towards the gap. He frowned and called on Chakra to make the sand gather towards the gap. "You are very strong and qualified to be my opponent." Gaara laughed crazily. After hearing this, Naruto smiled teasingly, "But you are very weak, you are not worthy to be my opponent." Scorch release, scorching flame arm. The arm quickly turned red and emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. The raised nan was just a feint to attract Gaara's attention. The scorching arm was the real attack. At this time, the thickest part of Gaara's sand shield has become the place attacked by the raised nan, so the rest of the places naturally became weaker. Page 31. The scorching arm penetrated the shield with almost no resistance and attacked Gaara's face directly. Bang! With a loud bang, Gaara was knocked out of the shield by Naruto's punch, and his body flew straight backwards. Gaara! In an instant, Temari panicked, left the seriously injured Kankuro behind, and ran quickly towards Gaara to catch the falling Gaara. Kankuro was thrown to the ground, feeling pain and being horrified. He didn't expect that someone as strong as Gaara could be defeated by that Konoha genin. What he didn't know was that this was actually the case when Naruto stopped. Gaara is part of Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, so Naruto untied the scorching arm before his fist touched Gaara, otherwise that blow might have directly pierced Gaara's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 3. The reward, 1 physical enhancement, will be issued to the host soon. Since this reward is special, please be prepared. Is this something I will never forget? The corners of Naruto's lips slightly raised. Now that he had received his reward, he no longer planned to fight with the 3 siblings. They are important pawns in Konoha's collapse plan, and Naruto doesn't want to get to know them here. Physical fitness enhancement will start after the host falls asleep. Would you like to claim it now? Chapter 42. No one is good. The leaves were swaying slightly in the wind, the sunlight was broken, the cicadas chirping disappeared, and sand kept falling under the feet. The sand kai that covered Gaara's entire body to protect him had been cracked, and the sand and gravel that kept falling on the ground fell from his body. Temari, who caught Gaara, was breathing heavily. The force with which he knocked Gaara away was so great that she also slid for several meters before she barely stopped. "Gaara, how are you?" Temari asked her brother with concern while looking at Naruto, although she didn't understand why the other party suddenly stopped, but this was a good opportunity for Temari. As long as the other party is willing to stop and negotiate, there is a chance for reconciliation. Naruto abused the 3 of them in a row, and Temari was really scared. The strength of these siblings can be regarded as the strongest genin in Sand Village. They thought that they would be no worse than anyone in Konoha, but they didn't expect that the first Konoha genin they met when they arrived today would be so terrifying. "That boy over there." Just as Temari was about to speak up for peace, Gaara suddenly pushed her away and controlled the sand to attack Naruto. He stared at Naruto with burning eyes. Naruto's punch just now made him excited. Looking at the sand coming towards him, Naruto cursed in his heart, "Why is this red-haired dwarf so asking for a lesson? Hey, I say, stop fighting!" After Naruto shouted, he leaned against the wall. His lazy movements and half-drooped eyelids made anyone who saw him think he was very kind. Except for the 3 siblings who had just been beaten up. Temari swallowed her saliva. Naruto's attitude was simply a cool look, as if he was completely looking down on the 3 siblings who were too lazy to take action. Gaara's eyes turned red with anger, and without thinking any more, he simply poured out the torrent of sand and gravel in the gourd towards Naruto. And Uzuki Yujao, who was quietly observing the battle on the treetop on the right, frowned slightly. She didn't quite understand why Naruto, who was so strong to the point of despair just now, suddenly stopped fighting. Could it be that he was confident that he wanted to play a trick on these three sand ninjas? Uzuki Yujao thought about it and felt that considering Naruto's frequent jumps in personality, it was indeed possible. In fact, Naruto just wanted to help the third generation so that he could enjoy bliss sooner. So he didn't want to defeat Gaara, so as not to affect the journey to the west arranged by Orochimaru for the third Hokage. Seeing Gaara's attack getting closer, Naruto became annoyed and thought to himself that he would just put up with him for a while. If Gaara really wanted to die, then Naruto would have no choice but to give him a good beating. Naruto dodged the attacks while trying to persuade Gaara to give up the fight, but Gaara was like a mad dog and didn't listen at all. Once. Twice. 3 times. The fourth attack was already approaching, and Naruto sighed inwardly. It seemed that he could only teach him a lesson without hurting his life as much as possible. I hope it will not affect the process of 3 generations of old men passing away. Naruto thought for a moment and prepared to use the raised nan to hit someone. Zhang! At this moment, there was a sudden sound of a sword, cutting the gravel in half, and then a masked, purple-haired Anbu stood in front of Naruto. Uzuki Yujao still took action. Although she was quite confident in Naruto's strength, the fact that Naruto didn't even try to fight back made her a little panicked. In desperation, she couldn't resist the urge to save people. She herself couldn't explain what emotion this was, because the most important thing for an ANBU was to stay calm, but when she saw Naruto just now, as if he was waiting to be beaten on purpose, she couldn't keep calm. Maybe it's because I've been following her for so long that I've developed some feelings for her? The Anbu finally came out, and Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Now he didn't have to panic. This Anbu saved the third Hokage. Gaara on the opposite side wanted to take action, but was stopped by another person, who was Maki, the leader of the Tsunagakuer Jonin. Konoha is indeed the cradle of geniuses. It's really amazing. Maki had a white cloth covering half of his face, thinking that other people from Konoha would probably be here soon, and Lord Kazekage's plan couldn't be affected. Mao Yujao put the sword back into the sheath without talking to Maki. Maki glanced at her indifferently, then waved his hand and said to the 3 siblings, "Don't cause trouble and embarrass the village. Take Kankuro with you and let's go." "It is good." Temari, the only one among the 3 siblings who was not injured, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Naruto with fear. Gaara stared at Naruto coldly and asked, "What's your name?" "I'm interested in you." "I'm not interested in you." Naruto's expression was very casual. "You weakling are not worth remembering, get lost." Gaara frowned and stepped forward, but was stopped by Maki. He snorted coldly and said, "If you haven't finished the fight this time, I'll find you after the Chunin exam. Remember, my name is Gaara." After the Sand Village ninja left, Naruto immediately clicked on the reward and took a look. Enhance physical fitness. After receiving it, the host will fall asleep for about 3 to 5 minutes. And various parts of the body will be strengthened without affecting the external appearance. The time is so short, and I will go around and have a look, so I don't have to go home. Just take a short nap on the street. Thank you, sister, for what you did just now. I'm a little tired, so I'll just lean on you for a while. Naruto pretended to be tired and yawned, then silently said in his heart, "Confirm receipt." Then Naruto's body tilted and fell to the ground. Before falling down, Naruto wanted to pinch himself. If he had known that his body would go limp, he would have just lay down under a tree. If I fall down like this, it will really affect my image. I thought I would fall into the corner, but unexpectedly I fell into a soft embrace. Uzuki Yujao opened her arms and hugged Naruto's body, letting Naruto lean on her arms. Looking at his closed eyes, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What's going on here? Did the battle just now exhaust your chakra? That should be it. No wonder he suddenly stopped fighting just now. Or maybe I was too careless and forgot for a moment that he had just graduated from the ninja school. Even if he was a genius, how could he withstand the round-the-clock battle of several people? There are soft whispers in your ears, which soothe your mind like a lullaby. Naruto's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and he fell into sleep while smelling the faint fragrance in the female Anbu's arms. His last thought before falling asleep was, "What a soft and fragrant pillow. I really want to hug it forever." Start strengthening your physique. Successfully strengthened the left hand. Successfully strengthened the right hand. Strengthening various internal organs. Naruto was breathing evenly while sleeping, his face was white and tender, and he still looked childish. How cute! Uzuki Yugeo's mother burst into love, and couldn't help but raise her finger and gently poked Naruto's face. "You sleep so well, Naruto." At this time, Sakura, who went to find help, finally came with help. On the way, she happened to meet Kurane Yui, who was strolling with Team 8, and a ninja who kept coughing and seemed unreliable. Yui, Kurane and Gecko Gale arrived at the same time, and were both stunned when they saw Naruto sleeping soundly in Uzuki Yugeo's arms. The monsoon blew off the green leaves, and the midday sun poured through the leaves, dyeing the top of Moonlight Windy's head green. Sakura was shocked. How come Naruto, that bastard, was hugging another woman again after just a while of not seeing him? There is nothing good about men. Chapter 43. Indeed. Hokage Building. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at Uzuki Yugeo and Maki, who were confronting each other in front of him, took a puff of the pipe in his mouth and exhaled the smoke. "Xian, tell me what happened." As ordered. Uzuki Yugeo nodded slightly and recounted what she had seen. "Hokage-sama, this is what happened. Young Master Konohamaru was threatened and intimidated by the son of Master Kazekage, who also threatened to kill young Master Konohamaru. At that time, our village's genin Uzumaki Naruto happened to be there. He tried to dissuade the Kazekage's son to no avail, and was mocked by him. He had no choice but to take action." "That's not right. The results of the examination of Lord Kazekage's child are out. He was seriously injured and had several broken ribs." Maki interrupted and said. "He didn't even use a single ninjutsu during that time. This Anbu can't cover up for that kid just because he's from the same village." Page 32. Mao Uxian frowned slightly. Indeed, the son of the Kazekage was seriously injured, but that was also his own fault. He had no strength and yet he still provoked others. Hearing this, Maki's face looked unhappy. This sentence touched him. He also listened to Temari's account of the whole process, and it was indeed Kankuro who brought it upon himself. But he is the child of Lord Kazekage after all, his apprentice. Even if it is Kankuro's fault, he has to speak up for it. As the saying goes, there is no point in making trouble. Okay, stop talking. I understand the general situation. At this time, the third Hokage started to smooth things over and interrupted the conversation between the two. Kankuro bullied Konohamaru, and Naruto was overprotective. Both parties are at fault in this matter. Let's just leave it at that. Yes. Although Uzuki Yugeo was unwilling, the Hokage had already given the order and as a subordinate she had no choice but to obey. She had originally thought of reporting the fact that Naruto had saved Konohamaru today. He could also get Naruto a title like Little Hero so that the people in the village would no longer be so prejudiced against Naruto. It's a pity that the third Hokage didn't seem to have any intention of rewarding Naruto. There was a hint of mockery in Maki's eyes, and he thought to himself that it seemed that what Lord Kazekage said was right. The third Hokage was just an incompetent coward who was strong inside but weak on the outside. 9 years ago, the Kumagakure attacked the Hyuga clan, a powerful clan in Konoha. As a result, the third Hokage not only did not help the Hyuga clan, but instead advocated handing over the Hyuga clan leader to the Kumigakure to apologize. Although they were the victimized party, they surrendered to the enemy out of fear of war. You know, Konoha has always been the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, but it actually bowed to the weaker Kumigakure. The whole world was shocked at that time. Today, even Maki himself knew that they, the Sand Village, were the ones in the wrong, but the third Hokage was still playing Tai Chi. The intention is to make a big thing small and a small thing nothing. It's so funny that such a weak and incompetent guy actually became the Hokage of Konoha. Konoha will definitely have no future under the leadership of such a person. Before coming to Konoha, Maki was still worried whether the Kazekage was taking too much risk. Now he just wanted to say that Lord Kazekage was far-sighted and there was nothing wrong with deciding to break the alliance. Lord Kazekage's plan to destroy Konoha will surely succeed. After Maki and Uzuki Ujeo left, the third Hokage sighed slightly and looked into the distance. He is not only the Hokage of Konoha, but also the patriarch of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha cannot be in chaos, and war cannot begin. The Sarutobi clan has worked hard to accumulate thousands of ninjas. If a war begins, a large number of people will inevitably be killed or injured. By then, I'm afraid we won't be able to control Hinata and Inoshikajo, and Danzo will also be very upset. In that case, what does it matter if we win the foreign war? Naruto is such a jerk. We need to find time to talk to him in private. He should have just saved Konohamaru. There was no need to kill him. But today's result is not too bad. Being able to save Konohamaru proves that Naruto has already accepted Konohamaru in his heart. Nearly 5,000 ninjas, plus the ironclad support of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In a few years, Konoha can legitimately use the surname Sarutobi. The Konoha Hospital is the second place in Konoha that Naruto gave a good review. Most of the doctors here use ninjutsu to treat patients, so there is not a strong smell of medicine. As for why Naruto went to Konoha Hospital? He didn't want to, but when he woke up from his coma, he was already being carried to the hospital entrance by Zahi Kurane. No matter how much Naruto explained that there was nothing wrong with his body, Kurane forced him to find a doctor to treat him. The result was that he had to stay in the hospital at Kurane's expense. The doctor said that he was in good health and stronger than a bull. Ui Kurane peeled an apple and handed it to Naruto, looking puzzled and asking, "The doctor said you were in good health, so how did you faint?" "I didn't faint. I was just sleepy and wanted to take a nap." Naruto took the apple and looked at Ui Kurane's elegant and charming figure. She was wearing a forehead protector and a bandage-style hip skirt today. The hem of her skirt reached her thighs. She sat on the chair with her legs crossed. The already tight skirt immediately outlined the curves of her waist and hips. In fact, Naruto liked this outfit better than the one she wore during her vacation. The only drawback was that Kurane Ui was not wearing high heels now. As if she noticed that there was something wrong with Naruto's gaze, Kurane frowned and looked at him, but she didn't see anything wrong. Instead, Naruto smiled shyly at her. "You naughty little brat, you go to sleep whenever you want, you almost scare me." Kurane Ui was hypocritical. She scolded Naruto with her mouth, but praised him for being so cute in her heart. Naruto chuckled and said, "That's because Mr. Hong cares too much about me." Hearing this, Xiri Hong was speechless for a moment. It seemed to be true. She now had a very high impression of this little rascal whom she had only met a few times, even higher than that of the 3 apprentices whom she had brought with her and taught for several months. Suddenly, Xiri Hong remembered that her 3 disciples seemed to be waiting for her to return to the street. "I was so focused on getting Naruto to the hospital that I forgot about the 3 of them. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You can observe for a while. If you're sure everything is fine, let Sakura take you home." "Well, bye Teacher Hong." Naruto watched the graceful Kurane Ui leave, then looked at Sakura, who had been silent in the corner. Naruto found it a little strange. According to common sense, Sakura should have been nagging in his ear endlessly. "Sakura, why are you so quiet all of a sudden?" "Naruto." Sakura raised her head, and only then did Naruto see that her eyes were red. Her voice was a little hoarse, and she asked between sobs, "Am I really useless? I couldn't help you at all just now." Sakura felt very guilty after seeing Naruto faint just now, blaming herself for holding back. The sunlight came in through the window and fell on Naruto's forehead, making his handsome face look gentle. Sakura was expecting Naruto to say something to comfort her. "Really?" Naruto raised his hand to block the dazzling light and smiled gently at Sakura, "You are very useless. P.S. I have a dinner today, so the second chapter may be updated a little later." Chapter 44 I want to be stepped on by him. When she was in the ninja school, Sakura was always first in theoretical classes. Although she didn't have good hard skills, no one had ever said that she was useless. Naruto was the first. The hurtful words came too suddenly, and Sakura was unable to react for a moment. She was stunned for a moment, and then forced a smile. The more she smiled, the uglier she looked, and the tears that had been accumulating for a long time dripped from her eyes. "The apple in my hand is very sweet, and the view outside the window is too pleasant. When I walk to the window, I can clearly see long legs in fishnet stockings walking around in groups of 3 or 2. After a few months, Naruto discovered that this world didn't seem to be interested in stockings, and most people were bare-legged or wore fishnets. "Sakura, don't cry. Come here and look at the long white legs of the older sisters and you will feel better." Naruto comforted Sakura in the same way he comforted his good brother in his previous life. Sakura cried even harder, "Asshole Naruto, you pervert, it's up to you to see for yourself." "It is good." Naruto moved a chair and sat by the window to watch. The girls here were quite polarized. As conservative as Hinata, she wears a cotton jacket in summer, while as beauty-loving as Ino, she wears a skirt in cold weather. As for Sakura, well, she seems to be somewhere in between the two, not too conservative, but not too revealing either. "You really are looking?" Sakura said angrily. Naruto nodded and asked curiously, "Didn't you ask me to watch it?" Hearing this, Sakura fell into a trance, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Naruto. Okay. You seem to have changed. Haven't I always been like this?" "No." Sakura shook her head in disappointment. "In the past, Naruto would always comfort me whenever I was sad, and he would never say anything to anger me on purpose." It was past noon, the sun was slowly moving westward, and the northwest wind was whistling past, ruffling Naruto and Sakura's hair. Turning his head to look at Sakura's red eyes, Naruto threw the apple core in his hand accurately into the trash can and smiled at her. "But isn't that kind of Uzumaki Naruto exactly what you have always hated the most?" The girl Sakura's pupils shrank slightly and her face turned pale. Her long pink hair was just like her mood at the moment, messy due to the wind. "I didn't." Sakura said this against her will, and she even lowered her head in shame. "I'm sorry, Naruto." Yes, she had always hated Naruto for being so persistent towards her, so what right did she have to complain about Naruto changing now? "It was I who lost that Naruto. There's nothing to be sorry about." "You're not sorry for me." Naruto leaned against the wall. "Instead of thinking about these meaningless pasts, you might as well think more about the future." "The future?" Sakura sobbed and blinked her watery eyes. "Yet," Naruto said, "for example, what we just talked about, you were really useless today." Hearing this, Sakura lowered her head again, not knowing how to respond to Naruto's words. She wanted to run away. "I want to help, too." "Well, I know you have this intention." Naruto nodded and said, "So? You have to position yourself well. Kakashi has already sent you to Konoha Hospital to study. You should also know that you are not a combat talent, so when I fight with others, you have to hide well. When I am injured, you come out to treat me." After hearing what Naruto said, Sakura's eyes looked a little complicated. After a while, Sakura asked, "So do you want me to be a good medical ninja?" "You shouldn't ask me about this. You should ask yourself whether you want to be a medical ninja." Naruto said, "Others can only give you advice. Ultimately, it depends on whether you like the path you take." Page 33. After saying that, Naruto jumped out of the window. Now is the time for Sakura to think. If he stays, it will affect Sakura to some extent, and he doesn't want Sakura to blame him for a certain decision in the future. Uzumaki Naruto has not yet considered taking responsibility for anyone's life. Seeing Naruto suddenly leave, Sakura was obviously stunned for a moment. She was just about to tell Naruto that if Naruto wanted her to be a medical ninja, she would study hard. However, Naruto did not give her the chance to say this. After leaving the hospital, Naruto had a casual meal on the street, then walked around to digest the food. It was almost dark when he returned home. Back in bed, Naruto pulled up the quilt to cover his whole body, then pulled his arms back and waited for one to emerge, then he called Bai. No matter how powerful the Anbu are, they don't have super hearing. As long as Naruto speaks quietly enough, they can't hear it. No matter how powerful the third Hokage's telescope technique is, he can't see what Naruto is doing in bed. Although it might be misunderstood as a slow motion of the left hand and the right hand. But this is the most covered way of communication Naruto can think of at the moment. "Lord Naruto, do you have anything for me today?" Bai's voice was still pleasant and gentle, and you couldn't tell at all that he grew up with a terrifying ninja. "Today, is there any information from Akatsuki?" Naruto was brief and to the point. Ever since the news about Asuma and Sasuke came out, he had been asking Bai to use the money from the dead Cardo to hire someone to conduct an investigation. Now 2 people have been to the land of hot springs to investigate the news we spread before. Bai said. Naruto was not surprised to hear the news. It was 100% certain that it was Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Uchiha Itachi would definitely not be in a good mood seeing his most caring brother being humiliated like this. But the news came from the land of hot springs, so it was reasonable for Uchiha Itachi, who was not sure whether it was true, to take Hoshigaki Kisame to the land of hot springs to investigate. "Be careful not to let them find you, and don't handle everything yourself." Naruto reminded, "As I said before, if something can be solved with money, then spend money to solve it and let this matter become a headless news." "Yes, sir." Bai still said very little. As long as Bai, who spread the news, cannot be found, Uchiha Itachi will definitely enter Konoha to investigate. As for who will get into trouble after he comes, that's hard to say. Naruto calculated the time and said, "Also, you can release some false information appropriately and try to prevent them from going to the land of fire within a month while ensuring their own safety." "Yes. Remember, ensure your own safety first. If there is a risk of exposure, stop the mission immediately and don't stubbornly think about completing it." To be honest, Naruto cares more about Bai's life than money. After all, that is a knife that can do a lot of things for him outside. On the other side, Bai's mouth curled up slightly after the connection was cut off, and he played with his hair with his fingers, his face full of joy. Now she looks forward to Naruto contacting her every day, because only at this time can she hear his voice to relieve her fatigue. When can I see Naruto-sama again? I really want to be stepped on by him. P.S. Thanks for the rewards, 0. Thanks for the monthly tickets, Wanshi Zhenxian, Fatty Dun Dun, the cat who can play with mobile phones, the God-killing world, and Manchuanzing Gayu. Thanks for the recommendation votes and the handsome readers who followed me. Chapter 45 Insider Information. A week later, the sun was shining. After getting up and washing, Naruto stood in front of the full-length mirror, tidied up his appearance and combed his hair into an adult style. Thinking that he would be taking part in the Chunin exam next and might encounter some unexpected situations, Naruto changed his white clothes into black ones that were more resistant to dirt. On the way to the ninja school, I bought some delicious meat buns as my breakfast for today. As Naruto walked, he discovered something was wrong. The streets of Konoha were a little strange today. They were too quiet, and there was a faint mist all around. It was a sunny day when I first went out. What a boring illusion! After finishing the meat bun and throwing the plastic bag into the trash can, Naruto stretched and continued walking. At this moment, a masked man wearing a rain ninja forehead protector suddenly appeared in the fog in front of Naruto, holding a child with a long blue scarf in his hand. Morning, Konohamaru. Naruto greeted Konohamaru in an unusually friendly manner, then walked around the rain ninja. The rain ninja seemed dumbfounded for 2 seconds, then suddenly shouted, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to capture the grandson of the third Hokage. I have to quickly take him back to the village to claim credit." However, Naruto still had no intention of coming back to save Konohamaru, and just kept walking forward on his own. Looking at Naruto's figure getting farther and farther away, the rain ninja scratched his head in confusion, grabbed Konohamaru and ran to Naruto, saying viciously, "Little ghost, did you see me?" "Oh, I didn't see it. Rain ninja couldn't hold it anymore. The one I caught is the grandson of your third Hokage, aren't you going to save him?" "Oh, then hurry up and take him away," Naruto kindly reminded. "If you don't leave now, when the third Hokage comes, you won't be able to leave." For a moment, the scene fell into a strange awkwardness. Watching Naruto's back gradually disappear into the distance, Iruka cancelled his transformation technique, and the Konohamaru in his hand turned into a scarecrow. Iruka was a little confused. Did Naruto pass or fail this small test before the exam? Looking at the scene in the third Hokage's crystal ball, Akimichi Choza frowned. How could this disciple of Kakashi not value his friends so much? Can we really let such a person become a ninja without any worries? The other people present had similar feelings, especially Mitarashi Anko. Seeing Naruto being indifferent to Konohamaru's safety, she approached Yui Kurane with some disappointment and said, "Hong, this little guy you know doesn't have a very good character. Don't talk nonsense." Yui Kurane retorted, "Naruto should have noticed that something was wrong a long time ago." "Hehe, if you really find that something is wrong, you should fight with Iruka pretending to be Rain Ninja. It's too late to just leave like this." Hongdu complained for a while and noticed that Zahi Kurane's expression was a little impatient. She muttered softly, "Forget it. I will help you train it when the time comes. I will teach it well." "Haha, stop arguing." The Sandai smiled and took a puff of his cigarette. Anyway, since Naruto wasn't fooled this time, he passed. The third generation's guess was similar to that of Kurane Yui. He also felt that with Naruto's strength, he might have discovered it a long time ago and that's why he did this. After all, the example of Naruto desperately saving Konohamaru happened just a few days ago, and the third generation had no reason to doubt Naruto. But the third Hokage never thought of making any excuses for Naruto. If others want to misunderstand him, then let them misunderstand. The deeper the misunderstanding, the better. In the end, it will be up to him or Konohamaru to comfort Naruto. Kurane Yui and the third Hokage guessed half right. Naruto did discover from the beginning that those were all fake, but he didn't think that going to save Konohamaru was real, even if it was just Konohamaru transformed from a scarecrow. A week ago, Naruto saved Konohamaru from the mouthy Kankuro with good intentions, and he thought that the third Hokage might show kindness to him, but what he got first was a lesson from the third Hokage. The next day, the Sandai came to him and gave him a bunch of moral lectures, such as being kind to others and being patient when the village doesn't give the order, etc., which really made Naruto sick. It's basically teaching Naruto how to be a turtle. It's bad enough that he is a cuckold himself, but he also tries to make others become cuckolds as well. He is really hopeless. Not long after Naruto walked away, the surroundings became bustling again. Many customers gathered in the shops in the streets and alleys. When passing by the Yamanaka family's flower shop, he saw a familiar figure. When the pretty blonde girl saw Naruto, the corners of her lips curled up slightly and she trotted over to Naruto. "Naruto, long time no see." "Well, long time no see." Naruto looked at Ino, who was wearing more open clothes, and asked, "Would you like to go to school together?" "Oh, how did you know I was going to school too?" Ino's eyes were full of smiles. When she stroked her chin with her hand, her hair swayed slightly. She asked with a smile, "Have you been secretly following me?" "Nerve. My hobbies are similar to Nohara Shinishuk's. You are not my type, but I pay attention to what you do." Naruto said calmly, "You're not going? Then I'll go by myself." "Hey, why are you like this? Wait for me." Ino followed Naruto's footsteps and walked side by side with him with her hands behind her back. Naruto didn't take the initiative to talk to her, so she waited for a while and took the initiative to think of a topic. "Naruto, were you in danger just now?" "No." Naruto said calmly. "Ah, how could that be?" Ino said angrily, "I thought it was a test that everyone encountered. Am I the only one?" "Maybe." Naruto nodded and answered Ino perfunctorily. His answer immediately made Ino nervous. Ino first told Naruto about her situation, wondering if the village thought she was not strong enough and did this to test her. Naruto said it was possible. Ino was even more depressed. The two talked as they walked, and before long, they met Koji and Shikamaru who were waiting for Ino on the road near the ninja school. Koji was somewhat happy to see Naruto. When they were still in the ninja school, Naruto had a good relationship with him and Shikamaru. However, they hadn't spoken a single word to each other for several months after leaving the ninja school. After chatting for a while, Koji suddenly handed a bag of potato chips to Naruto. Naruto was just wondering when Koji, a foodie, would be so generous with food when Koji asked, "Naruto, do you know the inside story about Asuma-sensei and Sasuke?" Hearing this, Ino and Shikamaru immediately pricked up their ears to listen. The two of them had wanted to ask for a long time. One was a guiding jonin, and the other was a former classmate. The things about these two people were really too explosive for them. Asuma is still in confinement, and the elders in the family refuse to reveal anything. At her age when they want to know everything, their curiosity is growing. But Shikamaru felt it was not a good idea to ask Naruto directly, and Ino was worried that if she mentioned Sasuke in front of Naruto, this stingy guy would get angry again. Only Koji tried to get information with a bag of potato chips. Meeting the three people's burning gazes, Naruto knew that this matter might have spread throughout the ninja circle, and he immediately mourned for Sasuke in his heart. Page 34. Chapter 46. Sasuke is not clean either. There were huge clouds floating in the sky, temporarily blocking the scorching sun for the ninja school. At the school gate, 4 young boys and girls were talking quietly, their facial expressions changing drastically. Naruto glanced at the 3 of them, then lowered his voice and continued, "At that time, I immediately pulled back the blanket of that beast Asuma and saw Sasuke shivering inside. He was so pitiful." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu, Lu, and Dai lost their color instantly. "That's impossible." Shikamaru couldn't help but say, "Asuma likes teacher Kurane, as I remember." The next moment, Naruto patted Shikamaru on the shoulder and laughed coldly, "Teacher Hong? Haha, if I guess correctly, Teacher Hong should be just a tool used by Asuma to cover up his perverted psychology. Think about it. Asuma keeps saying that he and Teacher Hong have been childhood sweethearts for more than 20 years. This is not just more than 20 days, not more than 20 hours, but more than 20 years. Shikamaru, do you think you will fail to catch a woman after chasing her for more than 20 years? Shikamaru thought about it. Although chasing a woman sounds troublesome, 20 years is indeed exaggerated. One has to be extremely stupid to not be able to chase her. So Shikamaru, who didn't know that dogs who lick others will have a bad end, shook his head. Then Naruto said, so think about it again, if Asuma is not really pursuing Teacher Hong, wouldn't it be more reasonable? Naruto's words seemed to carry a magic sound, making people want to believe it. The more Ino, Shika, and Joe thought about it, the more frightened they became, especially Shikamaru and Koji. As boys, they swallowed and trembled in fear when they thought about how long they had been with Asuma. Oh my god, I was led by this pervert for so long. Seeing that the three people were really doubting Asuma, Naruto felt inexplicably relieved. One last reminder for you. At this moment, Naruto, who was having a great time, hugged Ino and Shikamaru's shoulders at the same time, then looked at Koji opposite him, and his expression suddenly became serious. Ino's body suddenly trembled and her eyes moved to her left shoulder. She was wearing a sleeveless dress. She felt the warmth of the boy's palm on her shoulder, and her heartbeat inexplicably quickened a little. What's wrong, Naruto? Don't tell anyone else that I said this. I consider you my best friends. I told you this because I'm worried that you might get hurt by Asuma. If you spread rumors and hurt me, then we'll end our friendship. Naruto warned very seriously. Koji and Shikamaru looked at each other, both silently protecting their anus, and solemnly promised, well, we will definitely not say that you said it. Okay, we've said everything that needs to be said. It's about time we go in, Naruto said contentedly. At this time, Ino grabbed Naruto's clothes and whispered, let Shikamaru and Koji go in first. I have something to tell you. You two have a good chat, bye. I have to say that Shikamaru really knows how to judge the situation. After hearing what Ino said, he directly dragged Koji away. Ino silently gave Shikamaru a thumbs up. Naruto then realized that he had hugged Ino without knowing when. He quickly dropped his hands from Ino's shoulders and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Ino, I wasn't paying attention just now. Ino looked at Naruto, feeling a little disappointed, and said nonchalantly, that's weird. I don't blame you. We are good friends. Naruto was relieved to hear that she didn't blame him. Well, what did you want to tell me? Naruto. Ino looked around and then lowered her voice and said, you should not only be on guard against Asuma, but also stay away from Sasuke. In order to prevent Naruto from misunderstanding, Ino quickly added, I am worried about you. After all, Sasuke is not clean either. Naruto saw Ino's overly serious expression and suddenly felt a little sorry for Sasuke. I hope Sasuke won't commit suicide because of the villagers' misunderstanding. Amen. When Naruto and Ino arrived at the examination site, the area was already filled with ninjas from various ninja villages. Shikamaru and Koji were entangled by teammates Bighorn and Yazuka Kaiba. Looking at their expressions, Naruto could guess that it was probably Kaiba who was asking them about Asuma. Shino was still a silent man. Hinata and Naruto looked at each other and lowered their heads shyly. Naruto noticed some changes in Hinata. She was not wearing a cotton jacket today, but a blue cheongsam. Although it was still very conservative, she didn't look so stupid anymore. Just as he was about to go up and say hello to Hinata, Sakura's voice came from behind him. Naruto, why are you walking with Inobor? Hey! Ino immediately turned around and retorted, you ugly bastard with a broad forehead, who do you think you are? Naruto can go with whoever he wants, you are meddling too much. Sakura stood next to Naruto, pulled Naruto over forcefully, and then said to Ino, because you are a pig and Naruto is a human, how can a human walk with a pig? Broad forehead, are you looking for death? Yeah, what do you want? Listening to the two people's quarrel, Naruto silently shook off Sakura's hand and walked back a few steps. If it was two curvy older sisters quarreling, Naruto might be in the mood to take a look. But if little girls want to quarrel, just let them quarrel. I won't keep you company. Bye. Hinata, long time no see. Naruto was about to say hello to the cutie Hinata again, but suddenly a watermelon rind appeared and blocked the road. "You are Uzumaki Naruto." Xiao Li, who was wearing a green tights, had thick eyebrows, round eyes and a mushroom head, stretched out his hand to block Naruto's way. Naruto thought about it. He and Li didn't seem to know each other now. "Excuse me, what can I do for you? Come with me to the open space downstairs to fight it out," Xiao Li said, but he seemed not to take Naruto seriously at all. He glanced at Sakura, who was still arguing with Ino behind Naruto. Naruto instantly understood why. Maybe Li had just met Sakura and fell in love at first sight, so he came over to find trouble after his courtship failed. "I have to complain about why the kids here are so precocious and each of them has a heart for premature love." "You're crazy." Naruto ignored Rock Lee. There was no point in fighting with someone who couldn't even refresh the options. "Humph." Xiao Li took a fighting stance. "Uzumaki Naruto, if you are a man, then fight me for Miss Sakura." "Hey!" Naruto frowned. In the spacious classroom, other people also noticed this side because of Xiao Li's words, and many of them looked like they were waiting to see a good show. Li's two teammates, Hyaganiji and Tenten, looked over. And Tenten's eyes lit up the moment she saw Naruto. She had seen this young man before and thought she would never meet him again. "It's that disgusting guy with thick eyebrows again." Sakura was immediately annoyed when she saw this. This guy with thick eyebrows, whom she didn't know at all, came to her and confessed his love for no reason. Then she said the person she liked was called Uzumaki Naruto and quickly ran away. Unexpectedly, the man with thick eyebrows would go straight to Naruto. Sakura was ready to go up to Xiao Li to argue with him. However, at this moment, the door of the classroom was suddenly kicked open. Sasuke, whom I hadn't seen for a long time, walked into the classroom with his hands in his pockets and his head held high. "Hey, you thick-browed guy over there, you better get out of here now," Sasuke said in an arrogant tone. "Naruto's opponent is me." The sky cleared up, the rain stopped, and Urshasa felt that he was fine again. "Thanks for the monthly tickets, Reader 159,972, Book Friend 202,305, Long Woli I 0309. Thanks for the recommendation votes and the handsome guys who followed me. Chapter 47 Naruto-kun can copy. Who are you?" Looking at the boy who was kicking the door so arrogantly, Xiao Li was a little surprised at the aura he exuded. He clenched his fists and was ready for battle, but the other party didn't seem to take him seriously and looked straight at Uzumaki Naruto, the person he was going to challenge. Upon hearing this, the corner of Nazuza's mouth tilted slightly to the left. Today is the first step to revive the reputation of the Uchiha clan. He pointed his thumb upside down at his eyes and said, "My name is Uchiha Sasuke." The huge classroom suddenly fell silent. Just now there were countless voices, but now one could almost hear the sound of the breeze caressing the willows. Sasuke put his hands back into his trouser pockets with disdain, and the pride in his heart reached its peak. "Hey, is this what Kakashi meant when he said that all those taking part in this Chunin exam are elites?" They were frightened by the reputation of the Uchiha clan. What kind of elite are they? But that's true. Not everyone has the courage to look directly at the name of Uchiha. Except Naruto. Sasuke looked at Naruto with burning eyes. After the crazy training set by Kakashi, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds during this period. Compared with the last time he fought with Naruto, there had been a qualitative change. Now, if he fights Naruto again, Sasuke has enough confidence to remain undefeated. While his thoughts were in a mess, Naruto in front of him was suddenly pulled back by Sakura and Ino. The two women blocked his view and protected Naruto carefully. "Strange, is Naruto injured?" Sasuke frowned and whispered, "Who else can hurt Naruto?" After scanning the entire field, Sasuke locked onto a few targets with strong momentum. Watermelon Pie, who had just attempted to challenge Naruto, had already hidden behind when he heard his name. Next to Watermelon Pie was a Byakuyan from the Hyuga clan. Sasuke just glanced at him, and he immediately turned his head away. Humph, a great Hyuga, but as cowardly as a mouse. In the middle of the classroom, there was a red-haired Tsunagakuer carrying a large gourd on his back. He was staring at Naruto. Sasuke could feel his full fighting spirit, but when his eyes made contact with Sasuke's, he immediately closed his eyes with dark circles. Haha, the Sand Village ninja is nothing more than that. There was also a strange man covered in bandages behind him, who looked quite powerful, but Sasuke quickly overturned this idea because the bandaged man immediately lowered his head when he met his gaze. Tisk, small and weak countries are not worthy of attention. As expected, Naruto is the only one qualified to be my opponent. As for the other genin of the same class, Sasuke didn't take them seriously at all. Page 35. Naruto, I hope we can have a chance to fight each other in this Chunin exam. Sasuke walked up to Naruto and said. Pulling away the wary Ino and Sakura, Naruto responded, Sure, I'm also looking forward to your improvement in strength. It turns out that Sasuke was just looking for Naruto to fight. Hinata, who had walked to Naruto's side at some point, breathed a sigh of relief. While Naruto and Sasuke were talking, the genins in the classroom gathered together and whispered with their group members. Lee, is that the defiled Uchiha Sasuke? Hyuga Niji, look at the family emblem on his back, it should be correct. Tenten, Ningji, you should be careful. As for Lee's ugliness, don't worry too much. Xiao Li. Tian looked at Naruto, the dim light in the classroom shone on his facial features, as if adding a layer of filter. Tian felt that if he had the chance to speak, he should remind the blonde boy. In the crowd, the inconspicuous Kabuto Yakushi pushed up his glasses and said, Is that the eye that Lord Orochimaru wants? At the same time, Kakashi, who had just brought Sasuke back to the village, was strolling on the street when he heard foreign ninjas discussing some inexplicable remarks. Hey, have you heard that something like that happened to the orphan of the Uchiha clan? Well, I saw the news on the way here. It was said that the third Hokage's son forced him. The Uchiha clan is so pitiful. They were all exterminated, and even the last orphan didn't have a good ending. Kakashi was so confused when he heard this. Isn't the son of the third Hokage Asuma? When did Asuma and Sasuke have any encounter? How come he, the guiding Jonin, didn't know about it? Did it happen before they graduated from the Ninja Academy? That's not right. If something really happened, as an elite Jonin in the village, there is no reason for me to not know the news. After thinking for a while, Kakashi decided to ask someone, Everyone, what are you talking about? Can you tell me too? But the other party just glanced at him and refused. It was expected. After all, the other party might think he was angry when discussing Konoha's private affairs in front of Konoha ninjas. Alas, it seems that I can only go to Asuma in person to ask about the situation. The first round of the Chunin exam officially began when Kakashi went to find Asuma. The first one is a written test, which tests the ability of intelligence gathering. Several people who are good at solving problems are arranged in advance to sneak into the examination room to take the exam, while the rest of the people have to show off their skills and use their cheating abilities without being discovered by the examiners. Of course, except for Sakura, who has strong theoretical knowledge and doesn't need to cheat. Naruto's seat was next to Hinata. Knowing how the story was going to develop, Naruto had no intention of starting writing and just continued to follow the plot line. But he knows things that others don't know. Seeing that Naruto hadn't made any move, Hinata became worried that Naruto might not pass the test, so she took the initiative to put out her own paper and moved towards Naruto's side. His attitude was clear, he was just short of directly telling Naruto to copy it. But Naruto was too lazy to write. Hinata was so anxious that she wanted to just pull Naruto's paper over and help him write it. But she was afraid of being discovered and expelled, so she didn't dare to make any drastic movements and could only remind him as quietly as possible. "Naruto-kun, you can copy my test paper." "No." Naruto sat there bored and yawned. Not only Hinata but also Ino was worried about Naruto. Some time after the exam started, Ino used her mind to turn around and possess Sakura, then copied down Sakura's answers. She then helped her teammates Shikamaru and Koji finish the exam. When she thought everything was fine, Ino suddenly found that Naruto was still in a daze, just like when he started the exam. That idiot, didn't he realize the purpose of this exam? Out of concern, Ino formed the heart-turning technique seal towards Naruto for the second time. The moment it started, Ino's body fell asleep on the desk, and her spirit entered Naruto's body. However, what Ino never expected was that she did not take over Naruto's body, but instead saw an extremely horrifying scene. In the spiritual space, a huge red beast as big as a mountain released a murderous aura that soared into the sky, and its scarlet eyes stared at her. "Bugs!" Nine-tailed fox growled, causing huge waves. Chapter 48. Come on together. "Kurama, stop!" Naruto noticed something was wrong, entered the space and stopped the Nine-Tails power, releasing chakra to protect Ino's mind in time. Ino was almost frightened to death by the terrifying evil spirit. Nine-tailed fox looked at Ino with disdain, then lay down in the cage and continued to sleep, as if nothing had happened. Thinking of the water flowing in the dark space like a huge wave just now, and the tall and terrifying monster, Ino's soul trembled and cold sweat broke out. "Naruto, what is that?" Ino hid behind Naruto, pulling at the corner of Naruto's clothes, and couldn't stop trembling. If Naruto had arrived a step later, she would have collapsed. Naruto looked calm and asked, "Why did you use heart turn on me?" "I want to help you with the test paper." Ino glanced at him, her eyes misty and her nose twitching. She was indeed very scared. Naruto felt helpless, and flicked her head in anger and amusement. "Don't use the heart-turning technique recklessly, or you might hurt yourself, go back." Her question hadn't been answered yet, and Ino wanted to ask more, but the next second she was back in her body. Looking up at Naruto's back, she remembered the rumors about Naruto she had heard since she was a child. Many people privately discussed that Naruto was a fox demon who was a scourge to the village. The first exam was over, and the examiner of the second exam, Ajaki Mitarashi, broke the glass and rushed into the classroom, attracting everyone's attention. At this time, Naruto turned his head to look at Ino. Their eyes met and Ino felt something strange in her heart. How is this possible? I don't believe Naruto is a monster that harms people. There must be some hidden story. Pursing her lips, Ino decided to go back home and ask her father about the situation. After all, her father was the patriarch of the Yamanaka clan and the previous generation of Ino Shikajo, so he must know something. Mitarashi Anko informed that the second exam would be held tomorrow, and the remaining candidates left one by one. Ino ran the fastest and was the first to rush out of the classroom after the exam. Hinata then also planned to leave, and she mustered up the courage to wave to Naruto. "Naruto-kun. See you tomorrow." "Bye Hinata." Naruto smiled at Hinata, "Your outfit today is pretty nice." Hinata's bright white eyes were tinged with shyness. She really couldn't stand Naruto's praise and turned her head away with a blushing face. "As long as Naruto-kun likes it. The clothes I wore today were changed because of Naruto-kun. Last time, Naruto-kun said that he hoped I could wear something cooler, so I changed into a short-sleeved cheongsam and thin pants." "Hey, Naruto, why are you bullying Hinata?" Inyazuka Kaiba, who always has a bit of a mental disorder, popped up. "Are you blind and saw me bullying Hinata?" Naruto said, "If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to others." Hinata also shook her head and said, "Naruto-kun didn't bully me." Kaiba seemed to not understand what he was saying, and continued, "Naruto, fight with me. During this period of time, I have specially prepared the family's super powerful secret techniques for you and Uchiha Sasuke. This time, I will definitely not lose again. Naruto finally figured out that this guy was not standing up for Hinata at all, he was just looking for trouble. What a pity, it is still a piece of junk that doesn't even trigger a choice. Before Naruto could respond to Kaiba, a man stood between the two of them. I was the one who challenged Uzumaki Naruto first, he should have fought me first, said Xiao Li. Tenten and Ningji, who were not far away, had a headache. Tenten urged, Xiao Li, we should go. You guys go first, I can handle it by myself. Xiao Li looked at Naruto and said, for Miss Sakura, fight with me, Uzumaki Naruto. You watermelon rind over there, don't you understand what I'm saying? Sasuke stood up and said, Naruto has to be defeated by me. Xiao Li's expression paused slightly, but when he remembered that Tian Tian had just said that he was ugly and not dangerous, he suddenly became tough again. Humph, not only Uzumaki Naruto, I will challenge you too. I also want to see how strong the tainted Uchiha talent is. Sasuke frowned, wondering what a ridiculous nickname this tainted Uchiha genius was. Is this watermelon rind insulting the name of Uchiha? Sasuke looked unhappy for a moment. Are you seeking death on purpose? Then it depends on your strength. Xiao Li looked at him. Seeing that they completely ignored him, Inyazuka Kaiba clenched his fists and glared at them. Hey, you guys, are you looking down on me? Clearly, he was right. Really no one looked up to him. At this moment, a strong murderous intent approached them, which was terrifying. Uzumaki Naruto, come and fight. Gaara stood behind Naruto with a grin on his face and a terrifying expression. Feeling this momentum, the candidates who remained in the classroom couldn't help but tremble. Sakura was stunned and recognized that Gaara was the Sand Village genin who had fought with Naruto a few days ago. She decisively put her hand into the ninja tool bag, ready to fight at any time. Hinata leaned towards Naruto weakly. Although she was introverted and didn't dare to say anything, she wanted to help Naruto. Temari behind Gaara swallowed and cold sweat ran down her forehead. Now Kankuro was still lying in the Konoha hospital, and the original team of 3 siblings had been replaced by a new member. Temari really didn't want to fight Naruto anymore, but she couldn't control Gaara. Suddenly, Naruto turned his head and looked at Temari, which scared her so much that her eyelids jumped. Fortunately, Naruto immediately moved his gaze elsewhere. Gaara, Sasuke, and Rock Lee. Are these 3 going to challenge me? No, there seems to be another Inyazuka Kaiba. Page 36. Actively choose to trigger. Many people challenge you in succession. You feel that they are as noisy as a group of mosquitoes flying around your ears at night. You are in a bad mood, so you will choose. Option 1, stay friendly, apologize to all challengers and declare that you only want to be friends with them and do not want to fight. Completion reward, talent shy. Talent, cowardice, the less you resist, the more you will be bullied, and it will be easier for others to harbor ill will towards you. Option 2, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, kill one of them instantly to shock the whole audience. Completion reward, 3 random wind escape ninjutsu. Choice 3, arrogant, the battle will be held tomorrow in the Forest of Death. Defeat all challengers. Completion reward, 10 random fire escape ninjutsu. Choice 4, moment of domination, second round of the Chunin exam, eliminate all contestants without distinction. Completion reward, wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Oh my, you're really welcome. Naruto glanced around, smiled and shouted, it's a pity that it's too troublesome to fight one by one. Let's go together tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, a dull and suffocating atmosphere filled the classroom, as if time had been compressed and everything had become slow. No one knows why this yellow-haired boy named Uzumaki Naruto dares to be so rampant in the face of so many challenges, but it is obvious that Naruto has successfully angered all those who challenged him. The grass ninja wearing a straw hat in the corner stuck out his long tongue. He, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, quite interesting. P.S. Thanks for the monthly tickets, Xi Chen Yuan, the reader who is addicted to pesticides, Zion Kaizuju, and Carrot Tony. Chapter 49. The game begins. Home in the mountains. Ino, why are you asking this? Shan Zonghai was stunned for a while, looking at his little cotton-padded jacket's expectant expression. He suddenly realized something, came back to his senses and scolded lightly, "You are not thinking about that child inappropriately. You don't learn well at a young age. Didn't I tell you before not to get too close to that kid Naruto?" Yamanaka Inoichi scolded his daughter a few words, and seeing his daughter's expression change from expectation to disappointment, he felt bad. As a relatively open-minded father, he actually didn't want to interfere in his daughter's private affairs, but he couldn't do that when it came to the Jinchuriki. All the major clans in Konoha have basically received clear instructions from the Hokage that no one except the Sarutobi clan is allowed to get too close to the Jinchuriki. If Ino was a boy, it would be fine if she just became friends with the Jinchuriki, but she is a girl. The Hokage-sama will not allow the Jinchuriki to have a marriage relationship with the Yamanaka clan. Don't ask about this anymore, go back to your room and rest. Ino was sent back to her room. She couldn't understand why her father wouldn't let her get close to Naruto, and why her father refused to tell her about Naruto. Could it be that Naruto is really the fox demon that harmed the village? That's impossible. Naruto had clearly protected himself from the fox demon before. That one is the fox demon, not him. But Ino couldn't understand why there was a fox demon in Naruto's spiritual world. There must be some hidden secret that I don't know about. Ino had been lying on the bed thinking about Naruto and the fox demon. She didn't even go when her mother called her to eat. In the evening, she overexerted her brain and fell asleep due to sleepiness. The next day, when Naruto arrived at the gathering point for the second exam, the sun was already high in the sky. At this time, most of the candidates had arrived. After seeing Naruto, they all made way for him. It was not because Naruto scared them, but because it was a common human habit to watch the show. After the exam ended yesterday, Naruto directly accepted the challenges from Inyazuka Kaiba, Rock Lee, Sasuke, and Gaara. Therefore, the candidates present also wanted to have some fun and, by the way, understand their strengths and fighting methods to increase their chances of advancing. You arrogant boy, actually dared to accept the challenge of 4 people at the same time. What if they are very strong and confident in themselves? No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? The identities of the people challenging him are not simple, except for the ones wearing green clothes. They are very powerful. This blonde kid is here to get himself killed. The one with the gourd on his back is the son of the Kazekage, the one with a dog on his head is the young master of the Inyazuka clan, and the one in blue clothes is the orphan of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan? Could it be the Sasuke who was violated? Hey, he's quite handsome, what a pity. Before he finished speaking, the genin who were whispering to each other immediately stopped talking and dispersed when they noticed the people who had made the challenge gathered. Sasuke glanced at them indifferently. Since yesterday, he heard many people say something like being violated, which was completely incomprehensible. But he didn't take it seriously. The most important thing now was to defeat Naruto and restore the glory of Uchiha. Seeing several people surrounding him, Naruto yawned calmly. Now was not the time to start fighting. The option required entering the forest of death. So the time for Naruto to challenge them is after the exam starts today. The atmosphere was solemn and no one spoke first. At this time, the first person to speak would appear to be a level lower than others. Temari, who was following behind Gaara, looked at Naruto nervously. She had witnessed with her own eyes how strong Naruto was. She was very afraid that Naruto would beat Gaara here, and then go crazy and destroy the plan made by the Sand Village. While thinking, Ino also saw Naruto. and remembered her father's instructions yesterday, her expression changed slightly. After gritting her teeth and struggling, Ino still approached Naruto and greeted him, "Naruto, good morning." Naruto nodded slightly but didn't respond. Ino nudged Naruto with her elbow and said unhappily, "How have I offended you again? You didn't even say a word." Naruto remained unmoved. His attention was on observing the Kusanagi opposite him, who seemed to have noticed his gaze and gave a sinister smile. Naruto's face darkened and he quickly lowered his gaze. Orochimaru had indeed arrived. Is it for Sasuke's body? It seems that I have to deal with all the challengers within a day and then hide quickly, otherwise it will not be fun if Orochimaru beats Sasuke and also beats me. Sakura, who had just arrived from a distance, saw Ino and Naruto chatting and immediately rushed over. "Ino pig, stay away from Naruto. Ugly thing with a broad forehead, why don't you stay away from Naruto? Naruto and I are on the same team, so it's you who should go." Ino frowned when she heard that. She felt that Sakura was deliberately going against her. She clearly liked Sasuke, but now she wanted to snatch Naruto from her. Grabbing Naruto's arm, Ino challenged him, "I'm not leaving." "What do you want to do, Lolyalu?" Sakura's mouth twitched. Not willing to be outdone, she hugged Naruto's other arm and pulled him towards her. "Naruto, come here, ignore her." Seeing this scene, Xiao Li, who fell in love with Sakura at first sight, was heartbroken. He trembled and shouted loudly, "Miss Sakura, please take a look at me. I am definitely better than Uzumaki Naruto." Suddenly, Sakura felt that Naruto seemed to have become more handsome, with fair skin and clear eyes, and his whole body seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. Then Sakura glared at Xiao Li decisively and scolded him, "Get lost. Where do you get the confidence to compare with Naruto?" "Ah!" Naruto sighed softly and couldn't help but said, "Sakura, your words are a bit too hurtful." "I'm just telling the truth," Sakura said. Hearing this, Xiao Li was defeated. He felt like he was shot in the knee and knelt on the ground crying. Suddenly, a figure flew by, and the back of Mitarashi Anko fell from the sky. She once again entered the venue in an extremely pretentious manner, causing a commotion. "Those little brats over there, stop making noise. If you want to make noise, wait until we get into the examination room and make enough noise." Hongdu turned to look at everyone, and Big D shook slightly. "Everyone, listen to me and listen to the rules. Each group of you will get half of the Heaven Scroll and the other half will get the Earth Scroll. If you want to win, you must use the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. You can use any method, even killing people. Now, let the fight begin." At the same time, in a training ground in Konoha, Kakashi and another Jonin had just finished a sparring match and were now sitting on the grass to rest. "Kakashi, your disciple and my disciple have made an appointment for a battle, have you heard about it?" The senior ninja who spoke was surprisingly similar to Rock Lee, both wearing green tights and mushroom hair. He is Konoha's Taijutsu master, Might Guy, nicknamed the Blue Beast. "There's nothing to worry about," Kakashi said calmly. "I don't think Naruto will lose. He's very strong." Might Guy laughed, "Let's wait and see, Xiao Li will definitely be stronger." Since everyone thinks that their disciples will win, there is nothing more to talk about this topic. Might Guy changed the subject and asked about Sasuke. "How's the matter regarding the Uchiha boy going?" "It's pure rumor. Sasuke has been trained by me all this time. How could he have anything to do with Asuma? So what is the effect of the practice? Well, how should I put it, he's improving very fast." Kakashi narrowed his eyes and said confidently, "I think he's stronger than Naruto now." Hearing this, Might Guy was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, "The last time we met, didn't you say that Naruto's strength was much higher than Sasuke's?" "Because I taught Sasuke Chidori." "What? Also, his Sharingan is now 3 Megatama." The 3 Magatama Sharingan is basically the strongest form for most of the Uchiha clan. And its impact on strength can be said to be leapfrog. Sasuke's progress was so fast that even the genius Kakashi was shocked. He thought that Naruto had been wandering around the village all this time and would not have made much progress. The raised Nan plus a little bit of Nine-Tails chakra was not enough. Kakashi hadn't realized yet that Naruto's progress had nothing to do with him as his guiding Jonin. He overlooked the fact that Naruto was already the strongest among the genin without any help from anyone. In the Forest of Death, Naruto tied the forehead protector on his arm and whispered softly, "Now, the game begins." Page 37. Chapter 50, Urju's heart collapses. The atmosphere in the Death Forest is very strange. Looking around, there are snakes, insects, rats and ants everywhere, and the sun above doesn't seem that bright. Flocks of crows were calling in the big trees, which was full of weirdness and ominousness. Sasuke's arrogant voice rang in his ears, "Naruto, you who are living happily in the village may not realize how much I have suffered in order to defeat you. I train like crazy day and night just to improve my speed and strength." Carrying a huge rock and walking, being electrified by Kakashi, and practicing under a stream of water. After going through so much torture, I finally mastered the ninjutsu I prepared for you before the Chunin exam. I am very strong now. Sasuke raised his hand, his once fair skin now covered in scars, all signs of training. It was his badge of honor. And Naruto spends every day in the village eating and sleeping. He doesn't do any missions and just complains about being tired. Faced with such a degenerate Naruto who did not seek to improve, Sasuke believed that he could win. Definitely. Naruto. Sasuke clenched his fist, pointed his thumb at his scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan, and said proudly, "This time, you'd better use your full strength from the beginning, otherwise, I'm afraid you will lose miserably." After listening to Sasuke's words, Sakura looked at Naruto with worry. She wanted to persuade the two to stop fighting, but it was obvious that neither of them would listen to her. Sakura could only stand and watch from a distance, patiently waiting for the battle to end, and then use the medical ninjutsu she had recently learned to heal the two. "Naruto, please don't get hurt too badly. Let's do it, Naruto." Sasuke put his hands together and was ready to form hand seals at any time. He was going to use his ultimate move at the beginning to catch Naruto by surprise. Naruto pondered for a moment and stretched his muscles a little. Naruto was a little surprised to see Sasuke's confident look. He had always crushed him before, but now Sasuke was still confident that he could beat him, which probably meant he had made great progress. "Originally, I chose to fight Sasuke first because I wanted to finish the fight quickly and get away from him, to avoid Orochimaru coming to me at any time. But now it seems that may be a bit tricky. In that case, let's go all out." With a long breath, Naruto covered his whole body with Nine-Tails chakra without hesitation. He used the Demon Fox coat for the first time and ran towards Sasuke at full speed. With the Nine-Tailed chakra, the teleportation technique, and the physical enhancement he received last time, Naruto was much faster than when he was in the Land of Waves. After all, he is facing one of the two most powerful ninjas in the ninja world. He has practiced very hard, so he must naturally do his best and give him due respect. So fast. The speed was so fast that Sasuke didn't even have time to say anything before Naruto flashed in front of him in an instant. Sasuke's pupil shrank, and he quickly formed a seal and shouted, "Chidori!" There was a flash of lightning, and the first bird cry sounded, but then a blue light suddenly flashed from behind, and Naruto was already holding the raised nan and smashing it towards Sasuke's back. All this happened so fast that before Sasuke could even swing his Chidori, everything went black. When Sasuke woke up again, he was lying on the ground, his head aching slightly, and his back seemed to have been severely injured and the pain was unbearable. Glancing sideways, he saw Sakura using medical ninjutsu on him. "Sakura, where's Naruto?" "Naruto said he was going to find other challengers and asked me to stay here to heal you. He will be back later. Sakura smiled lightly and seemed to be in a good mood. Sakura was originally very worried after hearing Sasuke's boastful words, but was defeated by Naruto in an instant. She didn't even understand how Sasuke lost. She worried for nothing. I glanced at Sasuke and thought, I didn't expect that the Sasuke I liked before is such a braggart. Sasuke, don't challenge Naruto for no reason. You can't beat him, and you're hurting the team spirit of our class. When Sasuke heard this, he recalled the previous battle between him and Naruto in his mind. His Sharingan actually captured Naruto's body movements, but only his eyes captured it. His body's speed could not keep up at all. How could this be? How could this be? Sasuke's heart trembled. He practiced so hard just to defeat Naruto. In the end, it was of no use. The ending was exactly the same. The first 2 times he was defeated by 1 blow, and this time he was also defeated by 1 blow. He put in so much sweat and effort, but in the end he couldn't get Naruto's second attack. For a moment, Sasuke felt as if a 1,000-pound rock was on his back. Naruto was that rock. No matter how hard he tried, he could never defeat him. How can I repair this? Regardless of the injuries on his body, Sasuke pounded the ground violently. He began to doubt himself. Is it that Naruto is too powerful, or is it that I am too weak? As a weak person like me, when will I be able to kill Uchiha Itachi to avenge my parents? Can I really do this? Sakura was speechless. It wasn't the first time she lost to Naruto, so why was he getting so angry? Why didn't she realize that Sasuke was so childish before? Forget it, no matter whether he makes a fuss or not. Just before Naruto left, he told Sakura to heal Sasuke and then hide away by himself and stay away from Sasuke. Sakura was overjoyed. She thought this was a domineering statement from Naruto, not allowing her to get close to other boys. He 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 he. Sakura hummed a tune happily. She planned to find some topic to calm Sasuke down so that he wouldn't go crazy on the spot. Sasuke, have you ever met Asuma-sensei? Sakura asked. I've seen him, but I'm not familiar with him. Sasuke's voice was a little hoarse. That's really strange, why are there rumors about your affair with him everywhere now? Sakura said blankly. Southwest of the Death Forest. Naruto looked around for traces of the other challengers, feeling somewhat bored. You're pretty good at hiding. Where did you go? It was probably because the rules that Red Bean talked about before were too scary, which scared them all and made them hide somewhere. However, with Gaara's arrogant personality, he probably wouldn't hide. It was even possible that while Naruto was looking for him, he was also looking for Naruto. Naruto yawned out of boredom and continued to wander around. Now he had already defeated Sasuke, and there were only 3 left. He had to finish them quickly so he could have a rest. I don't know when Orochimaru will go find Sasuke. Naruto thought, if he was teaching Sasuke, Sasuke probably wouldn't be so lame. Following Kakashi, he learned nothing except pretending to be cool. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but sigh. He just thought Sasuke was so capable and was fully prepared to deal with it, but this is the result. It's really boring. Whoa! Suddenly, 2 shurikens pierced the tree trunk in front of Naruto, and a female ninja with a sand ninja forehead protector appeared in Naruto's sight. The female ninja took out a kunai from her ninja tool bag and played with it. Little boy, hand over your scroll to me, otherwise, I will kill you. Looking at the kunoichi, Naruto fell into deep thought. Her plump and beautiful figure was wrapped in a bold fishnet dress, and a pair of well-proportioned, snow-white long legs suddenly appeared in the air. Naruto was sure he didn't recognize this face, as he had never seen it before, but the way he was dressed looked very much like someone. But if it was really her, why would she come to the Forest of Death to block Naruto? Naruto couldn't quite understand the train of thought of this crazy woman. P.S. Thank you for the monthly votes, Zuizi, specializing in watching god-level scientists, chasing dream stars. My handsome friends, please give me some monthly votes and recommendation votes. You handsome guys should also know a saying, if you don't vote and I don't vote, how can my work succeed? Chapter 51. Now it's my turn. Naruto really didn't understand what Mitarashi Anko was going to do. Could it be that because I called her an ugly girl when I went to the Sarutobi clan before, she holds a grudge against me and is here to cause trouble? Not so. Naruto was wondering if he was wrong, and the person in front of him was not Red Bean, but an unknown female supporting character whose dressing style was exactly the same as Red Bean. As soon as this idea came to mind, it was overturned by the selector prompt. Passive selection trigger. Because Mitarashi Anko is dissatisfied with you, she takes the opportunity of being the chief examiner to personally go to the Death Forest to pretend to be a sand ninja to intercept you, intending to teach you a lesson. What choice will you make? Choice 1. Stay friendly, praise her, brag about her, flatter her and make her happy so that she won't hit you. Completion reward, Hongdu's original underwear. Choice 2. Treat it rationally, you have more important things to do, don't communicate with her, just run away. Completion reward, 30,000 taels. Choice 3. Act recklessly, I didn't expect her to change her face to intercept you, so it's reasonable for you to humiliate her without knowing that she is the examiner. Completion reward, Sarutobi Hiruzen's secret room coordinates and key. Choice 4. Ruthless, cut her into pieces. Completion reward, Spiritual Beast 10,000 snakes. Note, passive and active choices can be triggered at the same time. The host achieves this achievement for the first time and is rewarded with 1 million, which has been automatically stored in the apartment for the host. Okay? It's really her. Tisk tisk tisk, he has a big heart but a narrow mind. The ugly girl comes to block my way just because of a few words. It seems that you are unwilling to hand over the scroll. Anko's voice pointed the kunao at Naruto, then I will have to take it myself. If you have the ability, come and give it a try. Naruto was not interested in Red Bean's original underwear and 30,000 ryo, so if he wanted to fight, he should just have a good fight. Page 38. Hongdu smiled coldly at this time, you ignorant brat, you are so arrogant. Today I will let you see what a real ninja is. As soon as she finished speaking, Hongdu threw out the kunao and deliberately shot it a little off the target. If it hit the target, it would just be able to cut off Naruto's hair. She thought that she was only here to educate people and not to kill them. Due to the lack of information, Hongdu didn't even plan to use ninjutsu. Although she had heard from Kurane Yui that Naruto, the brat, was quite powerful, he was, after all, just a genin who had just graduated from the ninja school not long ago. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than a special jonin like her? Naruto dodged the kunao and frowned slightly, so much nonsense. When a lion fights a rabbit, he also uses all his strength. He even gave his all when fighting Sasuke just now, and now he is facing Red Bean, a powerful special jonin, so he should throw the trump card at the beginning. With red chakra wrapped around his whole body, Naruto jumped high, took out a kunao in his left hand, ready to deal with any emergency at any time, and formed a palm with his right hand, with blue chakra condensing in the palm. Otamare's Nan. Hongdu looked at the approaching large chakra ball with a dazed look, and her heart was frightened by its terrifying power. If Hongdu lived in another world and was Chinese, she would definitely burst out with fuck, at this moment. Are you sure a genin can unleash such a terrifying ninjutsu? Really? After all, he is a special jonin who has experienced many battles. Although he was careless at the beginning, his combat experience is much more than Naruto's. He was shocked but he quickly used the instant body movement to barely avoid the attack. Then Red Bean saw with her own eyes that the giant chakra ball in Naruto's hand blasted a large circular hole in the ground. In an instant, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and dust spread all around. Then 3 Narutos flew out from the dust, each holding the terrifying giant chakra ball in his hand. I was fooled by Hong. This is not good strength at all. This is too strong to be scary. A boy who just graduated from the ninja school can actually use the 9 tails chakra and master such a terrifying ninjutsu. Red Bean was surprised and fled in a hurry. Naruto threw big rays nan one after another, as if chakra was free, and beat Red Bean. Hongdu had no power to fight back at all. At the moment, Hongdu could only dodge with difficulty. Her well-proportioned long legs did not dare to stop moving at high speed, for fear that the huge rays nan would hit her in the next second. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What's up with his chakra? Will it never run out? Red Bean was dodging and complaining wildly. She didn't want to fight with Naruto anymore. Naruto was throwing his big rays nan everywhere, causing too much noise. After a while, other jonin would surely come to check on the situation, and she just wanted to slip away before her identity was exposed. It was no big deal for the chief examiner to pretend to be a candidate and enter the examination room to teach people a lesson, but it would be a big deal if he was chased by a genin and had to hide away in shame. Don't say that Naruto's strength cannot be measured by genin. As long as his identity is still genin, he is a genin. If word gets out that an exceptional jonin was beaten by a genin, not only will Naruto's status as a genius be confirmed, but Mitarashi Anko will also become a laughing stock in the ninja world. After Naruto, who was chasing Red Bean, created another big hole, he raised his hand and formed a seal to create 5 shadow clones. The 5 clones raised their palms at the same time and each gathered a large rays nan and continued to chase Red Bean. The remaining 2 clones ran to the left and right respectively, blocking Hongdu's way from the side. I have to sigh for a moment, the 9 tails chakra is really useful. As long as it is not used up all at once, it is like unlimited firepower, and it will be full of mana after just a short time of use. Should I say it's a mouse or a rabbit? It really can run. With a sigh, Naruto's real body did not chase after him, but waited where he was, waiting for Red Bean to be chased back by her clone. After playing around with Red Bean for quite some time, Naruto now has a rough assessment of his own strength. He can rely on the 9 tails massive chakra to easily crush special jonin, but he is probably not good enough to face elite jonin with strong adaptability. The test of my full strength is complete, and now the cat and mouse game is almost over. The secret room of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sounds exciting. What would be inside? Boom! 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 While Naruto was thinking, Red Bean was surrounded by 5 shadow clones who were rubbing large rays nan and chasing after him. There was another Naruto in front of her, and Hongdu's heart tightened. Now there was no way to avoid him. She no longer cared whether her identity would be exposed. She could only fight him head-on and make a breakthrough. Latent shadow snake hands. Red Bean quickly formed hand seals while flying in the air, and then suddenly dense snakes emerged from her left sleeve and attacked Naruto on the ground. Naruto slightly tilted his body to avoid the front of the snakes and then used Scorch Release, Scorching Flame Arm, using his arm as a knife to cut the snakes in half and then slashed towards Red Bean. Scorch Release. At this time, the Kusanagi who was observing all this in the dark excitedly stuck out his long tongue. I didn't expect that the Jinchuriki also has a bloodline limit. In addition to the Sharingan, I can encounter such a good thing. I'm lucky. Red Bean, who was still some distance away from Naruto in the air, witnessed the power of Scorch Release and her eyelids suddenly jumped. She stretched out her right hand and performed Shadow Snake Hand to the right, forcibly pushing her body back 2 or 3 meters and avoiding Naruto's real attack. It's okay, it's almost over. Hongdu let out a long breath, but just as she was rejoicing, 2 clones of Naruto suddenly rushed out from both sides. The clone took a long rope and suddenly tied up Hongdu, then quickly tied her up. Hongdu's face changed drastically and she tried hard to break free from his control. Then Naruto kicked her on the back, causing her to roll several times. Find a tree and hang her up. Naruto gave orders to the clone. This Mitarashi Anko actually dared to pretend to be a sand ninja to cause trouble for him, so it's no wonder that he humiliated the sand ninja he didn't know. Now, it's time to train Uzumaki Naruto. P.S. Thanks to Pure Love God of War Hwangmend for the reward. Thanks for the monthly tickets, Book Friend 20190809, Pure Love God of War Hwangmend, Sing Chuan Junyi, Book Friend 20190919. Chapter 52 The Strongest Challenger. In the sky, a flock of black crows were circling and calling. There is a dense forest in the southwest corner of the Death Forest. There are no footprints of other people on the ground, so it seems that no one has ever been here. After all, everyone taking the exam knew that they had to head to the central area, and Naruto would only come here because he needed to deal with Anko. Kill me if you want, cut me up if you want, why are you hanging me up? Anko's exasperated voice could be heard from between the two trees. Naruto dusted off his clothes and walked slowly to Red Bean, then walked around her and nodded in satisfaction at his masterpiece. I have to say that the bundled method of selector rewards is indeed very cruel. Mitarashi Anko's dressing style is already very unrestrained, and at this moment she looks extremely cocky. It's all like this, why hasn't the selector issued the reward yet? Isn't the humiliation enough? I don't want to kill you or cut you, so guess what I want to do? Naruto stroked his chin and said in a light voice. Hearing this, Hongdu's face turned red, and she cursed in shame and anger, Pervert, pervert, you will not live well. You curse again. Naruto kicked her on the butt, causing Hongdu to scream in pain. Then Naruto continued, I have never offended you before. You were the one who caused trouble for me first, so no matter what happened, it's all your own fault. I'm going to curse, you damned brat, if you have the guts, put me down and let's fight again. While speaking, Hongdu wanted to kick Naruto to avenge the kick she had just received. Her legs, which had been well trained, were tight and delicate, but without obvious muscle lines. Instead, they were tender and pink. Although she is not a good woman, her legs are indeed good. Are you mentally ill? Naruto slapped Red Bean's calf hard, leaving a red slap mark. You want me to let you go, but you are still so arrogant. So what do you want? Hongdu said hesitantly, anyway, I will never give in to a lecherous little brat. Then you can continue to be stubborn. I will invite all the candidates to come and watch. Bye. What did you say? I said, I will bring a few more candidates to see you. After Naruto said this, he summoned 2 clones to stay and watch Red Bean, then he turned and left without any intention of staying. Hongdu was stunned after hearing this, thinking that even though she was using the transformation technique, if too many people came, it would be hard for anyone to see through it. By then everyone will know that Konoha village's Anko Mitarashi was tied up and hung on a tree and kicked by a genin. Where will she put her face? She might as well just die. And many more. Anko shouted, but Naruto showed no intention of staying. I hope that the little brat is serious about this. This time Hongdu was really panicked. She hurriedly said, Uzumaki Naruto, don't leave, you can't leave, Yui Kurane and I are good friends, you can't do this to me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing option 3. The reward, Sarutobi Hiruzen's secret room coordinates and key, has been successfully issued. There was suddenly some weight in the ninja tool bag. Naruto reached out and touched it, and sure enough, there was a key and a piece of paper inside. The paper is probably a map. Naruto guessed correctly, the humiliation judgment of the option was probably the inner activity of the target task. It was no wonder why she was tied up but no reward was given. Probably because this idiot Hongdu couldn't see what posture she was in and didn't understand the meaning of this posture, so the level of shame in her heart was not yet to the point where she couldn't bear it at all. Tisk, how can a disciple of the 3 great ninjas be so thick-skinned that he can even accept being hung up after failing to beat a child? After closing the zipper of the ninja tool bag, Naruto pretended to be surprised and asked, "Who are you and why do you know Mr. Hong?" "I was specially found by Hong to protect you," said Hongdu. Naruto frowned, "If you were protecting me, then why did you attack me?" "Because Hong specifically asked me to test your strength, that's why I attacked you." Hongdu calmly dragged Yui Hong out to take the blame. "He's just a kid, it should be easy to fool him." Naruto couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard her shameless words. Page 39. "If the selector hadn't said at the beginning that you were dissatisfied with me, I would have believed it. You bold Sand Village female thief, not only did you try to steal my scroll, but you also shamelessly framed Teacher Hong. I must teach you a lesson today. Shadow clones, come together." Naruto roared, and 2 shadow clones rushed to Hongdu's side, ripped off her shoes and threw them aside. Then he picked up Hongdu's feet and tickled the solace of her feet. On this day, the shrill laughter of Mitarashi Anko was heard in the forest of death. "Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to kill. Ha ha ha. You. If you have the guts, ha ha ha, just let me down. Ha ha ha, please stop scratching, it's too itchy. Just let me go. I was wrong." After instructing his shadow clone to teach Red Bean a lesson for a while and then letting her go, Naruto set out again to find the challenger. After defeating them all and getting the reward, Naruto's trip to the Death Forest was considered complete. It's probably already afternoon now. I hope I can get the reward today. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air from behind. Naruto quickly pulled out a kunao, turned around and knocked away the kunao that was shot from a distance. "Why come again? Who is it this time? Is it still possible to deal with the challenger properly?" Just as Naruto was thinking this, a figure walked out of the forest in front of his sight. The moment Naruto saw him, his eyelids twitched. "What the hell? Why is Orochimaru here to stop me instead of going to find Sasuke?" In the high tower in the center of the Death Forest, many Jonin who served as instructors and Choyunin who served as invigilators had gathered here. Kurane Yui, Might Guy, and Kakashi were also there. They gathered together to discuss who would be the first team to arrive at the tower this time. "Hokage-sama is here!" Someone shouted something, and all the ninjas stood on both sides, waiting for the Sandaime Hokage to sit on the central seat. "Hokage-sama, the exams won't end until 5 days later, why are you here now?" "I heard that little guy Naruto has taken on a lot of challenges, so I wanted to come and see how things are going." The third generation sat down with a smile, and then the waiter beside him respectfully placed the crystal ball that the third generation often used in front of him. The Hokage building was too far away from the Death Forest, and even he couldn't observe it from such a long distance, so he had to go there in person to watch the fun. "By the way, where is Hongdu? Why can't I see her, the examiner?" Sandai said after taking a quick look. Yui Kurane stepped forward and explained, "Anko said she had some personal matters to take care of and will be back in a while." "What nonsense! As an examiner, what could be more important than the exam?" The third generation looked slightly dissatisfied, and the others lowered their heads and dared not respond. There are quite a few people who did this in previous years, so most people are used to strolling around before the candidates arrive. But Hongdu was unlucky. As luck would have it, the third Hokage happened to be interested in this exam and came to watch it, and found out about her slacking off. "Forget it, let's talk about her when she comes back." The third generation raised his hand and waved, and the scene in the forest immediately appeared in the crystal ball. The picture kept turning, searching for the traces of the candidates, and finally stopped in a dense forest. Seeing the scene appearing on the screen, Zahi Hong's pupils shrank slightly. "What is going on?" Might Guy was also a little surprised. "Xiao Li is here too." Kakashi narrowed his eyes and whispered, "What is Sasuke doing? Has he defeated Naruto?" In the picture, Sasuke stepped on the wounded Inuzuka Kaiba, and then raised his head provocatively towards Rock Lee and Gaara. "At least among the challengers, I want to be the strongest." You too, who comes first? P.S. Thanks to readers Dream and Stardust and Long Live Ambition for their monthly tickets. If you have recommendation tickets, please give some. Thanks to the reader Flying Dante for the tip. Chapter 53 Cat and Mouse. The central tower is located in the forest in the southeast corner. Sasuke, who was just defeated by Naruto with one blow, defeated Kaiba in less than a minute. It turns out that it's not Sasuke who is too weak, but Naruto who is too strong. How strong is Naruto? Can I still walk side by side with Naruto? Sakura was extremely shocked. Not long ago, after she told Sasuke the rumors about him in the village, Sasuke suddenly became agitated, his eyes turned red with anger, and he wanted to fight anyone he saw. Just at this time, Naruto's challengers found their hiding place together as if they had made an appointment, and then when they saw that Naruto was not there, they asked Naruto if he had escaped. That would have been fine, but the unfortunate Inuzuka Kaiba even provoked Sasuke, saying that Sasuke was being played by men. Then, Inuzuka Kaiba knelt down. After discovering that he could easily defeat Inuzuka Kaiba, Sasuke's mood suddenly improved and he vowed to defeat all challengers for Naruto. Hence the current scene. I didn't expect his progress to be so terrifying. I've practiced the tooth-to-tooth technique, how could I lose so quickly? Abarame Shino looked at Sasuke's arrogant attitude with shock. Xiao Li, you'd better not be so reckless. I may not be able to take down Inuzuka Kaiba quickly. This Uchiha Sasuke is really strong. Hyaganiji frowned, walked up and patted Xiao Li's shoulder to remind him. Don't worry, I'm strong too. Xiao Li shook his head and said very seriously, then turned to look at Gaara, you first or me? I want to fight Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara said and closed his eyes and dozed off. Then I'll go first. Xiao Li took a fighting stance towards Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, are you ready? Take this rubbish away quickly. Sasuke took his foot away from Inuzuka Kaiba and looked at Xiao Li. Naruto once said that people who talk too much nonsense in battle usually die quickly. I think you should be that kind of person. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li said no more. After Abarame Shino dragged Inuzuka Kaiba away, he ran to help, then raised his foot and swung it in the air, kicking Sasuke in the neck with a whip kick. He's very fast. But it was slowed down several times in the Sharingan. Sasuke raised one hand to block the attack, with a disdainful expression on his face. Your attack is very ordinary, it's totally different from Naruto's. Xiao Li frowned, covered his palm with his right front hollow hand, and the next second stepped forward to punch, but Sasuke dodged. He then changed his fist into a claw and swung towards Sasuke's temple. This attack seemed powerful. But in fact it was just a test and not a real attack. Tisk, what a boring trick. Naruto once said that a real battle is often over in an instant. Testing each other over and over is just a trick used by children to fight. Sasuke taunted as he bent backwards to dodge the attack. Fire release, the technique of the big fireball. He immediately formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball, which attacked Xiao Li and created a blind spot in his vision. Then he formed seals again and directly used his ultimate move at this stage. In an instant, a roar like thousands of birds was heard. Xiao Li barely avoided the fireball and saw Sasuke rushing towards him with Chidori in his hand. The terrifying power made Xiao Li frightened. He opened the first gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu at the critical moment, but he was still unable to avoid Chidori's attack. A huge gash was made on his left rib and left arm, and scarlet blood oozed out. Feeling the pain in his body, Xiao Li estimated that his left rib was broken. He tried to move his left hand but could not feel anything. After several challenges, I have learned Naruto's fighting style. Now, I am inferior to him. Sasuke didn't expect to win so easily, so he did his signature move, pointing his thumb upside down to his eyes. I won't lose to anyone. How can it be repaired? Xiao Li was also confused by Sasuke. Which ninja would use a big move right at the beginning? Don't they all fight slowly and tentatively? You know, he hasn't even taken the weight off his legs yet, and he just lost like that. He was a little dissatisfied and wanted to fight again. I can still fight, keep going. Tenten and Hyaganiji, who were watching the battle on the side, ran over and stopped Rock Lee, preventing him from continuing to fight while injured. Xiao Li, stop. I haven't lost yet. Have you had enough of making trouble? You clearly told me to keep a low profile before the exam, but you have been making trouble for that pink-haired girl from the first exam to now. Are you done yet? Tian Tian couldn't help but yelled angrily, and Xiao Li lowered his head and remained silent. They are right. With your strength, you are not worthy of challenging Naruto. If you continue to make trouble, I will not show mercy and might even kill you. After Sasuke finished speaking arrogantly. Call. Let out a breath. The whole person felt refreshed. You bastard! Tian Tian glared at him, thinking that this Uchiha Sasuke looked good, but the way he spoke really deserved a beating. The rest of the people present felt the same way. It's really too pretentious. Moreover, he always mentioned Uzumaki Naruto, who was supposed to be present, and his words were full of awe, as if he was a loyal supporter. Has he been defeated by Uzumaki Naruto? Considering the injury on Sasuke's back, they thought of this possibility. Page 40. How strong is that boy? Tian Tian was secretly shocked. Hinata, who came with Shino and Kaiba, felt relieved for Naruto. Temari's expression became more solemn. She was very worried about Gaara now and wanted to persuade him to leave, but when she met his cold eyes, she knew she couldn't persuade him. Hey, it turns out I'm not weak at all. While Sasuke seemed to be enjoying the moment of pretending to be cool, he was also thinking about his next challenge against Naruto. He has already made up his mind that the next time he fights Naruto, he will learn Naruto's way of fighting and go all out from the beginning. Although it consumes a lot of chakra, the feeling of killing someone in seconds is really great. Naruto, next time we challenge each other, I will definitely defeat you. That red-haired boy, come on, you are the last one. Humph, I could use some time to warm up with you before I fight Uzumaki Naruto. Inside the tower, a group of people were staring at the image displayed in the crystal ball, and the faces of several guiding jonin were not looking good. Kaiba Inyazuka under Kurane Ui and Rock Lee under Might Guy both lost too quickly, and the two men were so ashamed that they didn't even want to say a word. Kakashi was arrogant at first. Since there was no sound on the screen, he took the initiative to act as a lip-reading interpreter, vividly narrating the conversation between the children in the screen. Until Sasuke kept saying this and that about Naruto. Kakashi, this kid really admires Naruto. Kurane said. After hearing this, Might Guy couldn't help but recall the time when he and Kakashi were at the training ground, and Kakashi's expression when he was sure that Sasuke would win. I couldn't help but want to laugh. The children in class 7 that I teach always have a good relationship with each other. Kakashi coughed twice and managed to find an excuse to get away with it. Obviously, Sasuke, whom he taught seriously, was the first to lose to Naruto, and he didn't know how to teach Naruto, so he never taught him. This is really embarrassing. The disciple who was taught seriously lost to the one who was not taught. Well, listen, is there any movement nearby? Suddenly, Might Guy said this. The third generation heard this and listened carefully. Indeed, there is one. Could it be that there is already a candidate coming? Let me see who it is. Meanwhile, somewhere in the woods, Naruto kept his eyes and ears open, and the moment he heard a noise or movement on the left, he quickly formed a large raised nan and threw it in that direction. With a loud bang, Naruto pushed the large raised nan and hit Orochimaru hard, breaking more than a dozen trees. However, after the raised nan dissipated, Orochimaru who was hit turned into a pool of soft and rotten snake skin. And when did he run away? This had happened no less than 10 times. It was as if Orochimaru was teasing him, playing a game of cat and mouse with him. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Naruto continued running towards the central tower. For some reason, this madman Orochimaru has found trouble with him, and now he has to go to the tower to make some noise and attract the attention of the Konoha ninjas. Otherwise, apart from releasing the 9 tails, Naruto really couldn't think of any other way to deal with Orochimaru. Psycho, shouldn't he go find Sasuke? I'm sick. Suddenly, a sneer came from above. And Orochimaru appeared in front of Naruto again. He asked, "Where do you want to escape to?" As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's head suddenly turned into a long snake head, aiming directly at Naruto's neck. It was obvious that he wanted to put a curse seal on Naruto. Orochimaru wanted the eyes of the Uchiha clan, and he was also interested in the Jinchuriki who possessed a bloodline limit. Grass. A modal particle. Naruto wrapped himself in the tailed beast's outer garment, held the large raised nan in his right hand and the flaming arm in his left hand, and went straight towards Orochimaru's snake head. I just don't believe that I can't smash your snake head. P.S. Since a reader yesterday accused me of selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, I will respond here. I will accept what I should accept. After passing the Chunin exam, the time will speed up. Chapter 54, Konoha's collapse begins, please read. The big raised nan crushed the snake's head, but another snake head rushed out from the original body and came around to bite. Naruto was really tired. The immortal snake was really disgusting. He worked so hard for so long but got nothing in the way of shedding skin. Damn, just because of what happened today, if I get the chance in the future, I will kill you. Naruto's rage doubled, but Orochimaru's dominance forced him to calm down. When another snake head came, Naruto calmed his mind and swung out with his left flaming arm. The extremely high temperature instantly melted the snake head. Naruto thought as he saw the third snake head growing out of the disgusting body. Lie mouth, start. Lord Orochimaru, please stop. I have something to discuss with you. As soon as these words were spoken, Orochimaru stopped his attack, and the third terrifying snake head turned back into a normal human face, not a disguised Kusanagi, but his original face. His skin was a sickly pale color, and his long, flowing hair and golden, snake-like eyes gave him an extremely dark feeling that was terrifying at first sight. And his style of doing things is similar to his appearance. Facing such a person and not being able to defeat him, Naruto felt pressured. If he was not afraid of some uncontrollable factors after releasing the 9 tails, he would have wanted to release the 9 tails for training. I didn't expect you to recognize me. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. Isn't it normal that Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, would be able to recognize the ninjutsu you use? The snake head fell off, the scorching arm dissipated, Naruto took a few steps back, leaned against the tree trunk, took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag and covered his mouth. Seeing his actions, Orochimaru raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I thought you wanted to say something. If you want to play, then continue. No, I want to prevent someone from observing here. Naruto shook his head, for example, the telescope jutsu. Hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that this kid was still on guard against Sarutobi teacher's telescope technique. It was quite interesting. Haha, don't worry, I didn't sense the 3rd generation's chakra, so you can say whatever you want to say boldly. Orochimaru clasped his arms, with murderous aura emanating from his body. The meaning is very easy to understand. If Naruto can't give him a satisfactory answer, then he will attack immediately. Naruto exhaled and said, from what I have learned in the past, I think I know roughly why Lord Orochimaru came here. It is for Konoha's various research results and the forbidden techniques guarded by the 3rd Hokage, right? After that, Naruto continued in a deep voice, and the biggest obstacle for Lord Orochimaru to obtain these things is Lord 3rd. I can provide you with useful information. Okay? How did he know? Orochimaru looked at Naruto with a puzzled look and asked, are you Denzo's confidant? That's impossible. The third Hokage shouldn't let Danzo have the opportunity to contact the Jinchuriki. Naruto was a little dumbfounded after hearing what Orochimaru said. Wow, he didn't expect that Danzo was also to blame for the Konoha collapse plan. He really deserves to be called a troublemaker in the ninja world. Naruto didn't answer Orochimaru's question. The more he thought about it the better, as long as he wanted to bite people all the time. Naruto said, "Your plan is scheduled to take place in the third exam in a month, but I don't think that time is appropriate. On the contrary, the Death Forest is the most suitable place for action." "Oh." Orochimaru sneered, "Tell me what you think." Naruto's face turned serious, and he told his point of view according to the storyline, half relying on guesswork and half on nonsense. A month is too long, and the news that the Kazekage has died may be exposed at any time. By then, you may face a joint attack from Konoha and Tsunagakure. It is better to take action now while you can still order the Tsunagakure ninjas. According to the information I have obtained, the third kami will personally come to watch the second exam. There are only a few ninjas in the Death Forest to supervise the exam, so this will be a great opportunity. Orochimaru flicked his fingers and asked calmly, "But how can I trust whether your information is true?" If he could get what he wanted sooner, Orochimaru would of course want to get it sooner, but who knows whether the third Hokage would actually do as he said and come to the Forest of Death just for a mere Chunin exam. Naruto said, "That depends on whether you, Lord Orochimaru, trust Lord Danzo enough." He was betting that Orochimaru had not just used Danzo to trick him into talking, and that Danzo really had some connection with Orochimaru. If the bet is wrong, then there is nothing you can do. You can't beat it, and you can't run away. You can only let the nine-tailed fox out to make trouble. Okay, I'm bored anyway, so I'll just wait in the Forest of Death for a few days. Orochimaru stared at Naruto with narrowed eyes and smiled, and said, "But if the third Hokage doesn't come, you should know what will happen to you." Hearing this, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. The old man Danzo is too obsessed with the position of Hokage, but as long as the third Hokage is alive, he can only watch others become Hokage. So he really was involved in the plan to collapse Konoha, just to kill the third Hokage. "Lord Orochimaru, so can I leave now?" Naruto asked. Orochimaru nodded, "Okay, but you'd better not take any chances. I can find you at any time if you dare to lie to me." Even before he finished speaking, you could already understand the meaning of some of the words. Moreover, he didn't think Naruto would lie to him. He had directly called out his and Danzo's names, so there was nothing to doubt. It's mainly a habitual threat. Naruto said solemnly, "Please rest assured, sir. By the way, can you give me your scroll?" "What scroll?" "It's the scroll of heaven and earth given by the examiner." Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru really wanted to ask, "Are you sick? You are ready to kill the third generation, what do you want that broken scroll for?" Facing Orochimaru's cold eyes, Naruto smiled awkwardly, "I still want to be promoted to Chunin, hehe." Page 41. Here you go. Orochimaru speechlessly threw his scroll to Naruto. After Naruto took it, he said "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru" and quickly slipped away. He had no other reason for wanting this scroll. The prerequisite for obtaining the Rasen Shuriken was to eliminate everyone. Now that Orochimaru had the scroll, the strongest would be eliminated. So, who else in this examination room can be a match for Uzumaki Naruto? Looking at the direction Naruto left, Orochimaru chuckled softly. If Danzo hadn't often provided him with resources, he would really want to learn Scorch Release. Pity. This time, just consider it as giving Danzo a favor and ask Danzo to provide more experimental subjects in the future. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly felt a familiar chakra coming. This feeling is the art of telescope. "Ha ha ha, Sarutobi-sensei, I didn't expect you to be here so soon." In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru had changed into the face of the previous Kusanagi. He lowered his head and covered his lips with his hat, and said something to someone unknown. Notify the sand ninjas outside and inside the village as well as Teiwaya and the others. Start the plan in advance. Also, let Danzo take care of the roots. Chapter 55 Give me Ino. Boom. 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 Under the continuous attack of the big ball raised Nan, Naruto defeated 6 teams in just 1 hour and obtained 9 scrolls of heaven and earth. Including the one Orochimaru gave him, he now has 10 in his hands. There are a total of 26 teams entering the Death Forest, which means there are still 16 scrolls to be collected. The hardest part is not snatching, but finding people. It's too time-consuming and labor-intensive. It would be better if they were all concentrated in one place. Naruto sighed and destroyed all the scrolls he had obtained before continuing to move forward, leaping into the air with every step to maximize his field of vision in order to not miss any opponents. Moreover, it is easy to attract the attention of others. Sometimes, Naruto doesn't even need to look for it slowly, they will take the initiative to attack. Water Style, Water Fang Bullet. Lightning Release, Gratitude Wave. 2 grass ninjas suddenly jumped out from the river below, raised their heads and released a combination of ninjutsu at Naruto. A thin stream of water mixed with lightning attacked Naruto. Naruto was delighted, wrapped himself in the tailed beast coat, stretched out his long claws to grab the tree trunk under him, made a 180-degree spin in the air to avoid the enemy's ninjutsu, and then used the large raised Nan with one hand to attack the 2 of them. The huge potential energy shattered the trees in front of them, and the terrifying force directly hit the bodies of the 2 grass ninjas. Whoosh! The violent chakra cyclone tore the bodies of the 2 grass ninjas apart, leaving only half of the body of each of them. Naruto searched their bodies for a few seconds but found nothing. So he looked at the red-haired Kusanagi who was hiding behind a tree in front of him. No, no, don't kill me! Seeing her companion being strangled to death so cleanly, Uzumaki Kairin's heart trembled violently, her legs went limp, and she looked at the murderer with fear in her eyes. The forest was silent, but the gurgling sound of the river and the chirping of insects and birds frightened her. She had just told her companions that since they had obtained a set of Book of Heaven and Earth, they should not cause any more trouble and should just hide and move forward slowly. However, her 2 companions expressed dissatisfaction with her statement. Unexpectedly, in less than 5 minutes, only corpses were left of them. As her thoughts were in a mess, she saw the murderous Konoha ninja raise his palm and make a sign to her. Hand over your scrolls of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Karin quickly took out a pair of scrolls of heaven and earth and an extra scroll of earth from her arms. All for you, please let me go. While speaking, he propped up his frightened body, picked up the scroll and walked tremblingly in front of Naruto. Naruto took the scroll from her hand, tore it into pieces and scattered them in the air, and said in a deep voice, I don't kill people indiscriminately, you can go. The cicadas in the forest were chirping noisily, and sunlight was filtering through the shade of the trees. The shadows of the trees and the light gathered on his handsome face at the same time. His gentle words were meaningful to Karin at this moment. Like the sound of nature. Thank you. Karin bowed heavily to express her gratitude, then turned around and ran away quickly. And many more. Just when Karin ran less than 5 meters away, Naruto suddenly called her to stop, and she was so scared that she dared not move. Turning around slowly, Karin asked, What happened? Red hair and glasses. Naruto looked at her for a while, his gaze stayed on Kairin's face and observed her carefully for a few seconds. Those blue eyes seemed to see through something. When she thought of his decisiveness in killing someone just now, Karin couldn't help but feel afraid. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Naruto asked. Karin hesitated for a while and answered truthfully, yes. Oh, me too. What a coincidence. Naruto said, stroking his chin. Yeah, what a coincidence. Karin nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. At this moment, she didn't want to care about the Uzumaki clan at all. She just wanted to escape as soon as possible. Survival was the most important thing. I'm reminding you. Leave the Death Forest now. Otherwise, if you wander around alone, you might die at any time. Naruto said as he leapt onto the treetops and continued searching the air for his next target. Huff after Naruto left, Karin collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Even without Naruto's telling, Karin already wanted to leave. The Chunin exam held by a big country was indeed not something that ninjas from a small ninja village like theirs could participate in. Naruto continued jumping in the air, and after half an hour he successfully destroyed 6 scrolls, including a pair of scrolls of heaven and earth that he obtained from Kabuto Yakushi. However, there was no violent conflict between the two sides. There was only a brief confrontation, and the opponent simply threw the scroll to him and fled with his teammates. He was obviously pretending to be a coward, but Naruto didn't care whether he was pretending or not. The most important thing at the moment was to get the Rasen Shuriken first. Currently, excluding Team 7, where Naruto is located, there are 6 scrolls left. As long as the remaining 6 scrolls are obtained, the goal of eliminating everyone can be achieved. But after circling the Death Forest for most of the day, Naruto still couldn't find where the rest of the team was. Gaara, Kaiba Inuzuka, and Rock Lee who challenged him were all invisible. The people from these 3 teams are really good at hiding. While he was complaining, 3 familiar figures appeared 30 meters ahead. Yamanaka Ino was standing in the middle of the road and raised her hand high to signal Naruto that she was there. Shikamaru and Koji were leaning against a tree near her. All 3 of them were covered in dust, and it seemed that they had suffered a tough battle. Seeing Naruto appear, the 3 of them smiled. Naruto steadied himself and stopped in front of Ino, brushing the dust off his clothes. "How many scrolls did you get?" "Hehe, I'm lucky. I just got a pair together." Ino showed off by taking out 2 scrolls from her ninja tool bag. She looked happy and had a faint smile on her slightly dusty face. She blinked her clear eyes, looking very adorable. Shikamaru and Koji looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. "Oh, I feel so sleepy suddenly. I'll take a nap and you guys chat slowly." Shikamaru yawned, turned around, lay down against the tree beside him and took a nap. "Me too." Koji did the same, but he didn't pretend as well as Shikamaru. He closed his eyes and slept while taking out snacks from his bag to chew. "You too." Ino's cheeks flushed, knowing that the 2 childhood friends were teasing her and Naruto on purpose. She glared at them in embarrassment and said, "Naruto, ignore these 2 guys, they are not serious at all." "Yeah, I know." Naruto nodded, thinking about how to start the conversation. Hearing his answer, Ino lowered her head, twisted her long golden hair with her slender fingers and played with it, and took the initiative to start a conversation. "Where are Sakura and the others?" "We're not together." "Did they get separated?" "That's pretty much what it means." "Has your team collected all the scrolls?" "Well, maybe we can't gather them all. Probably no one will be able to pass this test." "Oh, why?" "Ino, do you really want to know why?" "Uh-huh." "Then give me Ino. Your team's scroll of heaven and earth." The atmosphere suddenly froze at this point in the conversation. Ino looked up at Naruto with disbelief in her eyes. She wondered if there was something wrong with her ears and that she had misheard what Naruto said. But judging from the sudden excitement of Koji and Shikamaru behind him, I probably heard it right. "P.S. I am begging for some monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. I haven't received any tickets for 2 consecutive days. My ranking has dropped by more than 555 and I have been rubbed to the ground by other authors. I beg all readers to give me some face." Chapter 56 The War Begins. The muddy ground by the river was damp and cold. This is the true feeling of Ino who is buried in the soil. Naruto wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a breath. It was quite tiring to fight with the Ino, Deer, and Joe trio. The main reason was that he didn't know the decapitation technique in his mind, so digging a hole to bury them was quite tiring. The only bad thing about the shadow clone is that it will transmit fatigue back to the original body. It's a pity that all the ropes were used on Hongdu, otherwise there would be no need to go through so much trouble and just tie her up directly. Page 42. Damn Naruto, what do you want to do? Let us out and return our scroll of heaven and earth to us. Shikamaru's head on the ground struggled frantically, but Naruto was buried too deeply and he could not move. He never thought that Naruto would actually attack the three of them. Alas, this is for your own good. Naruto summoned 4 shadow clones and said, "My shadow clones will stay here to protect your safety. You don't have to worry too much." "Then do we still have the responsibility to thank you?" Koji said, gritting his teeth. "You're welcome. It's what I should do," Naruto said. Hearing this, Dinkai's fat eyes opened wide with anger, glaring at Naruto, then turned to Ino and said, "Ino, you should scold him too, this bastard. We are so close to him, but he dared to harm us." Ino lowered her head, her golden hair scattered on the ground, her eyes were misty, and it was obvious that she was not in a good mood. She looked a little more fragile than usual, which made people feel pity for her. Although she was not hurt, she still felt aggrieved that Naruto had attacked her. "If you lose, you lose. There's nothing to say." Ino pursed her pink lips and stared at Naruto with red eyes. "I will never forgive you." Naruto felt a little flustered when he met her gaze, and looked away. "I am really doing this for your own good, just wait, I will release you after I find the others." There was no other reason for burying them except that they were quite strong when working together, and he was afraid that they would snatch the scrolls from other teams again. If Naruto tried to snatch them a second time, it would be a bit too much. Without talking to them any further, Naruto jumped and continued to explore other areas. Inside the tower. The crystal ball image of the third generation has been following Naruto since the battle between Naruto and the Sound Ninja. At the beginning, when they saw him snatch the scroll from the hands of the Sound Ninja trio so neatly, everyone watching had a smile on their face. They all praised the child for being good, strong, and bold, and said he was the future of Konoha. But later, when Naruto blocked the team led by Yakushi Kabuto from the same village and forced them to hand over the scroll, their expressions began to change. Now, Naruto has snatched away his classmates, the Ino, Deer, and Joe trio. If you work with people who can harm even their friends. Everyone looked at each other, and their faces didn't look very good. The most embarrassing thing is Kakashi, who now even stops translating lip reading. Naruto was a genin under his command, and now that he had done something that hurt his companions, he was to blame for not teaching him well. Is Uzumaki Naruto thinking of eliminating everyone else and advancing directly by himself? Xiri Hong's voice suddenly sounded, and everyone was startled in an instant. Why do you do that? What's the point? Kurane glanced around. In fact, she was just guessing. She always felt that Naruto was not a bad person, so she tried to think positively. Killing everyone in the second game is something that has never happened in history. Maybe he wants to achieve an unprecedented achievement. When she said this, Xiri Hong felt that she was forcing an explanation. But the speaker has no intention, and the listener has intention. Instantly, all the ninjas present perked up and took a deep breath. Masaka. Might Guy was surprised. He actually has such ambitions. He cleared the second exam alone. This kind of achievement is enough for him to be promoted to a special jonin, let alone a chunin. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, cleared his throat, and then lowered his voice. If he really does it, then the future chunin exams will undergo a great change because of him. Moonlight Gale coughed twice and took over the conversation. There will be countless geniuses who will use him as a benchmark to achieve this achievement. The Death Forest may become a true Death Forest. If this is the purpose, I suddenly understand why he competed with the team from the same village. Might Guy said. Moonlight Gale understood, Think about it carefully, Naruto didn't do anything to hurt his companions. When he met a ninja from the same village, he just snatched the scroll. After defeating Inoshikajo, he left behind a clone to protect him. Isn't that good? Yeah, I think so too. Kakashi raised his head proudly, seemingly not having to take the blame for poor teaching. After listening to the others completing their ideas one by one, Xiri Hong felt relieved. She had been wondering if she was just making random guesses, but it seemed that was not the case. If everyone thinks so, it seems that my point of view is correct and Naruto's nature is not bad. Several jonin spoke one after another, instantly changing the others' views on Naruto's bad behavior, and they all joined in the discussion. Hi! I didn't expect this year's newcomer to have such ambition. His future achievements will surely be great. Why didn't we think of doing this before? If we can eliminate all the opponents, why bother to have a third game? What are you talking about? You thought of it before, but you didn't have the ability. Do you think you were as strong as him when you were young? Maybe a peerless genius will appear in our Konoha village. Most people had smiles on their faces, only the third generation had a gloomy face, because he invited all the nobles in the Land of Fire to watch the third exam, preparing to start a gambling game to make a fortune. If Naruto had cleared out everyone in the second game, there would have been no point in having a third game. Looking at Naruto in the picture, getting closer and closer to the others, the third generation felt a little annoyed. With the strength Naruto has shown now, he probably still has enough energy to defeat the rest of the people. He wondered if he should just be shameless and ask Naruto to stop doing it. As for the fact that Naruto failed to achieve his goal, I will just take an unimportant item from the secret room and give it to him as compensation. However, at this moment, the door of the tower was suddenly pushed open by a chunin. Third generation sir, something terrible has happened. The Sand Ninja and the Sound Ninja suddenly launched an attack on the village. They have already entered the village. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present froze. Regardless of whether the matter was true or false, they had to rush over to investigate as soon as possible. Kakashi and Kurane each lead 10 chunins into the forest to protect the children. The rest of you will act immediately. All the ninjas present disappeared in all directions instantly after the third generation waved his hand. What's the situation outside now? Has the Kazekage arrived? The Sandame put away the crystal ball, took a puff of cigarette, and asked the chunin who was reporting the news below. The chunin who reported the news suddenly sneered, I didn't expect that even your eyesight won't work as well as it should after you get older, Sarutobi-sensei. The Sandae's expression suddenly changed, you are Orochimaru. A three-headed giant snake led the sand ninjas to attack Konoha from the outside, and a deafening noise was heard when the wall collapsed. Why did it start so soon? Naruto took one look from his perch on the tree before turning his gaze towards the genin gathered below. Inyazuka Kaiba is unconscious, Rock Lee was seriously injured, Gaara is fighting with Sasuke. Sasuke is at a disadvantage now, but looking at Gaara's mental state, he is not far from going crazy. Naruto didn't say a word, he immediately formed hand seals and summoned 10 shadow clones, attacking everyone at the same time. No matter what, the Rasen Shuriken must be fought for. Hand over all your scrolls of heaven and earth. P.S. Thank you all readers for your monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, love you. I have a question for everyone, how many Mangekais do Uchiha have? Chapter 57 Courage is commendable. On the tall wall of Konoha, after the giant snake attacked Konoha village, Maki glanced at the entire Konoha, frowned and said, why haven't Gaara and Temari come out yet, didn't they receive the notice? Kankuro, who was standing by, looked a little uneasy and said, could they be in danger? How is this possible? Maki smiled slightly, now most of Konoha's forces are tied up by us. Most of the people in the Death Forest are just genin. What can they do to him? As long as we kill them all and leave, the Jonin won't have time to chase him. Well, what if he meets that Uzumaki Naruto who hurt me before? Kankuro didn't continue. The scene of that day is still vivid in my mind. Whenever I think of Uzumaki Naruto's squinting smile, I still feel scared. Maki patted his shoulder and said, "Boy, you are not afraid of being beaten just once, are you? You have to believe in Gaara. I heard from Temari that without the tailed beast transformation, Gaara is just as bad as that yellow-haired boy. As long as Gaara uses Shikaku's power, it will be easy to deal with him." Hearing this, Kankuro nodded and said, "Indeed, I think too much. Among the genin, no one can defeat Gaara. Stop talking nonsense, someone from Konoha is coming." Maki stood in front of Kankuro and looked at the Konoha ninjas approaching rapidly in front of him. "Your injuries are not healed yet, I can't take care of you, find a place to hide." "Okay." Kankuro glanced at the Konoha ninjas who led the team. One of them looked very weak, and the other seemed to be the purple-haired Anbya he had seen last time. Behind them were 7 or 8 ninjas wearing green vests, all of them should be Chunins. At this time, in the Forest of Death, Naruto's clones all have their own opponents, 3 against Hyuga Neji, 2 against Abarame Shino, 2 against Tenten, and 1 against the injured Rock Lee. Naruto himself caught Temari and beat her up. He knocked her unconscious and threw her into the bushes, then he searched the scroll on her body and tore it up, then looked at Gaara and Sasuke. "Naruto." Sasuke frowned when he noticed Naruto's gaze. "Don't interfere with our fight, I want to fight on my own." "Whatever you want." Naruto didn't care. The scroll was already in his hands, so it didn't matter who beat Gaara. "Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to kill all of you." Gaara has gone mad and his right hand has turned into sand. Just now, Naruto's shadow clone used the Raise Nan and directly broke Gaara's sand armor. Afterwards, Gaara activated the possessed body, and while the shadow clones were not able to react, he dispersed them and wanted to chase Naruto's real body, but was stopped by Sasuke. But he couldn't suppress this annoying guy for a while. Now that Uzumaki Naruto has returned, he is ignored by him again, as if he is just an insignificant little character. Gaara's held breath suddenly lost control. At this moment, he was furious and did not hide his murderous intent at all. "Uchiha Sasuke, you die first, and then I will kill Uzumaki Naruto." Gaara roared. Sasuke is also a fighting maniac. Even when he is at a disadvantage, he never criticizes Gaara and speaks in an extremely arrogant manner. "A piece of trash like you is worthy of saying something like killing Naruto." Page 43. "Are all the people in your sand village as funny as you? You know, Naruto is a strong man who defeated me 3 times in a row with just one move. And you and I have been fighting for such a long time and there is still no winner. Who gave you the courage to make you think you can defeat Naruto?" Sasuke is a strong man who was able to easily defeat Kaiba Inyazuka, beat Rock Lee without any injury, and then fight with Gaara of Tsunagakure for such a long time. Naturally, everyone present was shocked to hear him say that Uzumaki Naruto had defeated him with one move 3 times in a row. Hyuga Neji, who was fighting fiercely with Naruto's 3 shadow clones in the distance, looked slightly unhappy. Defeat Uchiha Sasuke in one move? No wonder even the shadow clone is so powerful. No, I can't fight him anymore. I have to run away quickly, otherwise the scroll will be stolen. Back to the days. After using the family's secret technique to blow away Naruto's shadow clone, Neji glanced at Tenten and Xiao Li and shouted, "Stop fighting, leave now." The 3 of them looked at each other and prepared to leave, but the next moment a breeze blew, bringing with it a rustling sound, and Naruto was already behind the 3 of them. "Weren't you guys going to challenge me? Why are you running?" Naruto's voice was a little hoarse, and every word that came out of his mouth carried a great sense of oppression. "Your name is Naruto," Tenten said with a small breath. "Lee has already lost to your companion. The challenge is over. There is no need to fight anymore." Naruto slowly turned his gaze towards her and said with a smile, "It's you, long time no see. Yet, we've met before. Tian Tian spoke immediately and responded with a smile. He couldn't help feeling secretly happy in his heart. He didn't expect that this handsome boy actually remembered him. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, just when they thought the matter was over. Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, "You can go, but you still have to hand over the scroll." "What do you mean? We have already admitted defeat. We are all from the same village. Is there any need to be so aggressive?" Xiao Li asked, covering the wound pierced by lightning. After hearing what Xiao Li said, Naruto was stunned at first, and then laughed out loud. Hey, didn't you challenge me first? Why didn't you think you were being aggressive when I rejected your challenge? Now that you've come here and lost, you want to leave without even paying a cent. I'm telling you, I want your scrolls because you are from the same village. Otherwise, you would have died. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the scroll and get out of here immediately." These words left the three men dumbfounded, and they suddenly realized that they were the ones who had come to cause trouble first. Xiao Li suddenly fell in love with the pink-haired girl named Sakura. After learning that Sakura liked Naruto, he repeatedly provoked Naruto. After entering the Death Forest, he brought two companions directly to the door. They were the ones who were in the wrong, not Naruto who was trying to steal the scroll. "If you don't hand over the scroll, you guys will leave, Niji." Xiao Li still had some backbone. He said, "Everyone makes the same mistake. I will continue to fight with Uzumaki Naruto. You guys go find the corresponding scroll to participate in the next assessment." "What's wrong with the injured man trying to be cool?" Ningji stretched out his hand to stop him, veins popping out on both sides of his eyes bursting with fighting spirit. He looked at Naruto and said, "Since you're wrong, then just be wrong to the end. I'm really impressed by you two. I have no choice but to continue playing with you." Tian Tian stood beside them. Clap clap clap. Naruto clapped his hands to applaud them and said softly, "Your courage is commendable, but this is the only thing you deserve my praise for." The next second, Naruto formed a hand seal, and more than 20 shadow clones appeared at the same time, all with the tailed beast coat attached. Rei's Nan cannot be used. If I kill them accidentally, it will be troublesome if Might Guy comes to find me. Well, today, I'll let you have some fun. P.S. I would like to ask the omniscient readers, I found out that Konohamaru's parents were from the Konoha Anbu, is this true? This question is related to the following question. I hope you can talk to me about it so that I can decide which direction to write in. Chapter 58 White Hot. 10 minutes later, Kurane Yui, who had been searching for Konoha ninjas, finally arrived with her team. The expressions of the Konoha ninjas were shocked and horrified. Just 2 minutes after Mitarashi Anko untied the rope on her body, she was found by Kurane Yui. Then she followed Kurane Yui all the way here, looking at the scene in front of her with a stern look. Damned sand ninja, they even didn't let go of the genin taking the exam. Hongdu gritted her teeth and punched the tree trunk next to her hard. Hongdu fell silent afterwards. As the examiner, she was absent from her post in this accident and was held heavily responsible. Dead leaves were scattered. The genin fell to the ground one by one, each of them covered with wounds. Konoha's new generation is already halfway here. Among them, there are 3 students from Guy's class, Inyazuka Kaiba and Abarame Shino from Yui Kurane's class, and the only one missing from the 2 classes is Hinata. Damn sand ninja, he actually kidnapped Byakugan. Senior Red, except for Rock Lee, the injuries are not too serious. They are all just unconscious. Senior Hong, a little girl from Sunagakure was spotted over here. Kurane-sensei, I found your disciple Hyaga Hinata. She's fine. Suddenly, good news rang in her ears one after another. Hongdu's body and mind suddenly relaxed, and she let out a long sigh. Hasand village doesn't kill children, it's still a bit humane. Zhaihong glanced at her with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Fool, when you go to the battlefield, do you care whether the enemy is a child or not? Hey! Wasn't it the sand ninja who did it? Then why are they so miserable?" Red Bean blinked, not understanding. Xiri Hong said, "As the examiner, you know nothing, so you'd better shut up." Oh! Hongdu knew she was in the wrong and didn't dare to refute. Hinata Hyuga was brought here by a chunin. She didn't have any injuries on her body, not even a speck of dust on her body. "Where's Naruto?" asked Kurane Yui. Hinata raised her head, her expression a little dull, and she seemed at a loss. She shook her head, "I don't know." Judging from her expression, Zahi Kurane could probably guess what had happened. "Take the children to treatment first, and we'll deal with the rest later." Alas! Naruto wanted to fight for an honor, but ended up harming other people of the same period. However, Hinata's mentality was really bad because she was scared by this incident. What she didn't know was that Hinata wasn't scared, but was simply too sad. 6 minutes ago, Naruto was still here. He found Hinata and asked her for the scroll, but Hinata didn't give it to him. She felt that the scroll was not only hers, but also for Kaiba and Shino. Besides, she herself didn't want to fail in the second exam. So Hinata took a fighting stance towards Naruto, and she still remembered that there was an obvious pause on Naruto's face at that time. "I didn't expect you to attack me, Hinata. Forget it, forget it. I won't bully you anymore. You can keep it." These are Naruto's original words. After saying that, Naruto bypassed Hinata and found Sakura to ask for the scroll. Sakura gave it to Naruto without even thinking about it. Then Naruto tore the scroll into pieces in front of Sakura. Hinata and Sakura were both confused and didn't understand what he was going to do. Then Naruto said to Hinata, "Hinata, now there is only one scroll left in your hand. You can't do anything. Just give up." In the end, Naruto took Sakura away without even looking back, leaving Hinata alone in a daze. Hinata was wondering, if she had just handed the scroll to Naruto, would Naruto have taken her away? Impossible, all her companions have fallen here. Even if she gives the scroll to Naruto, she has to stay to protect them. On the other side, Kakashi was following the direction of Sasuke. About 7 minutes ago, Kakashi's ninja dog Puck suddenly said that Sasuke was getting farther and farther away and was heading towards the direction of the giant snake. And next to the scent left by Sasuke there was a very scary residue of chakra. The disciple's safety was of primary concern, so Kakashi didn't care about anything else and left, letting Parker take him to find Sasuke. "How far is it?" "The smell is getting stronger, so it shouldn't be too far away." Parker, who was being chased by Kakashi in his arms, was concentrating on smelling the scent. He also knew that the young boy named Sasuke was a disciple who had been trained by Kakashi for a long time and should be taken seriously. Bang bang bang, the trees fell one after another, and the atmosphere was depressing to the extreme. At this time, Sasuke was running away frantically. Although he was very brave, he was not a coward. He would still run when he should. "I'm not running away. I, Uchiha Sasuke, am retreating temporarily for revenge and to revitalize my family." Tisk! Sasuke complained as he ran, "What's wrong with that red-haired boy? I've almost used up all my chakra, but he's getting more and more powerful the more he's hurt. And what the hell is the change in him, a monster?" Sasuke, who still didn't understand what the Jinchuriki was, looked back and saw that Gaara had turned into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Only the legs remained as a human body. To be honest, Sasuke now regrets pretending to be so cool. "If I had known earlier, I would not have been so stubborn and said I would fight Gaara alone. It would have been better if I had let Naruto accompany me." Hastily. "Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, I'm going to kill you." Gaara behind him roared again, but Sasuke continued to rush forward with his exhausted and injured body. Page 44. He looks crazy and probably has lost his mind. Take him to the giant snake. There must be someone there. As long as someone stops him, he can be saved. But it seemed that Gaara was not going to give him a chance to continue escaping. Seeing that he couldn't catch up for a long time, Gaara yelled, "You can't run away, Uchiha Sasuke!" Immediately, a huge figure rose from the ground, and its huge tail slammed heavily on the ground, causing a huge sandstorm. "You all must die!" The Konoha ninjas, who were busy dealing with the sound and sand ninjas, turned gloomy when they saw the giant beast appear. Maki, who had already killed 2 Konoha ninjas on the high wall, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled at the Moonlight Gale in front of him. "Shikaku has already appeared, where is the 9 tails from your Konoha?" Moonlight Gale had no intention of chatting with Maki. He raised his sword and prepared for battle. He didn't expect that this sand ninja was so powerful. Except for the special Jonin Yujao, all those who came with him were Chunins. Although the enemy had only 4 people, which was twice as many as theirs, Maki among them was a Jonin of Kakashi's level, and they were no match at all. "Now that 2 of our companions have died in succession, we can't fight on any longer. Jai Feng, let me cover you for a moment, you go back quickly to get help." Mao Uxian suddenly said. Before Moonlight Gale could answer, Maki burst into laughter. "Where can you Konoha get reinforcements now? All of you will die here today." When the war was at its most intense, Naruto sneaked into the Sarutobi clan's territory alone. The secret room of the 3rd generation, here I come. Chapter 59. The thief never escapes. After obtaining the Rasen Shuriken, Naruto slipped out of the Forest of Death and used the transformation technique to find Ichiro Yamamoto, the grocery store owner who had pushed him. Taking advantage of the chaos, he beat up Ichiro Sanban and stole a white fox mask and a large black cloak from his shop. After that, Naruto put on a mask and slowly sneaked into the Sarutobi clan's territory. Now was the time of a great war, and even the large Sarutobi clan only had a handful of ninjas left to guard the place, and they easily slipped to the outskirts of the luxurious compound of the central 3rd generation's family. At this time, 2 members of the Sarutobi clan in the yard had just released Sarutobi Asuma, who had been imprisoned for many days. The long period of house arrest made Asuma look a little haggard, and his beard and hair had grown a lot longer. "Lord Asuma." The members of the Sarutobi clan bowed respectfully and greeted him. "What's the specific situation now?" Asuma glanced at the giant snake and Shikaku that were causing chaos outside, his face solemn. "And what about the old man?" The Sand Village joined forces with the Sound Ninja and other small ninja villages to attack Konoha. The 3rd Hokage was trapped in a high tower in the Forest of Death by a barrier, and the situation inside is unknown, said the Sarutobi tribe member. Asuma's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at the 2 and said, "Go and arrange for the tribesmen to gather at the Death Forest. Make sure the safety of the 3rd generation master is guaranteed. I will stay here to protect him." "Lord Asuma." Asuma was talking when suddenly a ninja dressed as an Anbu suddenly rushed into the yard and interrupted their conversation. The 3 of them looked over at the same time, only to see the Anbu bowing his head and saying to him, "The 3rd Sama has already dealt with the enemy, but he is too seriously injured to fight anymore, so he ordered me to tell you to lead the tribesmen to encircle Shikaku immediately. Please go quickly." This reason sounds quite reasonable. After all, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is old, but his powerful strength still convinces everyone. Shikaku is so huge that even if he does nothing and just runs around in the village, he will cause great casualties, so sending people to encircle and suppress Shikaku seems to be an order issued by the 3rd generation. "Okay, let's go notify everyone else and go there together." Asuma smiled faintly and led his tribesmen towards the gate. However, just as he passed by the Anbu who was delivering the message, he suddenly took a faint step, drew out the chakra knife from his waist, and rushed forward to attack the Anbu. "You bold intruder! I can tell at a glance that you are in disguise. Die!" Asuma roared, and the chakra knife pierced through the Anbu's neck, but the next second the Anbu in front of him turned into smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone! Tisk! Asuma glanced around and gritted his teeth before saying, "Search separately." The other party must not have gone far. The next moment, the two people from the Sarutobi clan and Asuma spread out to search in 3 directions and disappeared from the spot in an instant. After they were completely out of sight, Naruto, dressed in ANBU attire, tiptoed into the yard, holding his breath and preparing to find the secret room of the third Hokage. However, at this moment, Naruto heard the sound of wind breaking through the air, and he quickly jumped forward 5 or 6 meters. With a loud bang, a large gap like a knife cut was left at the place where Naruto had originally stayed. It turned out that Asuma, the bearded man, had made a surprise counterattack. At this moment he jumped into the air again, formed hand seals, and blew a puff of thick smoke at Naruto. Fire style, ash burning. Damn, this guy with a big beard is pretty cool. Naruto used flicker to dodge, and then used flicker to escape. He could not use the tailed beast's chakra, as he would be exposed if he did. Intruder, you can't escape. Asuma quickly chased towards where Naruto disappeared. However, after he left, another Naruto climbed into the yard. The difference from the last time was that this time, Naruto walked around the yard in a swaggering manner for 2 minutes. After making sure that no one was coming, the real Naruto tiptoed into the Sarutobi family's courtyard. That's right, the few that appeared before, without exception, were all Naruto's shadow clones. I have to say, the shadow clone thing is really useful sometimes. Without powerful special abilities, it is impossible to tell whether it is real or fake. It is simply a weapon to fool people. Apart from the high chakra consumption, there are almost no disadvantages. But it just so happens that Naruto lacks everything except chakra. Following the marks on the map, I carefully found my way into the third generation's room. There was nothing in the huge room except a low table for writing, a few cushions and a few hanging calligraphy and paintings. The extremely simple room and the huge courtyard formed a strong contrast. If the villagers saw this scene, most of them would praise the third generation of masters for their integrity and simplicity. Even though he lived in the family's big house, his own room was very simple, which made him a model of fairness and integrity. The moral role model for the whole village. However, no one could have imagined that there was a secret hidden in this room. The shadow clone who entered with Naruto walked to a painting with the words "Will of Fire" and uncovered it. There was still nothing special underneath, but when he raised his hand to push the wall, he was able to move it. Then the floor under the coffee table began to move automatically. The clone hurried to move the coffee table away. The wooden floor was still moving until a hole about 2 meters wide appeared and it stopped. The shadow clone still went first, followed by Naruto. Perhaps the old man from the third generation thought that he himself was the greatest guarantee, so he did not set up any mechanisms in the secret room, and it was safe all the way to the innermost part. The only drawback is that it is too dark. It is not easy to see what is inside. Even if you look carefully when you get closer, you can't see anything. You are afraid that it is dirty and dare not reach out to touch it. I was careless. I should have snatched another tinderbox from Ichiro Yamamoto. There was no choice but to summon another shadow clone, and the two clones each made a raise nan for lighting. The effect of the raise nan is increased by 1. After seeing the whole picture of the secret room, Naruto was suddenly a little disappointed. There was nothing in it except a big vat. It was empty. The thing that I was not sure whether it was an object or something dirty and didn't dare to touch was actually just an ordinary piece of mud. All in all, this secret room is extremely simple. What? The old man is really something. He went to so much trouble to build a secret room. I thought he put Roger's treasure in it. That's the result. The only large vat in the secret room looked to be about 1 meter wide and 2 meters long, and it was so large that the 2 large hemp bags that Naruto brought could not fit it at all. No, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Since I'm here, I have to take something away, otherwise I'll be at a great loss. Muttering to himself, Naruto opened the sack and walked towards the vat, ready to take away some of the contents. However, when he got closer and saw what was inside, he couldn't help feeling sick. There wasn't much in it, just 3 pairs of eyeballs. 2 pairs of 3 Magatama Sharingan, and a pair of Byakugan. Fuck, I didn't expect that the 3rd generation old man also had the habit of collecting people's eyeballs. Chapter 60. Madam, don't be afraid. In the original book, no one in the Sarutobi clan used Sharingan or Byakugan. Originally, Naruto thought that only Danzo Shimura and Obito Uchiha had the habit of collecting eyeballs. Unexpectedly, the 3rd generation also had some. However, the number is not large, so I think it is only kept for research. It was not mentioned in the original book. It should be that after the 3rd generation died, no one discovered this secret room, and the eye here should have been forgotten. So now the question is, although Naruto is not interested in the eyes, since he is here, it would be a loss if he doesn't take them away. But he didn't bring any smaller storage containers, and it might not be appropriate to carry such a large tank back home. Forget it. As long as I'm here, my things will always be mine. After thinking about it, Naruto gave up the idea of taking him away now. The great and glorious Hokage needs to maintain his image, otherwise there would be no need for Danzo and Root to exist, so there can never be too many people who know about this secret room. Naruto guessed that at most his own son Asuma Sarutobi might know, but the possibility was not high. So as long as the things are still here, they still belong to him. He just asked the Sarutobi family to take care of them. The information that the shadow clone was killed by Asuma was transmitted to Naruto's mind, bringing his thoughts back to reality. Time to go. Let the shadow clone go first, and Naruto followed behind. In less than a moment, they reached the end of the dark and narrow path. He inserted the key and turned it gently, closing the door of the secret room. He jumped out of the secret room lightly, quickly restored the 3rd generation's room to its original state, then quietly opened the door and prepared to leave. But just when Naruto opened the door a tiny crack, he caught a glimpse of a graceful woman in a black kimono sitting in a daze at the door of the room diagonally opposite. The woman's long black hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked as if she was sleepy. Her delicate body leaned against the pillar beside her, and her eyelids drooped slightly from time to time. His face was a little pale and his eyes were full of fatigue. Page 45. Who is this person? He doesn't look like a servant. Naruto looked around. There was no other exit in the 3rd Hokage's room, and even the window was on this side. But if I go out from here, it is very likely to alarm the woman opposite. What a stupid design. Living in such a big house, but the lighting is only on one side. It's very harmful. Just as Naruto was wondering whether or not to just kill the woman, the selector's voice echoed in his mind. Actively choose to trigger. When you wanted to leave, you happened to run into Sarutobi Hajiki, the mother of Sarutobi Konohamaru and the eldest daughter-in-law of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. You were mesmerized by her charming beauty, and the decision you made in your lustful state was: Choice 1, stay friendly, stay calm, peek quietly, and enjoy the beauty of the moment. Completion reward, 30,000 taels. Option 2, love is aroused, confess your love boldly, pick a beautiful flower and give it to her, and swear to her that she will take your surname in the future. Completion reward, 100,000 taels. Choice 3, act recklessly, you are so bold that you can't help but feel excited. You tie up the beautiful Mrs. Sarutobi and take her to her room. Then you talk about your ideal life in her bed. Completion reward, small storage space. Storage space, a spiritual space that can accommodate everything, ready to store and put away, upgradable. Choice 4, ruthless, kill Sarutobi Hajiki in a way that does not damage her appearance, and then bring the body back home. Completion reward, talent, corpse beauty. Talent, corpse beauty, you will find it easier to find the corpses of beautiful women. When Naruto saw the introduction text of the selector, he wanted to complain. Apart from anything else, when did he become so lewd? Men have their own character, but it depends on the situation. It's not like he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. Besides, she is Konohamaru's mother. However, when he saw the reward, Naruto's breathing became heavier. Storage space. Isn't that the same as the storage ring in fantasy novels? This thing is very useful. If you can use it skillfully in actual combat, it will definitely play a huge role. But Asuma may be coming back soon. If he doesn't leave now, he will most likely be discovered later, which will trigger a big war. Fuck, let's fight, at worst we can just flee Konoha. After thinking about it, Naruto decided to take a risk. Even if he is discovered by Asuma, even if he is targeted by the Hexi god, he must get the storage space. After all, who knows if it will appear again in the future. This is the first time Naruto has seen it in a few months. Fight. After making up his mind, Naruto quickly opened the door. A swish sound was heard, and Sarutobi Hajiki was startled. Seeing someone rushing out of her father's room, she was quite surprised. She was stunned at first, then she straightened her chest and subconsciously wanted to take action. He immediately remembered that he had been seriously injured in his early years and now he could not use chakra at all. When she wanted to shout help, Naruto had already run to her quickly and covered her mouth tightly with his hand. The thin red lips felt very soft to the touch, and Naruto had no time to experience them. He tore off a piece of cloth from his body to seal Mrs. Sarutobi's mouth. Then lifted her up by the waist and brought her into her bedroom. Sarutobi Hajiki tried to escape from Naruto's control, but she was powerless as she could not use chakra and could not fight against the ninja at all. Naruto could feel Sarutobi Hajiki's body trembling on his shoulders, and he was a little surprised that the kidnapping went so smoothly. I really didn't expect that the eldest daughter-in-law of the Sarutobi family would be an ordinary person. It's quite unusual for the eldest son of a big family to marry an ordinary person. After entering the room, Naruto closed the door with his backhand and then locked it with the small lock. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hajiki became even more panicked. Although her mouth was sealed, she still made a woo-woo sound and shook her legs to try to break free by her physical strength. Naruto glanced around the room and found that the mattress was still there. He then placed Sarutobi Hajiki on the mattress and pulled the quilt to wrap her up like a caterpillar, thus controlling her. Don't be afraid, ma'am. I'm here to protect you. Naruto activated his talent for lying and tried to get away with it. But it was obvious that he had overestimated the power of talent. In this case, how could Sarutobi Hajiki believe him based on just a few words from him? Seeing this situation, Naruto was also very annoyed. How could he talk about life and ideals when the other party resisted so fiercely? We have to think of a way. When can a person talk to you properly? Threatening her life? Wrong. The real answer is to find her weak spot. Just like in the original work, Yahiko died in Nagato's arms because Hanzo of the Salamander found his weak spot. Therefore, it is very easy to calm down Sarutobi Hajiki. Mrs. Sarutobi, you don't want Konohamaru to get hurt, do you? I just heard his voice. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hajiki immediately became quiet, but the look she gave Naruto was almost as if she was about to spit fire. P.S. Konohamaru's mother appears. I made up her name because I couldn't find her name, so I just gave her a random name. I hope you don't mind.